nature of the human race is that the human race has always believed it's known everything. Even the cavemen thought they had it all figured out, and they knew everything there was to know about everything, because that's where mythology came from.
What really happened here? It's so dense. Every single image has so many things going on.
And this huge kind of war and peace battle, like literally war and peace. I mean,
Right.
It's huge. 10,000 troops on either
Both
side.
sides coming at each other.
Coming at each other.
That's great.
It's going to be great.
That's going to be great.
It's going to be great.
That's going to be great.
Does this story seem possible?
I cannot go through superliterary encounters. It's too much for me.
Is this story true?
I have something here for you.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Full house tonight.
Hello there.
Hello there.
How are we doing?
Another happy landing. Howdy.
I am good. And the reason why I'm good is because we have now completed supernatural encounters, and we are going to be focusing on cult encounters and the rest of the appendices. And after that, we'll be done covering all of the content available in Joe's book.
Wow.
That doesn't mean that we're done. It just means that we're done covering all the content. We plan at least one stream after this, probably not right away, but, just to kind of recap what we thought of the book as a whole and recall some of our favorite memories and have a bit of fun with it. But for tonight's purposes, we're still covering content, and we're going to start with a work that's not just by Joe, but also by Mr. Rich Handley, called Cult Encounters. Yeah. So I'm joined here by Brennan Quinlan Voss,
hello.
Magneto Alex, Ken Palpatine,
Ayo.
Al,
Hello.
and Maxine, Strictly Star Wars.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't have a fake name. I just got that.
What's that
My
line in
name's
like
not
Doctor
fake.
Strange? Wait, no, it's not Doctor Strange. It's Endgame. It's like, oh, we're using our fake names now.
Yeah, that's right. I'm like when Tim Drake just went by the Drake, and everyone was like, "That's real dumb. You suck."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Man, my favorite.
Hello.
character
Drake
getting
sucks
ruined
in
is you."
general. So.
Good to see you. I'm glad that you're here. I didn't know if you would be here.
I will
He's a
drive
brat.
to wherever you are, and I will fight you, Alex.
All right.
That is literally my favorite character of all time.
No more
I'm
Batman. No more Batman talk on the stream. It's unholy.
Wow. That's fair.
So, what? Yeah, I know, right? Because we're here to talk about cults and encounters with them.
Yeah.
Indeed.
This wasn't the Paw Patrol stream. Am I in the wrong place?
No.
You are in the
This
wrong
wasn't the
place.
guy who just knocked on my
Oh,
door
my bad.
a couple hours ago.
Be gone with you and your Paw Patrol nonsense. So, actually, Brennan,
That's the best.
why don't you tell us what you thought of cult encounters before we get into it?
I'm eating at the moment, so that's why my screen is off. But I'll talk about Cult Encounters here for some brief thoughts. I really like Cult Encounters. I really do. After I was done reading it, I was like, why couldn't this have been like expanded as well? It feels different than Supernatural Encounters. I really feel it's Rich Handley, right? Rich Handley's influence on the project. I really feel it. I really do. It feels like his vision is there in addition to Joe's. Feels like someone else is writing the story too, and it's really, really good. I really, really enjoy it, and I think that it might be overshadowed a bit by Supernatural Encounters, which is unfortunate because it's just as cool in my opinion.
He lives.
Oh my god.
Eater Natural Encounter stream. That's right. We got to have one of those. Good to see you, man.
Wow, he's eating. Like
Every time I see Granny, it fills me with like warmth inside. He's such a good guy. How about you, Alex? What did you think of Cult Encounters?
I'm a bit more mixed on it. There are parts that I thought were good. There are parts I didn't so as much. And I talked about this in my own channel the first time I went through it. But for me, this is outside of the Earthworld stuff and actual Supernatural Encounters, probably some of my least favorite of the whole thing for me. So, unfortunately,
You were supposed to save the. You were supposed to save it, not destroy it. All right, that's cool. That's cool. We accept all opinions here. How about you, Ken? What did you think?
Cult Encounters for me, thought it was pretty interesting. Pious Dea stuff was a highlight for me personally. I love my my Crusaders.
We love that.
It was dope. The Coda.
Oh, we're not getting to that. Bite your tongue.
That's a separate thing. That's a separate thing.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We gotta work up to it. We gotta build up.
We gotta work up to it.
Patience, mate.
How about you, Al, of the Splendid Glare? Hello, sir.
I really dig the Coda. I'm probably most in alignment with Brennan on this. There's a part of me that likes cult encounters, like one of the best things in the whole package here. I love the idea of like an in-universe examination of the ancient religions. It's really interesting. I love cult encounters. I'd love to see it expanded, but as good as this. I think it's great. I think it's a great appetizer or dessert after supernatural encounters.
Yeah. How about you, Max?
Cult Encounters is a lot of fun. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. As Ken said, I love the Pious Dea, and it's always been kind of a murky area where we haven't known like too much about it. So to get more on it, it's really cool. And those cathedral ships are just awesome. But there's a lot of really cool stuff in here. They talk about like all the, freaky beings that we've come across for this entire book. So that's always fun to see. So it's kind of, as Al said, it's like a dessert, like a nice little sweet treat on the side of your main course with supernatural encounters. So it's really nice. And I had a lot of fun reading it. So yeah, there's a lot of really fun stuff in there. And there's a really cool Dr. Aphra reference, and I don't know if any of you got it, but I certainly did.
No, I didn't.
I did not get it.
Marcel, you're muted.
I did not get it.
That's the dark shadows at work, muting my voice.
Did you get it?
I did. It was the Ordu aspect.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get into that. We'll get into that. But that one, I was like, what?
Yeah.
So
I knew you'd get that too. That was awesome.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with Cult Encounters. So overall, Cult Encounters is awesome.
We have some more comments here. Hello, Corey. Good to see you. There's a group of hardcore Star Wars fans who you seem to be drinking blue milk. Who's drinking blue milk? Is it Max?
Brennan.
Brennan. Oh, geez. Really, anything Pious Dea is good for me. Such an interesting era. Darker times, definitely. Very dark, actually. Very grim. I will say what I thought of Cult Encounters. My only regret with Cult Encounters is that I didn't read it first, and I wish that I would have. And if anyone's, at this point, if they're watching stream number 20, then they're probably not starting on their journey. But for anyone that I run into and is interested in these two works, I would strongly recommend reading Cult Encounters first, because I think it really sets the stage for supernatural encounters and provides a lot of good backstory and a solid foundation for the things that you will come into contact with in supernatural encounters. That said, I did appreciate everything that was in Cult Encounters. I thought it was actually the perfect length for me, and it could have been amazing to see it in a magazine. I think it was supposed to be in Gamer magazine before it was canceled. Yeah.
Oh, that would have been nice.
Cult Encounters read first. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I remember, and I just go by page order like a lemming, and so I have to go back and.
I read Cult Encounters first, actually, because I read it when Joe first put it on the site in 2018. He put it on the site really early, and that's when he put like the really truncated, shortened version of Supernatural Encounters was on there with it.
Yeah.
I didn't read Supernatural Encounters immediately. I read the like truncated version in like 2020, but as soon as Cult Encounters went up, I was reading it. And awesome. I didn't really know what to think of it because I hadn't read yet a lot of those comics that it kind of expands on some of those older Marvel comics, and it expands on some really in-depth religions and stuff. So I really didn't know what to make of it at the time. I think that reading it after Supernatural, now I agree that it's better before, but I don't think I got to appreciate it as much until I'd read it after Supernatural Encounters.
Well, it's so short that it's almost worth reading before, and then you're reading Supernatural Encounters, then going back and reading it again.
Yeah,
definitely.
Because you'll have a different perspective on it, right?
And chronologically, in universe, Cult does go first because they read it on the first day.
That's right.
So
they
does the
did.
earlier draft of Supernatural Encounters, which did happen because Arhul mentions it at the beginning of the actual novel.
You know what's funny to me is that like Supernatural Encounters, if you actually read it, I don't know, to its conclusion, is like what, like maybe 60, 70 hours long. it's like, what were they just like sitting around? Anyways, so why don't we just jump?
Intermissions.
Yeah, they probably have bathroom breaks and such. Let's we can jump right into it. So it starts off with this quote from the Celestial Record, "The Role of a Steward," and it says, "In their so-called wisdom, modern sapiens have convinced themselves that since morality is subjective and relative, it is difficult, if not altogether impossible, to distinguish good from evil. That is their misfortune, as for any who choose to believe the lie. For it takes but one's heart to see the difference. This is the light. Preserve life, support life, aid life in attaining its destiny. This is the dark. Extinguish life, injure life, impede the development of life." I think that's a really cool quote. I really like it because, I mean, it is very clear. You can argue morality is subjective. I'm not going to get into that because that's not the point of the stream. But I know like we've had discussions like that in the past. But, if you think about like philosophers like Kant and like the categorical imperative, and there are things that, in order for the world to run the way it does and for modern society to run the way it does, like we just accept that they are wrong in all instances, right? Like murder, for instance, not in self-defense, but, like stuff like I'm talking about like the big ticket items that are clearly very, very wrong, right?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of, I think what this speaks to is that there, we know in our hearts the difference between right and wrong.
Yeah. I agree. I like the dark also because I've been harping on that for like 22 streams now. So
Indeed, you have.
I really like that book by Stover. So I like Lord Chrono a lot, and we get some of that later on. So
yeah,
Alex,
and
that's what we've been looking for.
Yes, he is the. Yeah, I think I accused Brennan of being a Sith Lord earlier today.
I hide in plain sight, and I'm bald, so I'm invisible. No one realizes that it was me the whole time.
Very reminiscent of Luke. Yeah.
Calling someone a Sith sounds like something a Sith would say.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see about that. Hello. Good to see you, Lance.
Well, I'm influencing Marcel's mind, so all the blame goes to him, but I'm really it. Or maybe I'm not it because I'm putting all this.
No, Alex loves Vergier so much, or Vergary, so he's probably not a Sith or a Jedi.
You mean Verger.
Verger.
Well, yeah.
All right.
I say it right now. I say Vergier. I always said Verger for a while. Okay, leave me alone.
So in the original copy of Supernatural Encounters, Cult Encounters starts like the actual text of it on page 940. We're going to be covering roughly 41 pages of material today. But before that, we have these really cool pieces of art that I'm going to throw up so that we can take a quick look at them.
Oh, he's doing that. Oh, there it is. So to kind of backtrack a second, I read Cult Encounters the day before. Yeah, it would have been the day before, the morning before that second stream that I was on.
Really?
First stream, rather. Yeah, I read it at the Jimmy John's, waiting for my sandwich. And I was like, wow,
that was a long sandwich.
Well, I got the sandwich eventually during the thing, but I was reading it. I was like, man, this is good. And I got
now when we get to the
good.
part that you got your sandwich when you were reading, you have to let us know this is the part when I got my sandwich.
This was in September. I don't remember what day came yesterday.
We're talking about the Pious Dea. Okay, so this is where I got my sandwich, and you have to tell us what kind of sandwich you got.
So this looks like one of those gates to the charnel worlds, and you can see like the Rosum spilling through to attack all that is good. And then the second picture is just more of the same. You have like some cultist here, and he's clearly, I don't know what.
Praise the sun.
Yeah, he's praising the sun. He's doing the Solaire salute.
This is a Mr. Cold piece, right?
Oh yeah, it's a cathedral ship.
Yeah, I think it is a cold piece.
Well.
Yeah.
I thought he said Kool-Aid Man. So
oh yeah.
Marcel, you know who that looks like? That little guy? I'm thinking that looks a little bit like a Guardian of the Universe. What I think.
Oh, like an Owen.
Blue yeah, like.
What if it's actually just like 5 Paw Patrol people in like a costume?
Oh, good lord,
that's very unlikely.
Sorry,
not
Alex, you're breaking up. We can't hear you. You're breaking. I'm just kidding.
Did you happen to see the cathedral ship though in the sky there?
Oh no! Go back. We got to go back to the island. Here.
We've got to go back.
Oh, I see it.
Let's go back to the
Here, I'm gonna scroll up. Oh wait, I lost my bearings. Okay, here.
There
Yes.
it is.
Awesome.
Those cathedral ships remind me, just like, I don't know, there's something so like Dark Souls on Orlando esque of them. They're just
Yarnum.
Yeah, Yarnum. Oh, I already said this one. Brennan is a light Sith. Oh God, light Sith.
I do like
Hello,
those.
Frankie.
I do
Good to
like
see you.
those.
Hello, Franklin.
Praise Waru.
Always.
Indeed.
Praise him indeed. So with those two pictures out of the way, we get right into it with a letter, an introduction from Wolam Sir.
It starts the same way Supernatural Encounters did, with an introduction written by an in-universe character, except with Supernatural Encounters, it was Mam and Hool. I was surprised, because the introduction part here was new from the 2018 version, I believe. So I was surprised it wasn't Mam and Hool who was doing the introduction, but that could have just been me.
Oh, geez. Maybe if they're still around in the far-flung future.
The next jihad. Voice of the outer world.
Lisan al-Gaib.
Yeah, that's what's happening. We figured it out. Dune, Star Wars, it all full circle.
If you couldn't tell, we've all seen Dune in the past few weeks.
That's right. Yeah, I saw it on
I'm
Monday.
seeing it.
I'm
I'm
gonna go
seeing
see
it
it.
literally tomorrow, so please no spoiler.
No
Well,
spoilers.
We've
Well,
read
I
the
mean,
book.
read the
yeah,
book.
I've read the book, but I heard there's some differences. So.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go see it next week.
Very cool.
My deed.
So there's this little introduction by Wolam Sir, and he talks about Hextrophon's treaties. But he says the renowned historian was fascinated by certain elements that on the surface appeared unrelated, but which he felt contained bizarre and sinister strains of interconnectedness. So even as far back or as Cult Encounters, Hex is starting to see the threads that connects everything together, right? And he says that this is Wolam Sir saying that some have already dismissed his post-retirement work, this being Hex's post-retirement work, as conjectural, unsubstantiated, and apocryphal. Which again is kind of seems like a very meta comment to make, but I digress. Harry has seen the new Dune 2 as well, and Lance says he hasn't seen Dune films yet. Plans on reading the book first. Very cool.
Probably a good idea.
And then we're told that the following, so when we get into Cult Encounters, was read on day 1 of the Historical Council meeting.
Oh, well, further proof that you should read it first as they did.
I always thought when I started with Supernatural Encounters, the introduction to Supernatural Encounters, well, no, it's actually, I think, chapter 2. But I was confused why in the introduction it was like, this was read on day 2 of the Historical Council's meeting. I was like, really like, oh, that's just a weird little detail. But then in like chapter 2 or 3, they were like, yeah, we read Cult Encounters yesterday, guys. So I just love that. That was really cool.
We get right into it. They start talking about cults.
Yeah.
The Dimyu Bantha priests, the nuns of Gavar Arun, the Ancient Order of Pessimists. I feel like I should be a part of that. The Fellowship of Kuru, the Church of the First Frequency, the Cult of Mdueshu, the Bizarre Cult of Waru, the Church of Infinite Perception, Cult of the One and All, created by the Besadai Huts. And then we got references to the followers of Quay. Did you see that, Brennan? Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Go watch Marcel's reading of the followers of Quay on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's one of my earlier ones. The Amaran Sisterhood devote 12 hours during the vernal equinox to fertility rites in honor of the Hujibs of Arbra, which might be one of the weirdest sentences I've ever read in this entire book. Let's get a Hujib up here. No.
Oh yeah.
We are the.
You can find one of them weirdly realistic ones.
Hujibs.
Are they, Marcel? Are those the best or the worst part of the Marvel Comics run, in your opinion?
Well, aren't they introduced in and around the times that Zeltrons are introduced?
They are
roughly. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Look at that.
Hello, Scott. Good to see you.
Who would win in a fight, a Hujib or Master Ikrit?
Ikrit. That's my
That-
boy.
gotta be
He's a
Ikrit.
Jedi.
Okay, what about 5 Hoojibs in Ikrit?
Ikrit. He's a
Okay, now
Jedi.
what about
five
6
Hoojibs.
billion Hoojibs versus
And-
1 Scandit?
Versus one Scandit.
Okay.
Oh god.
Oh God.
The
Um,
Ancient Order of Pessimists that we just talked about, they come from one of the old Boba Fett comics from Dark Horse.
It's the Darth Vader versus Boba Fett one.
It's the Darth Vader versus Boba Fett one. It's
Yeah.
that's is that Imperial Agent or is it called Enemy of the Empire?
Enemy of the Empire,
And
something like that.
I think that's the one. Yeah, and they have like really pointy hats and robes,
They do. I
Yeah,
love that
it's-
comic. It's
yeah.
bad, but it's kind of good.
and they're really like rotund as well. Was something I noticed. A lot of them are like have pot bellies.
Yeah.
And I aspire
wrong
to
with
join the Ancient Order of Pessimists.
I will believe this when I see it, Frankie. But I
Yep,
actually don't even
I-
care
Yep.
really.
That's
When
not.
I'm buying the
For the-
tickets to it, I'll believe it.
Yeah. When I'm in the seat, I got me popcorn and me drink, and I'm watching the previews for 40 minutes. Then I will
Yeah.
expect.
They're not even going to put Corins and Corin and Solonians in it, so why would I care?
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
not
if there's
even
if you don't get a full scene about just that aspect,
Yeah,
then what are we
about
going
that.
for?
Jeez, you guys.
Anyhow,
We all
If Game
know.
of Thrones could do it, then Star Wars could do it.
Jeez.
continuing
We should
on.
just do a compilation of all the scenes, like the Zizor in Shadows of the Empire.
Oh,
get,
no.
the scene from Legacy of
Nah,
the Force.
No! No!
I'm the head out.
No!
Yeah, fair enough.
No! Never.
So now in the post Alex expanded Superlit universe,
I don't think shorts are in their dress code. Yeah, Brennan is notorious for wearing shorts in like all types of weather. It's like negative 40 outside and he's just wearing shorts.
I got shorts. it's
same.
fine.
I shovel
Vibing.
the driveway in shorts, you know.
I wore
Yeah.
shorts today. It was actually really nice in Rhode Island. I was so happy.
We're
Because
almost
it's been
there. We're almost
so
at the
cold.
point where it's shorts season.
It is the bass
I
music man, Granny
can't wait.
Toes. So we're told right off the bat that most, though unusual, most cults are fairly innocuous, right? You don't have to worry about them. But then it says there actually exist colligonous orders of the profane, baleful, dark side congregations, croaking vitiated liturgies of Sith lore in dismal subterranean vaults and legend-haunted peaks. I love that. And then they mention the Shapers of Crovar, that bear close scrutiny, the noxious sorcerers of Rand, of whom the late Lord Chronal claimed membership, and they live tucked away in the Nile retreat.
Vibing back there.
And then he says that it says, yet grotesque and incomprehensible as they may seem, there are connections, distant strains of commonality, echoes of repeated notes, resounding tones made more astonishing because of their separation by vast leagues of stars and even further distances of time. And, you know, I mean, like, yeah, that's something written in universe, obviously, but to my mind, I think it plays out in reality, because you do see a lot of, and then maybe they're just like similar archetypal ideas that different authors are drawing on when they contribute to the Star Wars mythos, but you do see a lot of similarities between ideas, right? Like even something completely unrelated, like the cult, well, at least in its conception, like the cult of Kuru and Waru. Like it just kind of works, I think. And
It
so
rhymes.
yeah, even though those connections weren't intended, you can almost like draw on them. The
There's a
human
lot of,
mind is geared towards like, you know, finding patterns even where none exist. So
There's also a lot of what's it called? Simultaneous thinking. What's the term I'm thinking of? It's like when two separate people have a similar idea at the same time.
Yeah.
Jinx.
Whatever that idea where there's a lot of people who have similar
Jinx.
ideas. It's a similar setting going on. Makes it easier to connect, and a lot of this early stuff is like really weird too, and really weird and like I don't know. I feel like it would be it's one of those things where it looks really incongruous, but once you lay it all out like they did, it's like, oh, this makes a little bit more sense here. We can kind of work with this.
And would it all be similar if Joe hadn't seen the similarity? Like, would we see similarity if he hadn't
I wouldn't
first?
see anything.
Yeah.
convergent thinking, is this what it's called?
Convergent thing. Thank you. Yes.
So the very
Right.
first cult that we talk about is the Guild of Vindicators. And it's in the form of a letter written by Lord Cronal, or Black Hole, as he's known in the Marvel newspaper strips. He was like an Imperial agent. He's the same person as Lord Shadowspawn and
He has
Cronal.
another name too that I just discovered recently. When we were talking about him on the last stream, I was going to mention it. There's, I think it was mentioned in SE as well. Let me find it. So, do you guys know about the Mongo Beef Head action figures, where they flipped a Quarren action figure head on its side and repainted it? Okay, this was called The Adventure Continues. It was a toy line that Kenner was going to do based on not expanded universe.
Oh, like the Atha Prime.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That's the other name for him as well. But
interesting.
Not really officially, but Abel G. Pena saw the connection, so he was going to write it in. What he was going to write it in got cut, and then Joe plays a wink nod in SE to that as well.
That's cool.
Yeah.
He's also an Emperor's Hand.
That's right. He is, yeah.
So he's got a whole lot of hands.
What hasn't he done?
What's her name?
Huh?
His daughter, isn't she she's from Dark Forces?
Saris,
yes.
Yeah. So Cronal is a sorcerer of Rand. He is, but I guess like that raises a question as to what's his motivations for working in the Empire, right? Like, because to this point go for it, Alex.
Well, I was going to say the Matthew Stover novel really dives into that. So he definitely has his own agenda. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You're back.
He started disagreeing with Palpatine basically after the prequels, like after he won and started trying to build an empire, because his whole thing was destroying, tearing down, and then Palpatine tried to rebuild something else. And that's when he was like, no, he's not doing it. That's why he's going to lose, because he's not destroying everything. He's just building.
Oh, so Palpatine was the good guy to Cronal's bad guy.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's a really interesting thing that Stover talks about, where he's like the dark, that we keep hearing. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
you keep hearing about, is that, he was with Palpatine, and the dark, whatever that means, was with Palpatine the whole way through. That's why everything worked out so well for him in the prequel era when he was trying to tear down the Republic, kill all the Jedi. Nothing could stop him. Everything was going exactly his way. And the moment that he started to rebuild and build his empire up is the moment that the dark, whatever that means, left him. So I thought that was really interesting.
Well, it works with supernatural encounters too. Sorry, Max, go ahead.
No, you ever think like Cronal would just send these messages to Darth Vader and be like, "Who the hell is this guy?" Like,
you'd be like,
"Stop messaging me, dude! Like, this guy's weird." Like, he would just like meet with Palpatine and be like, "You getting these messages too? Like, this guy? Like, who the hell is this?" Like,
I'm trying to think. I don't.
My
think
lord, this loser seems to be up in my DMs.
Like,
they do talk. Palpatine. To Palpatine. Vader and Black Hole talk in the newspaper strips.
Okay.
He gives them.
Like,
he gives them updates. Lord Vader, I bid you dark greetings. So he bids them dark greetings to begin with. At your behest, I've infiltrated the accursed Guild of Vindicators in an attempt to unlock their secrets and unmask their weaknesses. We're told that the Guild of Vindicators is comprised of a relatively small cabal of self-appointed vigilantes with unusual and mysterious force powers, unlike those we have seen in other traditions. They believe it's their duty to impose punishment upon those they perceive as having committed great evils. Prime amongst these are the individuals who have misused the Force, as they say. Thus, their chief adversaries have been various dark side cults and acolytes, surprisingly, against whom they have long engaged in battle. In that, they have kept would-be usurpers entangled in plots and skirmishes. They serve the Emperor's purpose to remain as they are. Should they later prove too victorious, however, and we kind of see what happens to them, at the end of this this little missive. But as a man of many faces, Cronal from West End Games Game Master Screen was linked to Ancient Black Hole from the comic strips, Lord Shadowspawn, and Peric from the Tales comics. Yeah, I didn't love that Tales comic, Peric.
Yeah, they killed him off in a Tales comic.
I know.
They give him the comics where he appears. They give him the novel by Stover, and then if you want to know how he dies, you have to go to a random Tales comic. It's just like what?
Can we
An empire of
throw
art.
Tales?
Where it's like they
Can we
come
throw
across,
all the tales?
they come across like sand crawlers in space or whatever, and then they just follow it down to this planet.
Yeah.
Like they're just floating in space and like dead Jawas and banthas and stuff.
Oh no.
Or do you think if you encountered a dead Jawa, you'd look under its hood, right? See
Yeah,
what it
and-
looks like.
Yeah.
And by they, I mean the original trilogy heroes, and this takes place like 13 ABY or something crazy like that. It takes place like well after, the original trilogy.
Al, maybe Jawas look like Scandits under the hood. You never know.
That would be the
All of
ultimate
the
feature
Scandits
from all of Tales.
evolved. That's my theory now.
So the Guild of Vindicators have a distinguishing mark, which is a skullstone pendant. Members wear it around their neck to signify adherence to the primary principle of the guild. The skull, of course, is the signifier for death, the ultimate penalty for transgression. And then we're told that we're given a rundown in my copy, page 942 to 943, on the different branches of the guild. So you have the shamers, and the shamers have the power to create feelings of extreme remorse over past wrongdoings. It's like Italian mothers. I have an Italian. Anyways, unveilers are the next ones who utilize similar guilt-inducing suggestions, influencing those they've judged to publicly admit their crimes and offer no resistance when punishment is administered, even when that punishment may mean death. Then there's the redeemers, who handle the few that the guild feels are not yet beyond rehabilitation. Their tactic, erasing their quarry's mind.
Oh man.
Pretty sinister. I mean,
So like straight out of Identity Crisis, we're just like, all right. So the solution to this problem is mind wipe.
That's right.
Interesting.
May say this branch is the most altruistic.
Yeah, that's right.
The fact that they're erasing your mind. So.
And their powers are somehow connected to the Sills, the sentient mineral-based life form.
Yeah.
That was amazing, right?
From Nam Korios.
Wait, that's right. So the Theron listeners have that ability to kind of go into memories and
that's right.
kind of pluck out what you don't want in there. And I know
like a certain character
in Fate of the Jedi, in I believe it's
Conviction.
When,
it's Conviction.
Ben and Luke and Vess go there. Luke learns that ability with the Theron listeners, and then they kind of help this one patient.
That's
right. We all never learned it first, though.
Yeah, that's one of the best parts of Fate of the Jedi is learning about all these Force cults around the galaxy.
It's really cool.
That is probably one of the best parts of Fate of the
There's
Jedi.
a different one each book, so it's like, ooh, who are we going to next? Like you feel like you're on the journey with Ben and Luke.
Did y'all also notice right before we got into the specific branches of the guild, there's a Lepi in there?
Yes, I did notice that. Yeah,
rust
colored.
So not the green one, right? So the other kind of Lepi first appeared in that Boba Fett comic from Tales, where Boba goes and finds this Lepi that's got a really long tail. It's just a rust-colored rabbit with a really long, bushy tail. Doesn't look like a Lepi at all. But then, for some reason, some of the reference material said that was a Lepi. So then now it's just known that there's like multiple kinds of Lepi in the galaxy, and so this falls into that category of Lepi.
Do you remember the Lepi that was in the Legacy comics? That was the bartender, and he looked really
love that guy.
He had a strange looking face, like he was just like really weird looking.
Yeah.
He looked out on death sticks.
He looked really sad. Like his face was just like really long and gaunt.
You want to buy some death sticks?
You want to buy some death sticks?
You want to buy some death carrots?
Death sticks. Death carrots.
Yeah.
So Harry says that he knows one guy on Twitter actually prefers cult encounters to supernatural encounters, since to him supernatural encounters reveal too much. Keep in mind that was the old 2018 version, which is tiny compared to the version we're reading now. Yeah, I mean he would probably his face would melt off if he read the new version. Hey, Masquerade, good to see you, Masquerade. So this comment will become relevant later on in the stream.
It's a surprise tool that will help us later.
Yeah, one of my comments. Okay. So, and then we have even more factions in the Guild of Vindicators. We have the Reflectors, Through the use of illusion, reflectors force the criminals to suffer a reflection of their own violence, as if through the eyes of those they've slaughtered.
No spoilerino, but I just saw a reflector get absolutely obliterated in a recent Transformers issue. That's it. That's the reference. We got it
The
in.
Transformers
Sorry,
reference for
Marcel.
the day. Check.
Got him in early.
Yeah, but you can't just
forgot
like
about-
say that and not explain the reference.
Oh, okay, all right. So in one of the no, it would be the previous issue. Optimus Prime absolutely. I'm saying he atomized Reflector. Reflector came back. He was hanging out. He was making camera puns because he turns into a camera. And Optimus Prime shot him in the chest and turned him to atoms.
Is Reflector a GoBot?
No, Reflector is a mail-away character from 1986 who was in the first season of Transformers. He's basically cannon fodder. He's basically like, if you need a bunch of people to fill a crowd shot of the Decepticons, use a bunch of reflectors because there's usually a bunch of them. So.
That sounds like Waspinator in the Beast Wars.
Yeah, a little bit. Except I don't think they're bringing Reflector back. I don't think anyone cares enough except me. I like Reflector.
I'm gonna vie for a job at IDW, and I'm gonna bring Reflector back. It's gonna be my sole goal in life.
Great again.
I don't even know who this guy is, but I'm gonna bring him back. The other branch that is sorry. You want to keep talking about Reflector? Is that no?
You know what? No, it's only gonna get worse. You got to stop me. You got to cut me off early.
Okay, I'm gonna cut you off. We're gonna talk about the last two branches. The branch closest to the dark side is called the Splinterers. When the guild deems death too lenient, a punishment for the criminal, they send the Splinterers. This unique group often works in tandem with other branches, tracking and isolating targets, then shattering their victims' mental stability until their prey is reduced to catatonia and plagued by an unceasing succession of nightmarish hallucinations.
Jeez.
And then lastly, we have the...
That sounds a lot like Darth Zana's Sith sorcery, because I remember in in the second book, she makes like this just bounty on her, claw her eyes out, and
yeah,
the worst nightmares and stuff. So it's like that
was very disturbing.
And to think Rain was she was
Darth Zana.
I know. And to think that Rain was such an innocent child.
Right.
She was having fun with the bouncers.
Yeah.
Well, I guess she was and she wasn't. Didn't she like snap someone's neck because they killed her?
She did. Yeah.
She did.
To be fair, she was in an extreme situation.
Hey,
if just died.
Okay.
If my name was Rain, I'd want to snap next to.
Forget it.
Maybe
Brennan isn't the Sith Lord. Alex is the Sith Lord. To be fair, he's the Sith apologist over here.
Nobody expects.
That's true. I didn't catch that.
That's why his name's Chronalix.
To be fair, to be fair,
so
once more,
I know. I clued into that at the end. I came around.
She was a child being taken into a war zone, seeing a bunch of people die. So we probably shouldn't have expected a hell.
I mean, if men can't deal with that just on the daily, like normal adult men, how's
that little girl could not do it?
That little girl was like, "All right, bet."
All right, bet. And then
she started cooking, and then she came back.
Hey, you want to be a Sith Lord?
Hey, little girl. Hey, little girl. Do you want to be a Sith Lord? All right, bet.
What is this Jenna Alphaism?
That's very strange.
It is scaring me.
The most heinous thing Darzana did was make Paw Patrol canon to Star Wars.
Nobody expects the Sith Inquisitor. I know that's what she is too. So then the Annihilists. They're the last branch we're going to talk about.
Literally is Chronal.
Yeah, he is. I know. The Annihilists are said to be able to produce inexorable feelings of paranoia and rage, so intense that entire armies will turn on their own kind, eliminating one another with hesitation or conscious thought. Yeah, I mean, they sound like a nice bunch of people.
Yeah,
I like them.
To be fair, I don't actually have anything. I just want to say it.
Hey. Well. Good to see you, Noxarian. Yeah. He has an amazing channel and does. I don't think actually has he done one in a while. I haven't seen it, but maybe
Me neither.
it's because I'm not in your server anymore. That's why I don't see them. But he does like trivia. I think Saturday afternoons and Eastern Standard Time.
It's hard to explain what it's like, but it's
so much more than trivia. I know you can like power up and like
exactly. You can cast like four. So the force powers that you can use are kind of based on like SWTOR a little bit. There's like force storms that you can send at other people. You can link up with other people, meaning if they benefit in a round, you'll benefit too. But if they fail, you'll also take damage. You can send invincibility to other people's way to earn light side points. You can make force storms and force nexuses to wipe people's points out to get dark side points. It's really cool. They have a table running, all kinds of stuff,
awesome.
Trophies. Someone wins each round. They're counting and tallying everyone's like overall dark side points to light side points over just dozens of games. It's really, really cool. And a lot of the trivia is video game focused, but they've also branched out into doing some more general EU trivia as well. It's great stuff. I had a blast, and the community is so welcoming.
Yeah, definitely check out his channel. For sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're warm welcome. Would highly recommend going over there.
I love this comment from Frankie. Rain is so evil core and suffering, maxing, very malice pilled.
I think we should banish Frankie to the Shadow Realm or to the Eternal World, as it were.
I'm going to.
No more of this?
He's taking over for Al next stream.
Wow.
I'm just kidding.
I'm just being the Chronal Better Call Saul and keep saying, but to be fair, so we can have like that scene from the first episode where he's like, look, we all were stupid when we were kids, right? And then it shows like, you know, that's just going to be me. What's going to be the Darzana defender?
He is the Shadow.
I
didn't think about that.
I will defend Darzana's wrongs and Vistara. Yeah. I don't care. Women's wrongs.
Wow.
I'm here for it. I'm here for all the bad bitches. Sorry.
Wow.
Oh, jeez.
Moving on.
So speaking of the Guild of Vindicators, another group of bad bitches. Chronal ends his letter saying, "It goes without saying that the Guild has categorically marked both you and the Emperor as targets for retribution and extermination, though I have no doubt any such plans would be doomed to failure. I nevertheless advise caution. Your humble servant, Black Hole." And then we're told some years later, Darth Vader basically hunts the Guild down and destroys them.
So if anybody, I'm assuming Brennan, you read that. Well, no, you and Alex probably read that, right?
Yeah.
You guys both read that issue, or did
what issue?
However many you read that issue. Yeah, that one, that Devil Worlds. I think it's Devil Worlds.
Oh yeah.
Deranged. Like that was. It felt like a Golden Age comic. It felt like somebody wrote this in 20 minutes, and that it didn't make any sense. It was like I've been rereading the JSA Origin comics because I want to do a big JSA reread, starting from the very beginning to the very end. And I read Hawkman's Origin for the first time, and it was awful. It was one of the worst things I ever done. It was great. I loved it. It was
awful. It was one of the worst things I ever did. It was great. I loved it.
Yes,
I said that. I said that after I watched the holiday special for the 12th time.
Okay,
absolutely.
I said the exact same thing.
It's one of those things that is so bad, it's hilarious. It's like Troll 2. I was reading it, I was like,
I love Troll 2.
Troll 2 is a pretty good movie.
Funny. And I don't know if Cult of the Vindicators comic is that, but it is like that level of like, oh, now we're just doing this. Okay. No, there's a statue of Ra in this guy's apartment that's 20 feet tall. That's awesome. Let's go. Let's do it.
We should do a Troll 2 watch party. Troll 2, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, because it's been a while since I've seen it, but isn't that the movie where he has to stop his family from eating food? So he decides urinating on it's the best way to stop them from eating the food.
I mean,
that's Troll 2, right?
Way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's Troll 2. And I was just watching.
I just remember his grandfather dies at the beginning of the movie and then comes back as a Force ghost.
Yes, he does. Yeah. Star Wars reference.
Oh
I can't get anyone to watch. Yeah. I mean the holiday special is it's
Granny, me and you are gonna have to watch it together in person sometime for sure.
It's a thing. Yeah, of course, for sure. Sleep well, and thanks for catching up.
You know, another thing we should watch that we had referenced once beforehand on the Big Yoda stream was Nomeo and Juliet. So I think we should watch that.
Nomeo and Juliet.
Have you seen the sequel?
Thank you. Neo, thank you.
Have you seen what's the sequel called? It's
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
There's
I just remember there was an Elton John
Sherlock Gnomes. Yeah, Sherlock Gnomes.
Oh my gosh.
So he says Ewoks and holiday special watch party. We can get you started on that. Kidding.
Let's go. I didn't think we had that lined up.
Yeah, we still do. Gnome, thank you. Yeah, exactly. Gnome,
Just
thank
remember
you.
there was an
Will
Elton
not
John
say to be
song in
fair
it.
for you, Walks.
So, Vader hunts down the remaining guild members on Cheelit, a planet, and then those left in the galaxy have since learned of their leader's failure and gone into hiding, much like the Jedi before them. There is no doubt Vader sent spies to infiltrate what remains of their sect in order to better learn their secrets, but whether they're successful or the guild, or if the guild converted them to their cause is not known at this time. And that's like the last kind of note that we have on the Guild of the Vindicators.
Isn't it so cool that Arhul came into the possession of a letter from Black Hole to Vader? Like, isn't that? How do you think he came across that? Like, what kind of digging? You know, I just love that so much.
He found Black Hole's personal diary.
It could
Also
just be that how many times does the rebellion or the New Republic rather? How many times do they burst in and take over and
true.
Take over old imperial sites?
You never know what's laying around in a computer. Yeah.
What a story, Harry.
Oh wow.
Who cares if they're basically teddy bears Wookiees? Yeah.
They're awesome. I love Ewoks.
The next cult
celebration song.
The next cult that we get into is the Order of the Terrible Glare. The sender of this missive is again Lord Cronal, codename Black Hole, codename wait, I already said that. Codename whatever. He has like 7 names.
He's a man.
But we're told that the recipient. So it seems, I guess, that Arhul consulted Luke Skywalker on this, and that the recipient is believed to be Lumaya, as suggested by the moniker used in the address and their former affiliations. Duck greetings, my lady.
Speaking of bad, I won't say the word, but yeah.
Bad bitches.
Yeah, there you go. You know, sorry, real quick.
I'm not here for her. I'm not here for her wrongs. She can suffer and die.
Okay. Well, I just uploaded my Revelations review, and there's a part where I was getting upset about people complaining about a certain thing that happens near the end of the book, and I ended up cussing, so I cut it out and then fixed it with a proper video because I meant to say frick, but I said the actual thing. So
I'm happy about what happened to her. Good riddance.
Did she get beheaded?
Real wholesome Alex out here.
Okay.
Making sure not to corrupt the youth. We love to see it.
Oops, sorry, spoilers, but the book's been out for like 20 years, so I don't know. Don't at me. Don't at me.
To her, she's. I don't. I mean, I like her as a character and as a villain, but I can. I can't support her wrongs like I do with Vistara.
Well, I just love how she's gaslighting Luke the entire time. She's like, "I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy, Luke."
Yeah.
I'm like, kill her before she talks more.
They're like holding
her arc in the Marvel comics is actually probably my favorite.
Same.
Of that whole run, like when they think Luke is a traitor, very briefly. I was
Luke
like,
Skywalker
awesome.
pariah,
that's and
the cover's like all red, and his face is all like.
They have that. Yeah, they have that cover, or they have that comic at my local comic store. I always think about, ooh, should I get it? It's $10, and I'm like,
do it.
Should I?
$10? That's nothing. Do it.
Yeah, but like,
so the other,
I'm gonna start getting all of them.
The other reason that Luke Skywalker is consulted for this specific entry in Cult Encounters is because it portrays the Jedi in a negative light, and so Hex wants to kind of run it by him, being like, "Do you really want me to release this?" And Luke, because he's Giga based, is like, "Yeah, I mean, like that's the old Jedi. We're trying to do something better here."
Luke's so cool.
But in the preamble, Cronal says, "No one besides us and the now vanquished prophets of the dark side you helped eliminate have knowledge of this information, this secret which the Jedi Council has kept hidden for millennia." And this is where we get into the Pious Dea stuff. So, Ken, because we haven't heard from you in a bit, why don't you read us that first paragraph from the data recording of Jedi Master Simikarti?
Sure. Transcribed from his speech before the assembled Jedi Council. Everyone knows and celebrates the fact that it was the Jedi who ended the shameful Pious Dea rule on this historical day. What most of you may not know is that it was the Jedi who helped start started in the first place.
What? Clutches Arhul.
Unpleasant. Can I do this paragraph and then we can talk about it? Unpleasant as it is to know that 1,000 years of persecution, bloodshed, and religious hypocrisy lie at the footsteps of our own short-sightedness and complacency, it is crucial that I inform you of this so that we of the Jedi Council remember what has occurred, and must not be forgotten so that the Jedi of tomorrow may learn and benefit by it. To all else, that these events continue to be sealed, lest our failure be exploited by those who would seek to do us harm.
And so there you have it, just like a little sneak peek of how the Jedi created this Pious Dea era. And what is it? So essentially, the Supreme Chancellor at the time, Persleya, was removed and was replaced with a man of spiritual purity, uprightness, and moral clarity named Alden Contispex. You know, with a name like Contispex, that he's going to be a religious dude. It's like Latin. Sure. Yeah. Seemed to, the way that he carried himself seemed to align with, the goals and the morals of the Jedi. And in turn, champion the Jedi as examples for the galaxy to follow. And so they kind of propped him up because they saw, aligned interests. And this is, you kind of almost start to see in the Pious Dea era that the rot of the Jedi Order is beginning to set in because they're getting involved in political matters.
Yeah.
By helping basically make this guy, Contispex, the new Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. Imperial lies, I know. What's up, nerds? Good to see you. Are you streaming tomorrow night? I'll plug it if you are. I think he's covering Twilight from the Republic comics.
It's moved to Sunday.
Sunday? Okay.
Correct.
Who could imagine that the seemingly modest faith, which decried corruption and immorality, would grow into the xenophobic and rapacious monster it did?
Oh, man.
So we found that in secret, they helped Contispex get elected. This is being the Jedi. And it was something that they could not have done without having first conspired with the Pious Dea Caliphate. There's like 3 different things going on here. Pious Dea is like Latin, like almost like Roman Catholic vibes. And then you have Caliphate, which is Islamic. In the next paragraph, we're told that the sacred creeds of the Pious Dea were said to have been channeled by the goddess to the Malika, the name given to their first religious leader, Queen Maeve, to whom its faith owes its very beginnings. Wouldn't that be the job of It will be Sunday. Okay, good to know. Masquerade said, wouldn't that be the job of diplomats? Jedi used to have that. Yeah. I guess this bears discussing. Is that like, what is the Jedi's role in the Republic?
Maxwell had a question real quick. I would say that I think that's books 1 and 2, and then the end of the book, which has the end of the trial, basically.
Yeah. The epilogue, right? Oh, no, it's the last Is it the last chapter?
Yeah,
it's the last chapter.
Chapter 84. So chapter 1, 2, chapter 84, and the epilogue.
Yeah.
Books
that's the current day
2,
story.
And then chapter 84, right?
Yeah,
also,
those
Maxwell, good to see you.
Wow.
Tassu Leach, good to see you. I don't know why I just found that delivery so funny. It lives in my head rent free.
You remember that Indiana Jones movie that didn't happen? Kingdom of the Crystal something or whateher?
Hey, that's better than the one I just.
I thought you were talking about the other one that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Then none of them after 1989 happens. It's okay. It's all right.
That's why it's called The Last Crusade.
Yeah, exactly. It's the last one.
Except
that. Last one that ever happened.
Except.
In that movie that didn't happen that I'm thinking of from like 2008 or 4 or something, he goes part-time.
Part-time.
Yeah, that's what I think of. So sometimes he just has. Sometimes Harrison Ford's just like, I'm not gonna try this take.
Am I a bad
Well, it
person for
happened.
liking? Am I a bad person for liking Kingdom of the Crystal Skull?
No,
'Cause I
you're
actually
not.
really
Yes,
I like
yes,
it
you
too.
are.
I like
Yes.
it.
It is
Uh,
decent.
It's an enjoyable
Kingdom
movie.
of the
There's been
Crystal
so many
Star,
worse
according to
things that have
Maxwell.
come out. There have been so many
It-
worse things that have come out since that movie.
Supernatural
maybe it's
Encounters
just-
helps Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah,
That too,
it makes
but
it
I like
better.
also-
Style of Destiny. I'll admit that.
It's-
Hold on, we got some
Kingdom
comments
of
here from
Crystal Skull
Granny.
is better than Dial of Diarrhea.
Wow, that's a
I
new
haven't
one.
seen that one yet.
I haven't seen it either. Granny says, mind you, the Jedi Order is not one entity, but like all organizations in history, change all the time. We see them depicted as Ronins in the Tales era. Yes, very much so. They've long lost their political role.
Yeah.
They had during the beginning of the Pious Dea era, only to get it back by KOTOR. Masquerade said, not sure if Luke's order is just as flexible.
Yeah.
Granny says, I'm with you, Brennan. I think it's just okay. Harry says, I
Thank
love
you.
Kim. Oh my
Voice
God.
of
A
reason.
lot of
Hey, there's-
people
you
like
know, there's
The
nothing-
amount
Crystal
of, the
Skull.
amount of
I
movies.
You know what? There's
enjoy
nothing
it.
wrong
I
with
think
that.
it's okay.
It just didn't happen.
God, that
Maybe
film
it's
was
just
terrible.
Because there's so much garbage. Maybe it's because there's just so much garbage today. You know, after the like 5,000th Marvel movie, I look back at Kingdom of the Crystal Skull and I'm like, you know what? I hated on this
Cinema.
way too hard. It's the same thing with the prequels. You're like, you know what? You don't realize how
You know
decent of
what?
a film you have until you see dog shit every day. Apologize
Based.
for cussing.
Okay,
You know, it's like I look at it like this. They actually still had a story to tell.
I don't think so. I think that was exploitative. I think it was completely exploitative and abusive.
Well, what's
I-
even more abusive is in the. Do you mind
Oh.
a mild spoiler for the fifth one?
No.
Oh yeah.
Okay, wait, I can tell you.
You're not gonna
Yes.
watch that
Yeah,
anyway because Kingdom of
okay.
Crystal Skull's bad.
They just say that Shia LaBeouf's character, Indiana Jones's son,
Died.
they say that he just
Okay.
died in like Nam.
Good.
I thought that part,
It's like
said
it's like
good.
one line. It's like one line. He's
Good.
just like-
Oh, that
and
whole
then-
movie?
And then
Gone.
in
No.
Dial of Destiny, they also say that he like split up with the woman with Shia's mom too.
My
It
planet
was
Beach
Shia,
thing.
yeah.
Arian?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
So
he
it's
Shia
like-
LaBeouf
it's
died on the
like-
way
he's-
home.
No, so guess what? So at least in
Dude, that's the
Crystal
second time
Skull-
that happened to him.
in Crystal.
They
Why
did
in-
that to
they
him in
did
the
it with
Transformers
Star
movie.
Wars
He
with
gets-
Han Solo.
In Crystal
Yeah.
Skull, he gets a kid and he gets a wife. And the next movie, it goes, oh, no kid,
Coochie.
no wife. He's
Died on the way
alone.
back to
He's
his
a
own planet.
loser, just like in Star Wars.
Yeah,
Oh
and
my
it's
God.
like
It's
he's
like
alone.
poetry. It rhymes.
He's alone
It's
and
awesome.
he's sad.
Or it's like
It's
Kathleen
like-
Kennedy. It
Like
rhymes.
Kathleen
It's
Kennedy,
the same
it
movie.
rhymes.
Like honestly, old Han Solo from the sequels and old Indiana Jones from
The
Dial
same.
of
They're both
Destiny.
sad.
They
person.
would go to like play depressed bingo together at their old folks' home.
We
And
knew you
reminisce
meant
on the
Granny.
days when they had a family.
And the fight
Listen,
scenes
we're
aren't
not
even
listen.
good.
I won't. I'm not arguing with you guys that the new one's worse. I'm just saying that it should have been 3 movies.
Okay, so I think Crystal Skull is okay.
Same.
It's not like the greatest movie of all time,
No,
but
it's
I think
not.
it's
No.
fun. The ant part freaks me out.
Ugh, I hate that
I
part.
can't watch
Oh,
it.
that was
That's
Uh,
right. It was called Club Obi-Wan in
And I
Hong
like
Kong.
Shia LaBeouf.
true, that's
Hot
fine.
take. I like him as the
But
son.
and then you look at the CGI monkey part, and then it's like,
Yeah.
You know who they should have had in that movie? The Scorpion King.
this.
I also love that they use
Crossover.
Russians because they can't use Nazis again.
No, you
But
need
then
the
I-
You need the Rock playing a giant animatronic or CGI Scorpion King.
But I also would say
That's what they
like
should have done for Black Adam.
I really like the subject of aliens, and I think like the concept of extraterrestrial life is fascinating. So it's like when I heard that there was going to be aliens in the next indie movie, I'm here for it. Like,
And then
you know,
Supernatural Encounters happened, and there you
and
go.
then now it all like.
But you didn't even really get aliens, though. You got extra-dimensional Mayan gods.
Well, that's George
Okay,
Lucas's
wait,
fault
but
because he was
before-
like, I don't want to call them.
Before we
aliens.
move on,
Spielberg's
Maxine,
like, well, what the hell should we call them, George?
we're
And
going to
it looks
move
just like
on,
aliens.
but Maxine, what would you say the scene gets so antsy?
Yes.
And then Granny says he'd like to hear me expand on my exploitative take. I
Yeah,
just
later,
felt like
later.
I'm just gonna later.
Do
I
it,
can
do it, do it. I
It's
wanna
my
hear it.
stream. I'll say whatever I want.
I'm kidding.
This guy. I think that it was capitalizing on the nostalgia of the past in order to sell.
Oh,
movie
just like the
tickets.
new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like
just like every movie made after 2010.
That's right. It's
But to one last one, just because I kind of want to expand.
That would have been great.
There was a lot of that. There's a lot of that in that era of, like, especially like, I love Transformers, but there's no denying all of the 2000s Transformers series are just like, oh, let's just get the old people to give us their money again,
and throw Linkin Park in it.
And throw Linkin Park in it.
I love
it worked because I went to go see Indy 4 in theaters, and that's all we're gonna say about it. We're moving on.
Let's go.
Okay, so but we're back to Queen Maeve, who started this whole Pious Dea movement. We're told that goddess worship, goddess as we know was Telotny, something that she had introduced back when she brought all the humans into the Sky River Galaxy, back in like page like whatever 200, 350 or something like that. Goddess worship was ancient Androgeda. It is an offshoot of Vianism, which existed long before Maeve's time as a mystery religion of which little is known. Queen Maeve's writings, which she claimed were the channeled voice of the goddess herself, are now the cornerstones of the Pious Dea faith. And by the time she reemerges ruler of Drogheda, freed during the defense of her world, she was no longer merely queen, but the warrior Queen Malika, leader of the faith. She took on husbands and had numerous sons who helped spread the religion far and wide on Drogheda and beyond. Sagaciously, she gave the goddess universal appeal, as several systems already incorporated goddess worship of one kind or another, and this allowed a syncretic blending of traditions that proselytized the faith further and faster. Speculation amongst academics continued to be debated as to which facets were newly introduced by Malika, which were altered into new forms, and which draw connections to the ancient worship of the vain goddess Onrai, who is the same as Via and Telotny, and same person, right? That's interesting. It's okay, Alex. I just saw your message. It's all good, man. That's interesting. What do you think of that? Telotny, even though she's been gone for millennia at this point, like the after effects of her mischief are still being felt throughout the galaxy.
I love it.
I love that. She was basically she was basically in the driver's seat of the cosmic car at that point, making all kinds of moves, doing all kinds of stuff. I love to see the repercussions of that going millennia in the future. That's awesome. I love that. That's great.
Right.
And I love that, like, the architects were like behind, basically, or they are these deities of certain religions that we see throughout the galaxy. Like, I've been rereading New Jedi Order, and I've been reading Vector Prime, and the moon that they have there, that, spoiler, does kill somebody.
You mean Chewbacca?
Yeah. But it's called Tosikaru, and they called the goddess, and we learned earlier in this book that goddess was Telotny.
That's right.
They say that since the moon is coming down on them, they mean like, oh, the goddess is returning, she's coming back. Like, no, you're just crazy. And the
Telotny killed Chewbacca, confirmed.
Indirectly, yes. Oh, shoot.
I always knew that she would.
They killed Yeah.
So we've talked a little bit about warrior Queen Malika and this Pious Dea of faith that she's created. And I'm like, well, it doesn't sound so bad. But then it says her texts are clear on one thing: the need for a holy war, otherwise known as Alex.
Lisan al-Ghalib, the jihad.
Yeah, a jihad. No, they don't say jihad here in the text, but essentially the same thing. The need for a holy war to rid the galaxy of its irredeemable elements by a purging of infidels without apostates within. That the council was aware of this is evident from a heated, if one-sided debate that had been recorded, though little seen, in which two Jedi Masters argued that the Pious Dea held to a literal interpretation of their holy writ. Well, lo and behold, it turns out that they were literal, and that they're religious fanatics, and that they're going to purge the galaxy of evildoers. But like, what is the definition of an evildoer, right? It's stretched so far that probably it's like almost like a Salem witch hunt type of thing, where like innocent people are just getting killed in the mix as well.
I'm taking a second one here. I'm sorry, but there's a great arc in the More Than Meets the Eye Transformers comic where they reimagined the Japanese lead. I know, I'm sorry, but I got to do it because it's a great tie-in. They reimagined the Japanese leader Star Saber into basically this. Like he wants to do a quote atheist holocaust. He wants to destroy all non-believers in the universe. And in this comic, they kind of talk about like, what are
they supposed to believe in? Like Cybertron or something?
Yes, in the god Primus and his opposite Unicron. So this was basically a way to kind of explore Transformer religion, which doesn't come up that often if you can believe it.
I can believe it.
Marcel,
but it was awesome. It played with that question you just asked. It's like, well, what are the parameters of non-believers? And for him, it was anybody who does not adhere strictly to what I believe. So everyone, basically.
Marcel, what you said reminded me of Jason Solo and the GAG hunting the Corellians, right? It started with the Corellians, and then it was the Bothans, and then it was, just anyone involved with them. So it's just like all these innocent people got swept up in it, and they're like, what the hell did I do? Like, I'm just living in the Corellian sector of Coruscant. You're like kicking me out of my house and torturing me. Like, and Jason was like, well, it's in the name of, peace. You're not supporting the Republic.
It's the law. It's in the fine print.
Yeah.
I can't do anything about that.
Bro was gapping with that. He would pull up the friggin' constitutions and be like, well, if you see there's this tiny little line right here in this law that says I can arrest you for farting too loud.
That like annoyed me. That I remember telling Alex. That was just anyways. As a famous U.S. president said, like less than 25 years ago, I'm paraphrasing, if you're not with us, then you're against us. And
that was Anakin.
If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
I think at the time George Lucas was drawing on another George when he wrote that.
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Yeah,
I think he said that too.
A president? No, it was Anakin.
and so Contispex was brought into power, and for many years, as his abuses increased and the purges began, the Jedi stood by him. And for the next 13 years, the Jedi again remained silent as the Republic plunged into madness.
I feel
not
like
great.
If they had a Jedi like Kip Duron at the time, it would have been a little different. Like there would have been Jedi who were kind of not willing to go along with it.
He would have just blown up everybody with the Sun Crusher.
Let's go.
Gotten away scot-free.
Yeah.
It's Exar Kun's fault.
It's Exar Kun's fault.
He was not being controlled. He was under the influence of. He was not being.
He was under the influence.
He was under demonic influence. Exactly.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Alex. If you get drunk, if you get drunk, and if you get drunk, yeah, it is. If you get drunk and because you're under the influence of alcohol, and you go on like a I don't know, a killing spree or something crazy like that. Now let's dial it back. If you get drunk and you go on a vandalism spree, you just start like breaking like windows and stuff like that. Is it the alcohol's fault or is it your fault?
It's your fault for consuming too much.
Oh man, here we go.
Oh boy.
This is a false equivalency because alcohol is not the same thing as a demon controlling your brain. So yes, it was his decision.
A demon.
A demon.
From my point of view, it is the Jedi who are evil.
Keep turning face. You're not changing my mind.
Alex right now is Luke arguing that Kip is innocent. Like, no,
I'm Corn Horn arguing that he's not.
It was all stormtroopers anyway.
Someone get Matt Wilson in here.
Well, really? Yeah, like the janitor who's like cleaning up the facilities is a stormtrooper.
The poor janitors
blowing up the Death Star. There were janitors on the Death Star.
I'm sure there was innocent civilians on the entirety of Kurita.
Do you remember that whole? Do you remember that whole bit in Clerks? You guys ever seen Clerks?
Yeah.
Where he's like a roofer and he's like, my buddy took a job for like a local like a mobster. It's like, and then he ended up getting like shot because someone raided the mobster's house or whatever. It's it's the same thing with the Death Stars. Like these people took these jobs, they knew what they were getting into. They knew the risks.
If you're gonna go work on a station called the Death Star, and then you're surprised when you see death,
Okay.
I don't know what to tell
Yeah,
you. It
but
was
there
in
was
the fine
also
print.
There's one scene in like I think it's Jedi Search where Han is like, "Oh, you're working on the Death Star. Have you never thought of the name the Sun Crusher?" And like Quizix is like, "Oh, I just thought they were like, there for like, breaking up asteroids or whatever."
Yeah.
I was like, how is this woman who's like I don't know, like a quantum engineer of some kind?
She sounded
So
so
stupid.
She's supposed to be naive.
nerd.
She's supposed to be naive.
Comes up.
She's
love
naive.
Quizix,
She's
though.
pure
We
of heart.
Yeah, we love Quizix here.
Yeah.
I
She's
mean,
naive.
I like Ayala better, but
Unbelievable
She
character.
because he's meeting all these people.
naive.
I mean, we love Quizix here.
I hope that the Pious Dea gets to Quizix.
No.
No.
This is a Quizix
Leave
safe
Maxine
space,
open her mouth.
Marcel.
That's so
Um,
bigoted of you. You don't like bird people.
I'm kind of with Marcel.
I don't like bird people.
Wait.
Wow,
he
you must
admits
sound like
it.
the dairy then.
You hate the Fosh, bro.
Rip-
So we're
Rip Vergier.
well, no,
Rip-
the
rip
worst
to a real
offender
one.
of them all.
To a real one.
I hate Vergier just for existing because of all the controversy that
A
she's
Sith
created.
Lord?
A Sith bird.
A Sith bird?
They so the Jedi end up leaving Coruscant for Ossus, which is interesting. They just leave. They can't. I cannot condone a course of action. So they end up leaving.
It's like
I
it's
love
like
the
when
random
Luke-
Phantom Menace core.
I love
like
Phantom
when-
Menace.
It's exactly like when Luke pulls out of Coruscant for the Jedi and Fate of the Jedi. It's like that, but in the past. Yeah.
I agree. And then we're introduced to a Jedi called Master Karel Kapikos.
Nice.
Awesome name.
He was a model Jedi, but he could not escape what his culture and upbringing had hardwired into him because I believe he was born of a Sunesi mother and a Sinatine father in the era of the Pious Dea. He did not start off as a fanatic, and he could see the Pious Dea Crusades had gone too far. Even if the Crusades had gone too far, he believed that stopping the Hutts and the other predatory races was the right thing to do. So he's kind of like on their side a bit. Kapikos also felt that the Jedi could rein in the worst of the Pious Dea excesses and serve as a model for how they ought to behave. So he sees some merit and value in kind of reining them in and still allowing them to go on these crusades, but purging the galaxy of evil. And then we get to that end. He worked as a knight errant. Let's go, as Max would say, protecting innocents from the terrible things that awaited them aboard the Pious Dea giant cathedral ships.
Let's go.
I wonder if I can find a picture of a cathedral ship. I remember someone did AI art of one on Joe's server, and it was really actually kind of freaky.
Is there one in a Guide to Warfare?
I will look.
Yes, there's art of it.
Okay, I found one.
You can find
It looks terrifying.
I wonder if you can find an image of a knight errant.
We'll just show.
Yeah.
We're just gonna show the one.
The cover of the book.
Yeah, this is all
Okay.
he's gonna do. She's green.
Yeah.
Cathedral ship
She's
right
green,
here.
She's white. She's brown. I don't know what
Let's
she is.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Warhammer
That looks
vibes.
sick. I want to. I wish they gave it legs so it could be a big spider
Be
ship
cool.
too.
Giant
That'd be
cathedral
awesome.
mech thing.
That would be nightmare fuel.
So there you go. They have giant cathedral ships, and Kapikos is kind of like, seems like he's kind of towing the line a bit. It says here that the Pious Dea made themselves fabulously wealthy, which was, of course, their motivation for sending marauders in the first place to various core worlds, plundering alien treasures and artifacts that sold for high prices. Kapikos is like, well, think of the big picture and all the good that they're doing, right? It seems to me like he's like a Jedi whose ends justify the means kind of guy, right? He's like, well, in order to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs.
Not wrong. To be fair.
Okay. I got a question because we get then the Kamasi come in, like Elegos Akala's race.
My boy.
Do you all say Kamasi like I do?
Yeah, come on.
I was listening to an audiobook recently and they said Kamasai. and now I can't look at that word without saying commissai.
No, let's ignore that. That's like the
Which
that's
audiobook
like the
is it, out of curiosity?
Keldroma thing for me.
It's like it was iJedi before the official iJedi came out.
That's why, because the older ones they have a weird pronunciations, like
Mhm.
Coruscant instead of Coruscant.
Or Bothans. I'm like, dude, they say Bothans in the movie.
Ew.
Watch Return of the Jedi. What's a Bothan?
Yeah.
Both of them Bossons.
Both of them Boston.
I'm pretty sure in the Hand of Thrawn audiobooks they say Kamasi.
Okay,
So,
good to know.
Bothans. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
Anytime I hear that, I think of the Tag and Big comic. Every single time.
And so
another timeline.
we're told that in the final years of the Crusades, and actually, when do the Pious Dea Crusades take place? I think it's like 100 years, right?
I think that sounds about right. Yeah.
Sounds right to me.
According to the Wook, it's 11987 BBY and then 10 to 10966 BBY.
So a little over 100 years.
Yep.
Wait,
Fun.
1,000 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
course.
1,000 years. So in the final years of the Crusades, the Pious Dea Jedi came under suspicion. What's a Bothan? Good to see you. Kyle, good to see you. This gentleman and I have been working very hard recently. Manuel Manny Bothans, who died to bring us this information from Tag and Bank.
Exactly what I was referring to.
Aren't Bothans not a species in the new canon or something? Or I keep seeing that. Oh,
well,
maybe
we
Bothans
just
aren't
they've never
Yeah.
been really touched on in the new canon.
And let me just say,
They're around. I know that. I haven't watched New Canon. So
if you played Battlefront, you will know that the Bothans are asses. They suck.
Oh
and I
god,
hate
they're
them.
They
so
always
bad.
do.
Bothan
Yeah, sorry.
Spy sucks.
I was off by 900 years, Granny. Sorry.
The damn incinerator gun they have makes me want to jump out a window. So
It's
got a
awful.
bias
It is
against
very tough.
Bothans.
Bothan Incinerator looks like it
She's
shoots
racist.
farts.
Bothans.
Many commissai died to bring you this
Hummus.
information. So in the final years, the Pious Dea Jedi, and these being the Jedi who kind of are favorable towards the Pious Dea, come under suspicion. It began when the Kamasi, a people we have long respected. Remember, this isn't like the first person or second person, I guess, in this case, because Simicardi, Jedi Master, is addressing the Jedi Council as he or maybe like even a conclave of Jedi as he delivers this speech. So the Kamasi allied with the Al-Sakani leaders to plead with the Council to forsake their neutrality and help save the galaxy from the cruel dominion of the Pious Dea. The Council eventually agrees. So finally, they're going to get off their ASS and do something about it.
This is such like a far cry, like from what we know of the Pious Dea, because it's like like the time period. Because with like, as far as we understood it before this, was just like the Jedi kind of just scooted off. Hello, but the Jedi just kind of scooted off and then came back at the very end when they were actually going to do something. So it's really freaky. And I mean, honestly, I don't put it above like the Jedi of old to kind of, basically partially be responsible for this kind of thing, because it just seems up their alley. I don't think it's anything Luke's Jedi Order would do, but
it's very on brand for the Jedi to start this horrible mess, not do anything for 1,000 years, and then
fix it.
Send a strike team in. Oh, just deal with it.
Yeah. They're very, I don't know. It's just like the Jedi should not be involved with politics, And
That's right.
You see those kind of ramifications later on in like Fate of the Jedi with Dala and how she's like
even Darkness
all the time. Even Darkness, it's like Cal Omas is like, no, you guys like have to go do something about this, and he's like
live from Strictly Star Wars. Do not want Jedi politics in my Jedi.
The problem is that man is a political animal, according to Aristotle, and secondly, say for instance, the Jedi has a peacekeeping function only.
Yeah,
but they run in afoul of galactic authorities.
That's the thing.
Or right, like there's just going to be friction.
I think
like in Darkness, looking at spoilers. Sorry, you go first.
I think the Jedi should be beholden to the ideals of the Republic, upholding truth and justice and keeping the peace, and following within their laws and not exceeding them, but they shouldn't be, completely like on the leash of the Republic. They should be able to go where they need to go when they need to go and help who they need to help when they need to help. And they I don't think they should be beholden to like borders like across the galaxy. Like this is
like Batman.
Yeah,
Batman has no jurisdiction.
This is what I was about to say.
Actually,
The Jedi
that's-
work best as vigilantes,
Yes.
but like in
Well,
tandem
this
with
is-
the government.
Mm-hmm.
So this
But
reminds
not
me of
connected.
a great comic I love a lot, Justice League International, where in the opening arc it's just Justice League, and they go to the Soviet Union to try to stop some nuclear-related thing because late '80s, right?
Yeah.
And they get to the border of the Soviet Union, and the Soviets say, "If you try to cross our border, we will nuke you." And they're like, "Ooh, ooh." So for the next, I think it says for the next 3 days, they just circle around the border trying to figure out what to do. And at the end of that arc, they're like, "We can't let this happen again." So they become a UN task force. That's when it becomes Justice League International. And from that point onwards, it's just like they get directed by the governments of the world, and that always turns into a big mess.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's what Captain America: Civil War was about as well. It was oversight by the government on these super powered individuals. But I also don't think like the Jedi should go out and look for trouble. They should
for the dark side.
If something like is happening where they feel that they have to intervene, like where innocent lives are at stake, then they need to go and do it. But I don't
think that every
actively
planet
looking.
Every planet should be self-governed, and that the Jedi should just act as traveling watchmen, Ronin.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm here for that. And
very Tales.
The Jedi are at their best when they're doing their own thing and not beholden to any sort of authority.
Yeah,
at least in my opinion. But
I was just gonna say, like during New Jedi Order, it's really easy because there's kind of a one goal with everyone, which is to stop the Yusung Vong. So it's very easy for the Jedi to work with the government because it's very black and white. I mean, of course, there's everything we're trying to make it like a more peaceful ending than just killing them all. But in the end, it's still like we're all on the same page here. Outside of a couple things that happen in some of the books that they're not on the same page about.
Right.
But, you get to darkness and stuff.
In
even though it's
crisis
not
like that,
go.
I think in crises like that, the Jedi should work in tandem with the Republic, like in like the event of the Yuzon Vong War, where there was everyone, the literal survival of everybody in the galaxy was at stake, so it's like I think like the Jedi absolutely should work in tandem with these bigger powers, but like be able to separate themselves when they were finished.
Do you see Granny's comment over here? The counterpoint every Jedi would use against Maxine would be great power means great responsibility. Do we think the Jedi themselves can resist with how they teach each other? And then it's almost
I was going to say, without getting into huge spoilers for Darkness, part of the problem is it's peacetime now, technically, but a crisis arises, and the Jedi Temple, which is where they're currently staying, is on Coruscant. Like they are taking residency there. They're not paying for it. It's tax. Like the government's paying for it. They don't got to pay a dime to live there, and so the chief of state's like, well, we're paying for you to live here. You live here because we allow you to. So you owe us. You have to. And so the part of the issue is like half of the Jedi are arguing because Luke's kind of off doing something. And, you got Kip Durr and stuff being like, well, no, we follow the Force. We do whatever the Force tells us to. But then you got like the Corn Horns because he has to be a stupid stickler for the rules. He's like, okay, but we got to work with the government. And Kip's like, no, we just got to do what Maxine said. So then you have issues with just internally with each other before they can even figure out what to do.
And then Corrin's like, go blow up a planet again. Anyways.
Ultimate rebuttal.
No, I think
I'd never let him live it down.
With the idea that they just like travel the universe and sort problems out. I think you do need some kind of regulatory body over the Jedi, even if it's internal thing. Yeah, with the Jedi Council or something like that, where if let's say you have a Sinestro thing go down where a Jedi takes over a planet, you need somebody to go, oh, we got to go send somebody to take care of that now. We have to make sure. And it doesn't even have to be. It doesn't have to be that serious. But like if the Jedi are abusing their power, you need somebody to regulate that. That would be my only problem.
And this is like the whole debate in like New Jedi Order throughout the entirety of it. It's like especially with Jason and Anakin. They argue like why do we need the Jedi Council? Like why do we need this? And they're like, well, you know, there's Jedi out there who are running amok.
Jedi sheriffs.
They need to have someone to report to. They need to have like a governing body, and the Jedi Council is the one I feel like should call the shots with the Jedi, and that they shouldn't be beholden to people like, you know, like Borsk Phalia. Like I'm with Jason on this one. Like I think that, you know, the Jedi shouldn't be listening to politicians. But I don't think they should be self-governed. I think, you know, they should be listening to well, in the way self-governed, I mean like individually governed. Like the Jedi can't, like they need to be beholden to the council.
All right, take a seat, young Max Walker.
Sorry.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we went on a side tangent. I'm gonna head out. So
you're gonna head out? Okay. Well,
I gotta head out.
He's tired.
Well,
I'll represent your views in the coda.
Bro's vibe.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on the same page as you, so that's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I realized I made a mistake. It was more the coda than cult. I'm fairly okay with cult. It's more the coda I have issues with. But you'll get into that.
We'll get into that in like 3 hours. All right. See you later.
See you, buddy. See you, Alex.
Have a good one.
So the Pious Dea Jedi have to be kept in the dark naturally, because they can't know that the Jedi are now going to go against the Pious Dea as an organization. And we see that the tables have turned, because the Alsakani, the Kamasi, had recruited Hutts, Duros, Hergliks, and other victims and adversaries of the Crusades. With the aid of the Jedi, there was a decided slant against the formerly dominant cultists. The last nail in the coffin came when the Bureau of Ships and Services covertly seeded cathedral ships with rogue Navicomp codes, sending thousands of them along unknown hyperspace coordinates. They were never seen again.
Lost to the darkness.
We have Jonathan Frakes being like, it didn't happen. It never happened.
It didn't happen.
The Pious Dea leadership reemerged at Uqueen, and they were summarily destroyed. Their reign of terror was over, but it was not the end. Granny says, when it comes to the council, it's been referenced countless times, but still they haven't seen them do wordless mind meld force council meeting, and that makes me sad. Yeah, me too. They need to hold hands and like join them.
That'd be awesome.
I've heard that like that Pious Dea ships, the ones that went off into hyperspace just wherever, like they're still floating around out there. You know, they're somewhere in the galaxy.
That's
they're
an awesome
vibing out
story.
there.
Do you guys remember the Boba Fett comic where he finds the derelict spaceship and it's filled with little bugs that try to eat him?
No.
It's awesome.
I heard of that comic.
Alexa, play Alexa, play the X-Files theme.
I don't know that.
Oh,
wow.
Useless.
This is why I don't have Alexa. But imagine like imagine that. Well, that'd be a good game, a role-playing game. You come across a derelict ship and you go inside. It's from the Pious Dea Crusades, and there's like a guy in there who's thousands of years old for some reason. I don't know.
And there's still something inside that's alive.
There's still some kind of evil thing.
Fire.
Oh, that'd be so cool. Awesome. Like
awesome.
And it'd be like a Dark Souls game. You go into this like ancient cathedral and you have to fight a monster.
Yeah, it's like
so cool.
All the Pious Dea Crusaders, they all fused together in their last moment of hatred. And they turned into like a kaiju abomination.
It's like Pious Dea necromorphs.
Yeah,
and then
I don't know why they can do that.
The bosses like subtitle, because like all Dark Souls bosses have like a subtitle. It's like
he has a massive health pool. And
Harbinger of Chaos, or something like that. Yeah, it's gonna be like Contispex Maximus.
Contispex Pentecost.
Last of the righteous. Contispex Ultimax. Last of the righteous. There we go.
Nailed it.
Like,
nailed it.
Can you imagine like you're just like a random spacer and then you just come across this giant cathedral ship just floating?
Yeah, it'd be terrifying.
I'd just get the hell out of there.
I would want to explore it. I'd probably die, but like I'd want to go in there.
My instincts tell me to run away, but part of me couldn't resist exploring an ancient ship.
Like, I think the cathedral ships are fascinating because it's like, what's in there? Like, I want to.
Yeah.
I want to go in. Like,
there's just someone playing an organ all day long. If any, Corey says that he remembers that comic if only because it's one of the handful of sources to insinuate that Palpatine had living relatives while ruling as emperor. Well, of course he did. Triclops and Ken.
Nope. Yeah, he's right here.
So, Grandmaster of the Jedi Order Beal Ductivus was firm in his stance: abandon worship of the goddess and remain a Jedi, or leave the Order entirely. So, what does Capicos do? He leaves the Order.
Damn.
But he wasn't alone. He was joined by 126 other Jedi. They were termed the Fallen, and there was 126 busts of them in the Jedi library. I'm just kidding. This is before. It's way before the Lost 20. Of these 126, 59 of them went off on their own path. Some fell into vice, others hopeless campaigns to try and reignite the faith. And then the other 67 remained with Capicos, designating him their leader. And he would receive visions, I assume, through the Force. Capicos, he received another vision, this time leading him to the planet Garn, where one of the cathedral ships had just made an unexpected crash landing. So they did find some of them, right? The crash ship had few Pious Dea leaders, but on board was a Force-sensitive adherent, a young man named Alquist Amon, who Capicos would go on to train. The 67 Jedi were hailed as saviors, though they wondered what they were now, since they were no longer Jedi. Capicos had deigned to create a new Force tradition, and they would call themselves the Shamans.
Oh, man.
The Jedi Order returns to Coruscant from Ossus, so their sojourn, their exile to Avignon has come to an end. This was bitterly ironic for Capicos, we're told, now that he was no longer one of them, as the return to Coruscant was something for which he had once argued rather feverishly for. Yes, going back to Palpatine's relatives, groundwork for Rey Skywalker. Then we find out that the Jedi just go all into being involved in politics. Grandmaster Beal Ductivus himself replaces Contispex 19. There's 19 of these fuckers. Right. Sorry, excuse my language.
Whoa.
As Supreme Chancellor.
We're allowed one of them.
What's that?
It's PG-13. We're allowed one F word.
Okay, that's good. One F word. 19 Contispexes. 19 of them.
That's a lot.
That is
Capicos. That's like Pope's tier. That's like, Leo the 408th or whatever.
I mean, I guess you think like 1,000 years. There's, but just God,
1,000 years. You think there'd be more than 19?
Well, I'm sure not all of them were named Contispex, right?
Yeah,
there's
you can hope. You have to hope.
Yeah,
I got it.
It's like the various Aegon Targaryens or the various Aerys Targaryens.
Whatnot.
Capicos was understandably aghast at this and foretold that this would lead them down a path of arrogance and corruption. And he wasn't wrong, because 10,000 years later they. Although I don't know that this can necessarily be entirely this is not the start of it. It might be the start of it per se, but it's not like a through line of corruption in the Jedi Order.
No. But I feel like it was maybe the first spore of it.
Perhaps this is the later. This is the first. This is the first era. How in KOTOR 2 the Jedi Council gets basically all the Jedi get replaced. With your homies at the end of that game. Maybe that's the corruption that was building up to, was the first purge.
Yeah. Oh, well, maybe.
And so the shamans worked in secret. They're content to remain amongst themselves. But the other 59 Jedi that didn't join them on Garn, this was not the case for them. Some of them became vigilantes or manipulated planetary systems, cheated at gambling, that kind of stuff.
I love that part.
That's a big thing in Darth Plagueis. Remember when he goes to, where does he go? I forgot where he went to, but he went and found a gambler and shot him in the head or something.
Was the gambler DJ?
No, it wasn't the Master Codebreaker.
I'm sorry, Ray who? Ray Palpatine.
Exactly.
Ray Shadow Legends.
KOTOR 2 mentioned.
Very
Visas pilled.
Very Visas pilled.
Kreia maxing.
Kreia maxing.
Kreia, that's going in the
oh my god
folder.
So enter the Jedi Vindicators. It says, in such a climate of spiritual vacuity and fear, the newly sanctioned Jedi Vindicators arose. And I bet they had some sweet armor.
Oh,
yeah.
Frankie says, Al gets it. Al finally understands me. I wish that your L looked like an I, so we could say AI finally understands you.
I might go back to Alex because I every time I see AI, I was like, oh, what about me? And I was like, oh no.
Joryu maxing.
Indeed.
So Jedi Vindicators were charged with tracking down and arresting the fallen, right? These 127, I guess, if you include Capicos, these 127 former Jedi who had left the Order, refused to give up their beliefs in the goddess. It's so weird to me that they have these beliefs in this goddess if they're Jedi, right?
Yeah, that's, I mean, how do you square that circle? Or yeah.
Well, that I get. Okay, I mean, like let's talk about like a Trandoshan Jedi, like even to use the canon, Jedi Master Skier in the High Republic. Does he believe in the Great Scorekeeper still, even though he's a Jedi? I don't.
Right.
I don't know. I'm just asking the tough questions here.
That's good. That's a really good question. Because I guess the real thing is, are they mutually exclusive? Do you have to believe? Is there no room in the goddess worship for the Force?
Let me ask you a question. What did Zendor think when he comes into contact with the ones? Because they're clearly not mortal, right? They're like are they manifestations of the Force? Are they Force gods made incarnate? I don't like what would his conception be of that? I don't know.
I couldn't. That's beyond me. I suppose.
I bet Brennan knows, but apparently he's doing chores right now or something.
Right. So, I guess you could say theoretically that there's enough room, because we don't know the details of Vianism or Onrai or anything like that. Goddess worship. We don't know like the specifics of their variant of goddess worship. It could be that they believe the goddess created the Force, therefore no.
Or is a physical manifestation of the Force, right? They could believe that as well.
It could be that. So while it is sort of odd, and I would probably be like, if I was in universe, I'd be like, you'd have to pick one or the other. I think theoretically,
that's what the Jedi Council did. They said you have to pick one or the other.
Yeah.
So we're told that the Jedi Vindicators started off by detaining any renegade Force users that they could find. Yet after months of successful arrests, like any good Batman villain, the prisoners escaped. Investigations revealed that they were aided by a Force user on the outside. The Jedi Vindicators vowed to recapture these renegades and pressed for permission to employ harsher methods. We can see where this is going.
This is more like
it's like that Nietzsche quote, or Nietzsche quote, when you fight monsters, watch that you don't become them, or something like that, right? Because essentially the Vindicators gain reluctant approval from the Council to use a rare Force technique that would strip rogue Jedi of the Force, so that they could never again use it. And we see, of course, Nomi Sunrider use this technique to great effect against Ula Keldroma, probably like 6,000 years after this point.
Something like that. Yeah.
No, 7,000 years after this point. The idea is that they would use the Force to damage or destroy another's midi-chlorians.
Oh, man.
And that it was thought that this violated the living Force. But their voices went unheeded, the masters that spoke against this, and the Vindicators were allowed to use it. For the Vindicators, Capicos and his apprentices were an affront to the Force itself, heretics and apostates, deserving of the harshest recompense. So Capicos comes before the Vindicators in good faith, but he is seized and arrested. He thought like maybe he could appeal to them and be like, hey, we're not that bad. And then they arrest him.
Steps off the bus. He was arrested.
It seems like he was tortured. Says so brutalized had he been by the Vindicators that any attempt he made to call on the Force was met with crippling and excruciating pain. So they actually did strip him of his Force powers. He returned to Garn, where it was said he could feel the blinding light of the Jedi from across the galaxy, and so his existence came to be one of perpetual torment.
That's bad.
And so Karl Kapikos was transformed into something else and was no more. He now designated himself Ruhr, which we have talked about before, Dread Ruhr, an ancient word for open spaces and freedom, and a tribute perhaps to his new life on Garn, free from the Jedi. With himself as High Shaman, actually, Ken, can you read this paragraph for us? With himself as High Shaman?
With himself as High Shaman, Ruhr restructured the shamanic order that would come to be known as the Order of the Terrible Glare, the Order Aspectu. The Terrible Glare was aptly named in mockery of the Jedi's light that had so wounded and betrayed him, but it was also a name given in honor of the goddess, who in literature was depicted with a pinprick glow of a shining star in each eye, a mark of terror for any who would oppose her and her servants.
And we're told that his writings became the holy text of the Terrible Glare. What's interesting here, so we talked about this before, the Ordo Aspectu Max appears in
Dr. Afra.
Dr. Afra. I was going to say Darth Afra.
Excuse me.
Dr. Afra.
Also,
but I didn't realize like Ordo Aspectu actually sounds like Order of the Terrible Glare, because Aspectu is like
yeah,
you know. Anyways, yeah.
So this goddess who says the pinprick glow of shining star in each eye, that's Abeloth.
Yes.
Perhaps.
So it's not Telotny. Their goddess is Abeloth.
Huh.
Because they say whenever they see Abeloth that there's a pinprick of shining light in her eyes that are, obviously a cause for fear for her enemies.
Do you think Abeloth was potentially even manipulating him from afar?
Could have been. They could have had an encounter when on one of her many times when she escaped, and then she kind of basically what she does to the Jedi who were in the Maw installation, basically have them under her control. So that's definitely possible. So this is absolutely Abeloth.
That's amazing. Good catch.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah. But I didn't catch that at first as well.
I hate to admit, but I forgot to read way back when we first started, or when I first read Cult Encounters when I was sitting getting my Jimmy Johns. I would have had the sandwich at this point. I remember that part.
Okay, so
it was the number 17 Ultimate BLT, hold the T.
I'm glad we were able to close the book on that mystery at the very least.
Yeah, forgot about that.
I can sleep good tonight.
Right. Got the jalapeno chips and a cookie too, to just make sure.
Got the whole 9 yards. I love it.
I did. I love Jimmy John's, but I was I missed the Order of the Terrible Glare, and I think I think I went back and I read it at some point. I don't remember it being as bizarre. I don't remember it as well as I remember the other Devil World stuff. But that,
Well, this is interesting. Masquerade says, what if Mortis you see in Legacy of the Force is a real planet, whereas in the Clone Wars it is a giant holocron set as a trap for Force sensitive? I think Masquerade, you might mean Fate of the Jedi.
Yeah, and in Fate of the Jedi, you don't really see Mortis. You see
it's called Vitae. Well, it's called Vitae in Supernatural Encounters, but it's never given a name in Fate of the Jedi.
So in Fate of the Jedi, it's just Abeloth's planet, and it's in the Maw. And it's given the name Vitae in Supernatural Encounters, and that's where they used to live. And then that's where she was imprisoned by her family, and then they went off to Mortis. And then, as we learned in the previous stream, the Mortis monolith was one of the 7 seals.
So Ruhr's writings talk about these dark entities. He says their intelligence is in this realm. Beings of strange abilities who sought a foothold in our dimension. And basically, he wrote that he could control these foul entities, and they in turn taught him power of illusion and deception. So he's delving into some pretty dark stuff, right? He like Capicos is no more. He's built. He has his own private pyramid built, a smaller replica of the one housing the gate to these dark realms. Within it, he could channel his thoughts to commune with the Rosum, so the entities of the dark. Word of the terrible glare reaches the Jedi. So Alquist, his second in command, goes and tells the council, "Hey, by the way, like there's some pretty dark stuff going on Garn. You need to send your vindicators." But the thing is, it was a trap, and the vindicators know it's a trap, but they go anyways. But it's like it's a trap, but it's also like not a trap because there are actual dark entities there. There's like the Rosum.
Yeah. It reminds me of all this talks of traps and stuff, and they know it's a trap and they're still going. It reminds me of I don't know if anyone saw Guardians of the Galaxy 3, where it's like it's not a trap if you know it's a trap. It's a face off. Like
well, exactly. It is a face off, right? Masquerade. Yeah. I still have the last 2 books of Fate of the Jedi to read. Famously, I've not finished it yet. But I'm not a big fan of the series myself, but I do like a lot of the ideas in there, and I do totally agree that it does a great job of showcasing different Force traditions throughout the galaxy.
I will die for that series.
Okay, wow.
I remember when I was first
Pious Dea over here.
Hell yeah.
Pious Max. I remember when I was first getting into the EU, I forget who said it, but somebody said Fate of the Jedi is the apology tour for Legacy of the Force.
I'll die for that series too. Legacy of the Force rocks.
I did say it.
Troy Denning,
I don't agree with any of this. I'm just saying. I remember. I just remember that stuck with me. Is Fate of the Jedi is the apology tour.
Well, screw those guys.
So we're told that a new war had begun. United by a banner of resentment and hate, the Order of the Terrible Glare learned to use their combined powers to create vast shadow domes, great pockets of darkness. So the Pious Dea era shifts into this almost like this dark showdown with the fallen Jedi of the Pious Dea and the Vindicators.
So these like domes that they made, when in the Afro comics, when we actually go there, and I believe they do go to Garn, it's like in space, and there's like a breathable atmosphere in there, and there's like a dome kind of protecting it, and they could vibe in there and not die.
Vibe in there, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so there's pictures of Garn, there's pictures of Ruhr, there's
that's awesome.
Pictures of, so y'all can go look at it.
I wonder if Quinlan Voss's son Cordo Voss would later be a Jedi Master. I'd like to think so. Here, let's look up Ruhr.
In the Legacy comics, there is the descendants of Quinlan Voss, and that's obviously 100 years later. So pretty cool.
Cordo Voss.
And that is, of course, the guy that we see in the very first picture that I showed. The guy was like holding his hands up that you said looked like an Owen.
Indeed. Oh wow!
Right, you can tell from
that's awesome.
The head, right?
He's got a perm.
He's got a brain. He's got the exposed brain, at least in the artwork from.
Oh, that's his brain. It looks like a perm.
But that's the same picture that we saw where he's like standing on on that pedestal, like holding his arms up. Yeah.
I want to fight him. I want to enter initiative with this guy.
And you want to enter initiative with him. What if you roll a 1?
Well, then I lose.
Don't roll a nat 1 against this guy. But yeah,
he just starts boring you. You roll a 1. He's like, "Long have I waited." Just gets into his.
There's like a whole story with the Order of Spectu and Ruhr in the Afro comics, and like you can read all about it. And those comics are really cool. They're a lot of fun.
Okay, those are good. I've waffled back and forth on reading the Afro comics.
Afro is genuinely good. I love.
But is this the Kieran Gillen run, or is this the Alyssa Wong run?
The Kieran Gillen one.
I should have known. Although she delves into some pretty like esoteric stuff too sometimes.
Yeah, there's like the Force sensitive like fungus,
Star Weirds and stuff like that as well. More recently.
Yeah, that was Alyssa Wong.
Next time I see the Omni, I might pick it up. At least if it's like under 100.
I really like Afro. I think it's she's a fun character.
For me, it's one of the few shining stars in the Disney firmament.
She's the only new character I'm interested in. She's the only one that I was like, I'd read about her.
Yeah, so, I really like Cal Kestis as well. I love
another shining star in the.
Those games are so much fun.
Firmament. So We're told that Roar is taught shadow powers by shadow beings from an outer realm.
Of course.
The whisperings of the Rosum, those atavistic abhorrent armies of pale squirmers and unmentionable things, had seduced and corrupted his mind.
And this just goes to show the lesson that keeps repeating is do not summon dark beings. Like, don't do it. You know, it's not going to end well for you.
Into the ghoul-haunted lands of the Shadow Domes, the Vindicators were lured, and there they were met with a flood of consuming hatred emanating from the tenebrous masses. It was then that the shamans sprang the soul snares, ancient crystal prisms with the power to transfer the mind and life essence of a Jedi, ripping it from its destroyed body and imprisoning it within. Holy.
And we see Roar in one of the crystals in the Afra comics. He's stuck in a crystal, and Afra needs like a Jedi to release him.
I think that's in the Marvel Devil Worlds stuff too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's awesome.
So,
sick.
That's why she does she kidnap Luke? No, she convinces Luke to go with her because she needs to open this crystal and get Roar out. And in exchange, she's like, oh, well, if you get him out, you'll have a Jedi Master to teach you things. Because this is after, Ben Kenobi died and he hadn't learned about Yoda yet. So he's like, well, you get a Jedi Master and I get paid for it. So it's cool.
Harry says he'd love to see a version of A New Hope where Obi-Wan does mention Garn and Roar and all that. That would be, you can make that happen with AI voice. You get like you could be like, and he was a good friend, and Roar was a good friend.
Roar was a good friend.
Did I ever tell you about Roar?
he was seduced by the Dark Powers and
by the Rosum.
And did I ever tell you about?
And he was a good friend.
What the hell's the Rosum?
He originated from an Alan Moore story published in Devil Worlds, and Asajj Ventress is out there somewhere, and nobody has sought her out.
Well, the Quest Knights are still out there looking for more.
At least in one universe, yes. So then the Jedi Grandmasters arrive. It says, blood and madness exploded upon the Stygian wastelands of Garn as both sides were decimated. It was described as the most monstrous battle the Jedi had yet fought, a holocaust of madness, carnage, and devastation that went on for months, costing the lives of thousands of Jedi and renegades. Rip.
Rip, yeah.
Indeed.
The Rosum scurried back to those shuttered dens of eldritch chaos, the Atramentus lands, where stalk things that should not be. I love that. Garn has since been decreed a forbidden world, and we turn our face back to the stars we knew. And we're told it's a Pyrrhic victory, and so not to get into history too much, but Pyrrhic victory essentially means that it's like a victory that comes at a great cost.
Yeah.
Right, like Pyrrhus of Epirus.
Pyrrhic.
Yeah. Or Pyrrhic victory, yeah. Sorry. These are the Jedi. There are Jedi who gossip that Garn yet houses remnants of the terrible glare, and that it was but the first of others hidden in the far recesses of the galaxy, perhaps in the unknown regions or wild space. But if this is so, we have not heard. Space is vast, and the Jedi are few in number, with too much to do without having to roam about blindly seeking phantom menaces. Roll credits. Roll credits. So I think the Jedi Vindicators they tried to be disbanded, but they were they defied they defied the council, and they were exiled from the Jedi Order. So it's like poetry, it rhymes. First the Fallen first the Fallen were exiled, and now the Vindicators were. And so they go on to create the Guild of Vindicators, which we talked about 2 hours ago. We've covered 12 pages of the 40 that we have to cover, so buckle up. That's 8-hour stream.
All right.
Let's
get our Sonic the Hedgehog pants on.
They're described as a gray cult of force mages blinded by their arrogance and extreme views. It almost seems like they became the monsters that they were trying to fight. Welcome back, Brennan, if that is your real name.
How do we know he's not a Rosum?
Hopefully it'll work. What are we, some kind of episode 1, The Phantom Menace, directed by George Lucas? Yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps the real Phantom Menace was the friends we made along the way.
What page are we on, Max?
In this version, 26.
And in the old version, 953. If we wish to assure the galaxy, this is Simicardi speaking, if we wish to assure the galaxy that we are not attempting to take over the Republic, we must change. An initiate should only know the temple, the code, their masters, and fellow students. Ideally, for this to be the case, training should begin prior to the age of 3, before one forms strong loyalties and emotional bonds with family, friends, and homeworlds. I would see this rule one day become as inviolate as the Jedi Code itself. Well, he will have his way eventually.
He will.
I
would say this is probably not a healthy solution to the problem. I think that it might just be have like some standards, not just like, oh, we're going to steal you as a child or whatever.
Yeah.
How old do you guys think Nomi Sunrider was when she started her Jedi training? She has a daughter that's like what, 2 at the time?
25.
You had to be
26.
They're 20, mid late 20s.
40s. She's like on her like second pack of the day, smoking cigarettes nonstop.
Yeah, I mean,
Drinking 30 beers.
Look at
30 beers,
Scream. He's like an elderly guy, and he's like,
yeah, he's a nice
yeah,
guy.
I'll become a Jedi, sure. Like,
yeah, and becomes like he's like the most susceptible to Exar Kun after Gantoris.
Yeah.
Did you guys get the impression that Andor and Nomi were about the same age? Or did anyone think there was an age difference?
Andor looks a bit younger.
I thought Andor was quite a bit young. One of the guides says that he's a really young Jedi. So
Cassian
if
Andor.
Nomi's around his age.
Cassian Andor.
I mean, yeah, theoretically they could be like 20 or even 19. I just didn't read it that way when I read Tales. I just thought, these guys are probably like mid 20s. Maybe late.
Some kind of episode 1.
And so Simicardi's speech ends. We of the Jedi Council rejoice in the future and a restored golden age, that a new Jedi Order, roll credits, may yet usher in. May the Force be with us all. And then we, exactly, it stream ends. Then we get to Seekers of the Soul Worm, which is the next section in Cult Encounters. And we're told
that sounds like a song.
It does sound like a song.
The soul worm.
I was gonna say a second lyric, but I couldn't think of anything. So we're told that Hex receives reams of epic poems from the famed explorer and archaeologist Mungo Baobab, and Professor Oron's daughter on Delari Prime. Among the exquisitely ancient and priceless artifacts dug up on Atahawks, Rekemis University Professor Miskatonic, there we have that Lovecraft reference again, uncovered an obscure myth cycle. And so we learn about the soul worm, which, as we know, is El Shaddam Talatni. Discernible in the unfolding narrative is that at its beginning lie a race of beings that appear to correspond to what a number of lost civilizations have referred to as the Celestials.
Yay.
So far removed from the known elements of time and space, it might be said they were among the first to roam the newborn galaxy in the lonely gulf when the stars were yet young. And then we're told about a terrible universe-wide cataclysm that coincides with the rise of hideous and cyclopean entities. I assume that's probably referring to the Cosmic Wars, perhaps even the first Cosmic War.
I'd imagine.
That was the Empyrean Wars.
Yes.
Right.
Just so long ago that we did that.
Was it like Empyrean War, Temporal War, and
War of the Temporal Planes, and then it's
Twilight Wars.
Twilight Wars, yeah, okay. Former Chief of State Leia Organa Solo has been instrumental in providing me with the Gung Slab needed to understand the origins of the strange beings described in the fragmentary legends of the primeval and enigmatic myth cycle. Is this supposed to be some kind of like Rosetta Stone?
Yeah, it's featured in the prologue of Supernatural Encounters itself.
You're like a Pokedex for Star Wars.
Well, I just know because
this is why Brennan's awesome.
He's like he's like Gung Slab. It's featured in the prologue of.
Every time I say
it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yes.
I wish I had your memory.
Well, I just did it in my video, so that's the only reason I know the Gung Slab.
Fair enough.
But yeah, it's basically supposed to be a Rosetta Stone. Is the feeling that I got from it as well, which is just so cool, right?
So it's the Gung Slab. Is it supposed to be because it's from the Gunninga Gap, or it's from the Gungans, or is it just a similar name?
The Gungas.
The Gungas.
I like to think it was Gungan in origin. I like to think that it was. Yeah.
Like this huge kind of war and peace battle.
Like,
Like literally.
Maybe the
Think
bigger
about-
fish swallowed the Gunga slab and they
The
found
bigger
it.
fish.
Well, think about
Yeah.
like in episode 1, there's like that. What's the area called where there's all the statues that are like old stone statues? I picture-
Wasn't that in SE?
There's like a name
where they had the
for it.
battle?
Yeah, it
It was
was.
like the Gungan sacred place.
Yeah,
they
the
called
Gungan
it.
sacred place. I think the Gung slab is just like a giant stone that's on the back of one of those statues. Like imagine there's like a bunch of writings on the back of one of those giant rock guys the whole time.
You sound pretty gung ho about it.
The Gunga. The Gungas.
And we got a reference at this point to a recounting of the Double World story, where Han Solo, the mighty Wookiee Chewbacca, and Leia Organa run afoul of the one noxious cabal of soulworm cultists calling themselves the Five, ostensibly named for its 5 members, each of whom appeared human and possessed extrasensory abilities. And of course, we, in a previous stream, I forget which one, had covered the history of the 5, and we find out how they came to be.
Yep.
What's that story called again? I think it's an Alan Moore story. It's when they meet Wutsek.
Oh, it's the Hell Hoop.
Hell Hoop.
Yeah.
Right. So it says, once sated by the victim's agony, derangement, and eventual destruction, the cultists believe their demonic eidolons will, by gaining strength, move closer to reclaiming the galactic throne and bestow on them the rewards of knowledge and power.
Oh, man.
That's what they all believe, and then they all get like consumed by the demon.
Hmm.
Based on this strange lore from antiquity, the beings the soulworm cultists worship can be grouped into 2 trinities of greater and lesser deities. The lesser are designated as such due to their abilities as well as their arrival later in the cosmic narrative, and are regarded as possible offspring of the greater deities, of which 4 are paramount, but only 3 are revered, because of course Horus is not revered, right? Those are the greater 3. The 4th appears to have been written off as a betrayer, which would explain why his name has been expunged from the manuscripts, with mention of him punishable by death.
Oh, awesome.
And then we get sections on some of the characters that we've already met before, right? These lesser and greater soulworm deities.
Yes.
So these are, I believe, the lesser ones. The first one being Typhagem / Pomogemma from Splinter the Mind's Eye, the left-handed god. Did you see that reference to Cabus Dabe, Brennan?
Yeah, right here.
The ruins of Cabus Dabe, that like little
Check out
short
the
adventure.
reading on Marcel's channel.
Okay, thank you. I'll wire the funds to your account later.
Yeah, thank you. Just
for constantly plugging my work.
Yeah, the amount we agreed upon, please.
Yeah.
As
Pomogemma translates into the Great Priest, which is very cool in ancient Mimban.
Very sick.
He is seldom referred to even in their writings, we're told.
As I was going back through the earlier parts of Supernatural Encounters for like the breakdowns, I've written, even though I'm only on chapter 4, which should be out tomorrow. Hopefully, I've got like a little bit of editing left, but I'm up to chapter 7, and there's so many times where Joe has given meaning for ancient words, and obviously that's like throughout the whole book. But when I was first reading it, I didn't realize it was there at like the start. But he's like, "Oh yeah, this means this, and this means this," and it just makes it feel so real, doesn't it? It just adds a layer to it.
I agree.
It's so cool. Like he said, like there's a city on a planet in the Gree Enclave called Asatian, and Joe writes that Asatian means like ancient sanctuary or something like that, and it's just little stuff like that that's just so cool. It just like pads it out, makes it feel lived in. I just love it so much.
Mm-hmm. We also don't get a lot of that in regular Star Wars fiction.
No.
Like aside from say, like the Republic Commando books where they explain they have the the Mandalorian language.
Mandoid, yeah,
Mandoid. We don't see a lot of that. It's nice, like we were said way at the start. It's nice coming back to this because I remember when I first read these like read about these gods, I was like, okay, whoosh, the whole thing. But now, having the secret knowledge, having the forbidden knowledge, I look and I go, ooh, instead of ooh.
Yeah, it was a trial to consume the entire book, but I did it page by page, and now it lives within me.
How much do you?
I meant in my mind. I didn't eat the book.
I did.
I wonder. Maybe we'll talk about this more in the next stream. But how much do you think you guys consumed and retained? Because
I would say retained probably 75% to 80% of it.
Yeah, because I struggle.
This helps reinforce memory. This exercise,
and it nails it down further, right?
Yeah, I would say at least 80%. I think that's me being conservative.
I think I would give myself a generous 80% as well. Yeah.
I have a terrible memory, but I would say upwards of probably 70 to 65%, somewhere in there.
That's where I put myself.
If I can remember 30% of a book, that's S tier.
Al's like, I have a terrible memory. Who are you? Who are you guys? Who are you guys? What am I doing here?
Where the hell am I?
We'll know it's really bad when he goes, "What's a scandit?"
Oh God!
Oh no, I don't want to live in that
come
reality.
to me in 5 years, and then then I'll be like, "What's a scandit?"
So the interesting thing about Typhagem is that you find his likeness on sarcophagus lids, relics, temple walls, and statuaries extant on Almus, Korriban, and we saw that earlier in one of the art pictures with the exiles.
Yeah.
Karshian, Gap 9, a squat, tentacled, blood-soaked abomination with clawed wings. So that's the first of the minor trinity of the soul worm. The second would be Gorog.
Oh yes.
One of the primordial gods of the Killic Darkness is Gorog the Night Herald, a name that can be traced to the myth cycle of the soul worm through cultist as Thargoragrat, the Night Queen. This being is associated with proselytization of galactic inhabitants to the dark side, and is also the procurer of slaves. Very nice. Not very.
Wow.
The night spirit was said to have disappeared into the void, but other accounts indicate that she was destroyed. The wizards of the night spirit incessantly buzz and roar in litany to their lost goddess. And then we get the third of the minor trinity.
Oh yeah.
Uru.
Let's go.
Little can be found to corroborate Uru or various designations that depict the third of the lesser deities and the cosmogony of the architects until the remains of the Charon death cult ship Desolate were explored and its treasures examined. So there it says the first to succumb was their commander, who transformed to the delusional prophet of death.
Ooh.
And it says with only sublight engines, the Char Anti were confined to their star system. As evil fate would have it, their planet lay on the fringes of a cluster of inhabited planets, and over the course of centuries, war raged across them. So we get this story about the Charon, or is it Charon? I think it's probably Charon.
I've always said Charon.
Same.
You said Charon? Okay.
Yeah.
I always said Charon.
Same.
But I'm like Matt Wilkins Jr. I was pronouncing Mara Jade for 5 years.
That's right. Verger.
Princess Leia.
I just make up.
Princess Leia. I know it happens in Star Wars movies. Princess Leia.
Princess Leia just provided the data tapes for the Death Star.
Why is Jandadonna Akbar now?
General Maydeen.
So good.
Princess Leia, we have our stormy sea ahead of us. Okay, Akbar, with your water puns. I see you. I see you in Rogue Squadron.
I was watching Return of the Jedi with my wife the other night, and when Luke walks in the middle of the council, he's like, "I'm with you too," and she's like, "Why is he interrupting this meeting?" And I was like, "He's a commander; he can do whatever he wants." Okay.
Yeah.
It is protected by a strong defense mechanism, which is projected from the nearby forest moon of Endor.
Commander Skywalker, you cannot interrupt unless you raise your hand first. We will have proper order in this meeting.
That's what he says. That's what he says.
His jowls quivering with rage.
And have you noticed?
He's like,
you don't get to derail the whole meeting.
He's real mad about this. The others okay,
you are not the main character. Have you ever
Listen,
noticed
I'm with him. These guys think they can do whatever they want. They can save the universe. You know
But
what?
they just like
we have
they
to have some
hug and
standards.
talk in the middle of this meeting too. Like, we're trying to have a meeting here. Like, we're coming up with a battle plan, and he's just like, "Hi, Han." It's like, sit down.
They improvise
like,
half it. Yeah, and that's the
shut
problem.
up.
They improvise half of it. Oh my
What's the matter? Ask me again sometime. Like, we're trying to have a meeting here.
We're trying to like, we're trying to save the universe. You guys are joking around like, oh yeah, I haven't seen you since that's. We don't care. We gotta save the universe. There are a bunch of teddy bears down there being oppressed.
Have you ever noticed that Akbar will sometimes, like, in the middle of a speech, go like that? Like, he does like a Darth Vader like breathing. He's like,
He needs Akbar needs a CPAP.
Brody.
Oh, poor guy.
Okay,
But,
I feel compelled to make Maxine read this last paragraph about Uradrill, but before that, I just want to say that so when they're looking over the Charon's records, philologists and linguists attempting to crack the codes of these unknown writings managed to translate engraved pictorializations pertaining to a debased civilization who worshipped a bloodthirsty divinity transliterated as Uradrill. I believe it is this being that corresponds to Uru, but there is yet another possibility. Go for it.
Also, I just want to. I think you might get a kick out of this, Marcel. So,
like, very cool.
You know
That's
how,
awesome.
But you know how on certain apps, like when you do something, it's like, oh, like, give us a rating, or like, what are you thinking of the app so far? It's like every time that comes up on an app, I'm like, ask me again sometime, and then I press the cancel thing. I don't know why. I do that. I think it's so funny. Okay.
That's what I'm gonna next time I get a call from like a telemarketer and be like, ask me again sometime.
What is it? Ask me again sometime. But Uradrill is a cunning, leech-like monstrosity of indeterminate substance, clothed in iridescent scales that form a colossal geometric cube. He is a god of both healing and devouring. The engravings depict a vast populace bowing before Uradrill as he bestows blessings in exchange for the sacrifice of chosen individuals whom he feeds upon as a delicacy. Descriptively and etymologically, Uradrill bears an uncanny resemblance to the transdimensional being known as Waru, who Luke Skywalker encountered on Crusade Station, and given the similarity in appearance, behavior, and nomenclature, it is very likely that the same creature or an entity related to it. The implications of this will be discussed in a later publication.
I just want an entire publication about Uru, the cult of Kuru, Waru, all of these dudes.
We need a follow-up. We didn't learn the details of what happened to them after like all the other old ones got.
Yeah,
I
like,
want to know what
where
happened.
did they go? What did
You
they
know what
do?
we're severely missing? And I don't know. I mean, like, but all of the Uradrill entities, including Waru, are described with male pronouns. I need a female.
A female Waru.
Waru.
You want to go swimming in a female
Waruette.
Waru?
No, I still want to go swimming in Waru, but I just want to
wouldn't?
know. I just want to know that one exists.
Yeah.
Again,
I want a
gotta
whole
bring
family
up
of warriors.
I gotta bring up the famous Iron Inquisitor quote that he had randomly said. He was just like, swim in my jelly, Luke. And I've just every time I think of Waru, I think of that, and I thank Iron Inquisitor for that every day in my head.
You know what's funny? I was reading Lightsabers today. I finished it today. Young Jedi Knight's book 4. Yeah, don't ask me my opinion. It's not favorable. We can talk about it after stream. But there's one part where Tenelka is trying to swim and she has only one arm left, right? At this point, like she still has like her stump or whatever, but she's missing her most of her arm. And I was like, man, I was just thinking to myself randomly, she'd have no trouble swimming in Waru's core.
She'd have no trouble swimming in Waru.
The sequel
Every
that we
time
need to...
Before I read Crystal Star, I did not read Crystal Star before I met you guys. So after I read it, all I could think about was like, Ocean Man, take me by the hand. When they're swimming through the meat, I was like, this is gross.
I was here for it. I loved it. I love
It's
Waru.
truly weird in the most wonderful way, isn't
Crystal
it?
Star
Crystal Star is
is
amazing.
I feel like
Star
every
Wars.
stream, it is peak Star Wars. Every stream we talk about swimming in Waru. I don't know why.
Because he's Waru.
Because we're part of the cult. If we say like
Yeah.
praise be to Waru, of course we're gonna want to swim in him as well. The sequel to Supernatural Encounters needs
Of
to be
course, we're
Swimming
going to
in
want to
Waru
swim in him
Encounters.
as well. That's
Yeah.
Brennan 2024.
Love it. I think we should
Don't quote me on that.
There
Or
should
maybe
be a
it's too late.
Crystal Star 2 where Waru returns to the galaxy and like he's just
Teams up with
vibing.
Abeloth.
Waru has returned.
Abeloth and Waru versus
That's
the
okay.
Jedi.
All right.
Crystal Star 2, Waru in New York.
Waru takes Manhattan, where he's on a boat for most of the book until the last 10 pages, in which he goes around an alley and does nothing.
This is the Plaza Hotel, sir. Welcome to the Plaza Hotel.
No, it should be Home Alone 3 Lost in Waru.
Lost in
Kevin goes swimming
Waru.
Instead of Lost in
Okay.
Space, it's Lost in Waru.
So the EU continues, but the only book we get is Crystal Star 2. I think that's pretty
for it.
That's a win.
Absolutely.
That's a win. Yeah,
Actually,
that
this is an absolute win.
I feel like even the people who don't want the EU to continue would welcome that if it was written much in line with how the Crystal Star was written.
Yeah.
Mm.
But can you imagine Waru like goes to like 500 Republica on Coruscant, the most elite, apartment building, and he's just like, I'd like to buy a room here, like, and he's just chilling up there in 500 Republica.
Mr.
like,
Waru,
He's
Mr.
saying-
Waru goes to Coruscant and he becomes Chancellor.
For some reason,
Chancellor Waru.
Have you ever seen? I think it's the Star Trek episode from the original series called "Return to Tomorrow."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where they have the glowing spheres, talk to them, right? And they're basically like an advanced race that's lived like thousands of years in the past.
Yeah,
that's how I imagine Waru speaks. It's just like a sphere starts glowing, and it's like this almost like ethereal like hallway voice when he speaks.
And it like flashes, like the frequency goes up and down when it's talking.
Luke. He's saying that kind of stuff.
It's something that can never be portrayed in any media because it just doesn't work. But I love the idea of a being just projecting its thoughts into you. Like there's no speech. It's just like telepathically like says to you. Like it's not. There's no language. You just understand what it means. Unfortunately, this is impossible to communicate via.
It's like
human
imagine if Joe Schreiber wrote a Waru focused novel, like horror focused. About the people who don't escape Waru, and it's like really dark. Waru's like coming for you. It's like a cult vibe. It would be on like a planet. The cult is like really dark. They're like taking it really differently, and they're like Waru's gobbling people up.
Okay,
I don't know if I could take 300 pages of that.
Okay, imagine.
But like, where are they? Where is Waru? Where's Urdril? And where's Uthaquan? Like,
they're in other space. Remember when Hex goes there, they like dance towards him in space, and they're like, "Come, let us come swim in my vast expanse or whatever."
Is Waru the bigger fish that could eat anyone that Liam Neeson was talking about?
He eats everything. Like the biggest monster cannot face Waru. He is the
Qui-Gon sees Waru. There's no bigger fish. It stops there.
This is the biggest fish.
There isn't a bigger fish.
What about the story like Qui-Gon Jinn encounters Waru? Like, I don't know. Like, or Yoda encounters Waru. Like,
I'd like Waru to encounter everyone. Waru encounters.
Yeah, honestly, we should all just have a grand convocation chamber of Waru on Coruscant.
In Waru.
You have to enter Waru.
It's bigger on the inside.
Yeah.
And I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
I bet he smells delightful on the inside.
Yeah, I was like
honey, right? Like honey
or something.
I was gonna say I don't know.
Like honeycomb.
He probably smells delicious.
Like maple syrup dripping.
We're going
from
inside
the
Waru.
Yeah.
So while we do that, we're gonna also talk about the three greater deities in the Soulworm cult trinity. The most well-known of these is Kopakan. Although appearing in various forms, this god can be found in several ancient pyramidal structures throughout the galaxy, such as the dark side pyramids of Zabatu, the hieroglyphs of Alishan, and the inscriptions of the Kwa Star temples. He is known as the blasphemous god of death and dying, and also known as Kol Didas Shan and Ko Panasine. So obviously it's Kol Dandasine.
Yeah. Do you remember the chapter name, the Sign of the Times?
Sign of the Times.
I remember that.
Love that.
That was funny.
Kopakan later vanished and is said to have either moved onto other worlds or to have died himself. As we know, he died.
Rip.
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 The genocidal Lorton fanatics who ravaged the Yushin sector in the Reslian Purge were Kopakan cultists who believed their god would manifest as a hybrid human hut. A hybrid human hut.
Image.
That's
Ooh.
gross.
What do you guys picture that as?
Baron Harkonnen.
Yo,
Oh,
Baron Harkonnen from the
true.
'84 movie.
Or have you guys seen the meme around the animated Christian movie that was for kids, and it became a meme because of how bad the CGI was? There's a character in it called the Globglow Gabgalub.
Yes, the Globgo Gabgalab.
Yeah.
Marcel, you're muted.
Curses, as Skeletor would say. Why don't you pull it up for us, Brennan, and I'll share it.
Yeah, let me
I
find it.
am the Globgo Gabgalab.
Should I share the
never
video?
thought that we would talk about that on the Super.
Wait. Is Globglow Gabgalub SE canon with this deity here?
Perhaps.
I'm taking that.
Al, can you read us the next paragraph, which is the second of the greater deities, the inscrutable one?
Ah, yes, my good man.
Worse.
Let me do this real quick so I can get right in. All right. The second deity of the Greater Trinity was intertwined with the other two, but is not worshipped and acts more as a principle or symbolic element. Abasai, I tried. Alternatively, Ibn Asi, Ap-Asi, or simply Ap, is the inscrutable one, and the master of time, geometrics, and numbers. He was said to be the first to bring the knowledge of technology and weaponry to the universe. Ruins of an incalculably ancient temple on Dathomir bear markings of dedication to him. Derivations of this deity's name can be found within the words time, infinity, aggregation, and portal in various ancient languages.
I just want to point out Fibonacci is how it's pronounced, because I think it's a reference to Fibonacci, who was a mathematician who created Fibonacci sequences. Was like, well, how do you describe it? Sequence in which each number is the sum of the two preceding ones. So 3 is 1 plus 2, 4 is 2 plus. Wait a second. What a lie. Sorry. 1 plus 1 is 2. 1 plus 2 is 3. 2 plus 3 is 5. 3 plus 5 is 8. So 2, 3, that's a Fibonacci sequence. But basically, because App is a mathematician, right, and logician, Fibonacci, I think, is a reference to Fibonacci, who is a real-life mathematician. What am I looking at? Okay, go for it. Am I going to get canceled?
No,
before you click play, Corey says trolling his followers into believing he'll be reincarnated as a manhunt is peak Coldan to sign. Yeah,
that's it. Truly is.
Now you can play. I just need to set the stage. With
and
that.
this is who he was trolling them into, perhaps believing he'd return as.
Oh God!
I'm the Globglow Gabgala. I love books, and this basement is a true treasure trove.
All right, turn it off. Turn it off.
Wait.
Copy struck with this.
No, wait.
Glub.
Yeah, so it's
Hold on,
beautiful.
no, we didn't get to the best part.
Okay, turn it back on.
I am the Globglow Gabgalab, the schwabble double wobble gabble flibber blabber.
All right, that's enough of that. That is truly
enough
nightmare
of this.
Fuel. Nightmare
Maxine, release me.
Nightmare fuel. That is.
But
awful,
isn't that like hut human?
Yeah, definitely. It looks like a manhunt for sure.
It does.
A manhunt.
If I would describe that as anything, it would be manhunt.
And then, of course, the third deity of the Greater Trinity and the primary one is the Soul Worm, also translated as the Eternal Burrower. We've seen in cuneiform inscriptions from worlds as remote as Lerator, Chehodos, Alishan, Dathomir, and Sail 5, referencing a deity sometimes called El Shaddam or Shub-Nicarat, which of course is a reference to a Lovecraftian entity, the goat of 1,000 young or something like that, or
something like that.
I'm not going to say what the Lovecraftian entity is called. Just know that it sounds like Shub-Nicarat.
Yeah. Indeed.
The soul worm was a creature of such jealousy that it was transformed and banished to a life of torment at the center of the galaxy where it devoured itself for all time. Legend depicts it as a sensory vampire feeding off negative emotions and the suffering of others. That was kind of how Telotny was, somewhat. Yeah. The real supernatural encounter was watching that video. Yeah, I know.
So is that what's at the center of the galaxy? Is the soul worm?
I'm not sure about that. I didn't know that happened at the center of the galaxy, but definitely her death creates a black hole of sorts.
It says the soul worm was a creature of such jealousy that it transformed and banished to a life of torment at the center of the galaxy where it devoured itself for all time.
I think that's what's believed, right? That's like legend.
Well, it's legend. Yeah, legend depict. Yeah.
And it said that she birthed many annelids and worm-type creatures that populate many planets.
Nasty.
Every time you watch Empire Strikes Back now, you're like, hey, you're Telotny's offspring.
Yeah.
With the giant worm.
Yeah.
So fascinating.
You got two. You got that, and you got this was created or was like formed by the weirdos who tried to kidnap Drail and Camper all the way back.
Here was an interesting retcon. It says that the Leviathans, once thought to be bioengineered constructs of Sith magic created during the 100-Year Darkness, were more likely the summoned and re-engineered remnants of a long-vanished progenitor. I don't know that I like that, but I'll go with it. I'm okay to vibe with that for a bit. Jedi archives recovered from Ossus mentioned beings like these so steep in dark side that they may have been its receptacles. Though rare, they were said to have been formidable hunters of Jedi, and we know that they have those pods that like hold people in them, right?
I really love and am fascinated by any time we get to see Sith using alchemy, or engineering stuff or twisting stuff with the Force. So any more examples of that we can have, I like. So I like the idea that the Sith like formed these creatures, forged them in the past, as we were led to believe.
Yeah,
I'd still be more likely to go with that. I just think it's cooler, personally, but
yeah,
I'm okay with the other explanation too.
I think honestly it can go both ways. Like maybe there are some things that were summoned from Illithurian, and maybe there were some things that were constructed out of the Sith's own, imaginations and machinations. So
and it could be both too. It could be both. Like it could be stuff that was summoned and then twisted even further.
Yeah. Because that's just what the Sith do. If like something doesn't meet their criteria, they're gonna make it fit. So
exactly. Very good point.
What did you guys think of this Kashmir connection, where they mention, of course, Zender as a Kashmir, and they talk about basically like we learned all about this in Supernatural Encounters, but the end of the Kashmir world came as foretold, but is their courage that became their epitaph, for songs are still sung today, over 25,000 years later, of the Kashmir and their courageous march against the coming doom. So I think the Kashi mystics, known as the Guardians of the Breath, who served the priests of the Kashmir dynasty, had received precognitive visions and warning them of a terrible vengeance that would be visited upon them if they persisted in abandoning their long-standing worship of the Niman, because they used to worship the dark powers, as I recall, and then they kind of turned away from that, and that's what caused their downfall.
Yeah.
It says, unlike Zendor, the great majority of the Kashmir would not return to the dark sacrifices and carnal practices that characterize worship under the double trinity, taking hope instead from the ancient prophecy of a galaxy restored. I take hope in an ancient prophecy of Battlefront 1 and 2 restored.
Me too. Oh,
I guess we're gonna have to be waiting, aren't we?
Yeah, until the end times.
They mentioned this triple trinity, and I like that because they leave out obviously Horus, but they also leave out now. So it's like now is just too foul to speak of.
That's right.
So I miss that guy. Not really.
Now, you don't miss him.
Now.
What about this next entry, the Lady with the Locust Heart, on the next page?
Which is also Telotny.
Yeah, is she inspired by or related to the Trandoshan Scorekeeper, the Godoan dancing goddess, and the galactically ubiquitous goddess, sometimes but not always designated as Onrai, Via, or Val, although there are hints that point to an additional identification with the mighty mother of the Thousand Young. It is too early to speculate. So yes, of course, Telotny again.
The Godoan are from the original Marvel comics.
Yeah.
They look like this for anyone who doesn't know. Antenna.
Yes.
They look like Mantis from Guardians of the Galaxy. Just bright yellow skin and big anime eyes. It's really funny. They're a fascinating species. So they popped up a couple times in SE and here. So very cool.
And then we get, of course, Maxine's reference to the amorphous-shaped fourth deity that is shunned by cultists. But there are some who pay tribute to this Lord of the Sky, or Aura, Lord of Light, Armihet, Avatar of the Sun. These are different names for the shunned deity. And then we say the rarely seen Comque and Comja attribute their gifts of flight. Yeah. And breath to Rahorus, Hunter of the Dawn. Well, the Sky Tree. I had fun talking about the Sky Tree and Lord Nyax.
Yeah, he's the Sith Lord.
Yeah, the Sith Lord. Various legends of the great Hormaket, Prince of the Sky, who battles against the Lords of Darkness. Of course, all these names
Horless, right?
kind of sound like Horless, yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely Horless. He's chilling. Can I read the Father of Shadows one?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Okay. Was there anything was there anything further on the Horless one, or?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Go for it. I was just going to do the Palpatine theme in the background.
I find the Father of Shadows to be fascinating. So, the least known deity referenced by the Cult of the Five is one called the Father of Shadows. To my knowledge, this entity does not correspond to any of the greater or lesser known gods. From what little I have gathered, he is the most ancient of all the evil gods, for whom there appear to be 5 or 6 additional entities that work alongside or under him. Maybe more. He is possibly their progenitor in some way, shape, or form, but as of yet I cannot find sufficient evidence to prove as much. The Cult of Five had claimed to have left the normal dimension for another, and it is possible that they had acquired a tremendous store of ancient knowledge from this other dimension. Who or whatever this Father of Shadows is, I am grateful his cult is not widespread in our galaxy.
You know, it's ironic about that line is that his cult is like literally widespread in the galaxy because it's like all evil.
He's literally evil incarnate.
Answers to him, and I like this: the 5 or 6 additional entities, the immortal gods of the Sith. Right? There's the 6 kind of primary ones that we've come into contact with. I will try and name them: Lothan, Sithlan. Oh God. There's the one that starts with the Z. The Close Encounters of the Third Kind dude. No. Okay, let's start again. Lothan, Sithlan, Aster. Is that one?
Yep.
Who's the green guy? Keiko.
Yep.
Yeah. Eosphoros.
Yep. One more.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm trying to get the extra dimensional being or something like that. I forget his name. It doesn't start with a Z. It does. No, I don't know. Just put me out of my misery.
Zahar.
You did better than I could have done. Yeah. I could have only named
I got name the other ones.
It's the interdimensional being, I think his name is, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I could have got
name the other ones.
I got Haster and that's
Windigon.
Yep.
Are there like what? One other, 2 other?
There's 2 other. There's the Father of Shadows.
Nakash is the Father of Shadows. Yeah.
So there's one more. Yes, one more.
I don't remember.
I don't know.
You're gonna feel real dumb when I tell you.
Can you give us a hint?
Yuzan Vong.
Oh, Yamsara.
Yep.
Yamka,
whatever.
Yeah.
Yam something. Yeah.
The 9 Earth worlds.
Yamka is like that entity that lives like with all the tentacles and stuff, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's the 9 immortal gods of the Sith, the 9 throne worlds, the 9 Earth worlds. Everything comes back to it.
9.
It's coming. The gates are opening.
But there's 7 gates.
One of 9.
But there's 9 Earth worlds.
That was
There's
painful.
10 worlds.
I sincerely apologize to our audience who had to sit through me fumbling. I hope you're watching this on like 2 speed or something. Anyways,
The gates are
so
opening.
then at the end of Appendix A, we get data pad found in a deserted ship.
Very cool
Oh, rip
section.
this guy, my god.
It says, recently the Bureau of Scouting and Exploration Services sent me a copy of a recording that I now transcribe here. A recording that has circulated amongst the scout services for over 50 years. As a
I
matter
love
of course,
everything about this.
yeah, I must warn the reader that it is not for the faint of heart. It was either a forgery, a joke, or the ravings of a madman, Lieutenant Jamie Macadin, formerly of the New Republic Scout Service and Imperial Survey Corps. Disagrees with that assessment, as do I. Oh, so it's not from Lieutenant Jamie Macadin, but he disagrees with that assessment, or she disagrees with that assessment.
Yeah.
And I think the person writing this is Vin Bojeff, New Republic Scout Service Department of Information. Writes Lieutenant Macadin a letter saying, as per our recent communication, I'm sending you this disputed data entry recovered from derelict ship JL 100-719-97. This is the document found in the deserted vessel discovered adrift in the Dagon gas cloud of the Elrud sector in the Mytharian Nebula territories. If this is not a hoax, then the author has clearly lost all touch with reality near the end, the poor man. All that awful screaming is difficult to sit through. Of course, it is not unheard of for pilots lost in the vastness of space to suffer derangement. This reads like a Lovecraft story.
Oh yeah.
Indeed.
So the person who actually makes the recording is Captain Rob Lack. It says, at this moment, my scanners are picking up a nebulous object approaching. I see nothing out of this viewport, but it's coming and time is running out. Is it my understanding is that he was looking for star dragons, Duinagwin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says that on the next page for me. Yeah.
Yeah. It says, there is nothing to be found in the antique maps of grizzled pirates and star charts of weary smugglers. No joy in the trophy heads staring back at you from the long vanquished beasts. No rewards for the endless hours of loneliness, cruising the void between the stars. I entered the Dagon gas clouds, long rumored to be the hiding place of lost treasures and space dragons. So he's looking for something.
Yeah.
And it's kind of sad because it says star dragons are considered the ultimate prize, something no one has ever killed or caught. Sounds like he's trying to, which is sad for me because I love the star dragons.
Yeah.
Right. But
So he his ship is suddenly struck, and he couldn't tell by what, and then he awakes in an unknown place, a keep within the asteroid. This large drifting asteroid that he spots right before he's struck. And there are 3 women who identify themselves as the sisters.
Very Dracula. Very
or like
not beginning, but slightly middle Dracula.
Macbeth, or just the 3 witches kind of repeats itself throughout literature.
It made me think of like sirens who would attract sailors to come wreck on their shores.
Very good. Very good analogy. The eldest was thin and matronly, her dark hair pulled back tight. No name was offered, and since the way she looked at me made me think of a maze fly caught in Eberron web, I dared not ask. The other 2 called themselves Jarell and Chiron, and were no easier to gaze upon. And something in their bearing irritated me. This also, like we talk about, like the 3 fates, right? Like Atropos, Clotho, Lachesis. I don't know. Anyways, like 3 women kind of like repeats itself. It's like an archetype, a bit of a trope.
And the Jarell must be a reference to Jarell of Joyry.
Yeah, of course, by C.L. Moore, I believe. So he asks about his present circumstances, but only receives vague responses and suggestive smiles. He's offered a tour of his new housing situation. I get the sense, like very early on when I was reading this, like that he cannot leave. That he is like not a guest. He's a prisoner.
He's a prisoner, yeah.
And he's like not getting that.
He
will.
He has a rather unpleasant meal, and he learned that the three were part of an insular religious sect dedicated to serving several obscure ancient gods. This is like, imagine like you're driving along and you're like Winnebago.
You're Winnebago.
And you crash
What are you, Rodimus
in
Prime?
like in like the back country in like
Yeah.
the
Oh,
US
man.
somewhere.
You
wake up
crashed
and
into
you're in a
Castle Dracula.
you're in a cult now. It's like,
yeah.
by the way, we have like this weird religion that you've probably never heard of, and it's like kind of a thing. And yeah, this one, she won't even tell you her name. But
And they all look at you weird.
So you're in a cult now. You got to
You're-
become a cult guy.
you could say that this was a cult encounter.
You have a little bit of a cult encounter in the business, what we call that.
I don't know why. I don't know why the mothers are weird Italians that smoke, but that's what I went with.
They're part of the Guild of Vindicators, and they're good at guilting
There you
people.
go. There you go.
Frankie says, "Oh God, which God?" We're talking about cult encounters. There's many.
Now.
Now.
When you say that, I'm like, are you saying now to me, or are you?
No.
I tried to make that joke in text form, and no one liked it. I was very sad.
Can you read this paragraph, but start sort of like the second line in? So during the rather unpleasant meal that followed, but the second line after that, Jarrell explained that their deities had been deceived. That one?
Sure.
Oh my God, I'd die.
What page is it on?
In the old version, 962.
Okay.
It's the second paragraph from the top.
During the rather unpleasant meal that followed, I learned that the three were part of an insular religious sect dedicated to serving several obscure ancient gods. Jarrell explained that their deities had been deceived by a fallen demon who murdered them or banished them to a shadow realm where they would be held back from their destiny as rightful rulers of the galaxy. When the stars were right and sufficient sacrifices made, the gods would return to reclaim the universe they first shaped. And when that happened, the sisters would rule as queens upon worlds of their choosing.
I love that. When the start, yeah.
Sorry,
I was gonna say, go for it.
That's just recounting like how Woodsec apparently deceived them and like, put them out of their misery and killed them.
I love this idea of like when the stars were right.
Yeah.
It's like the stars have to be in alignment
When the
or
stars
something.
were
Yeah.
broken,
It's so cool.
the gates are
Corey says you need to join the cult of Waru just so you could keep healing your liver. No, you. I would join the cult of Waru, but then I would be
I feel like
consumed.
we all would. Like if we were presented a choice to just join any cult, like in Star Wars, we'd all pick Waru.
Could you
Yeah.
eat water?
The problem is, Max, it is meatloaf, so there is ketchup involved.
Oh dear. Maxine's like she's contemplating the ramifications of that. So the matron, the one whose
hold
name
on.
we don't know. Yeah, what's up?
I've never ate ketchup with meatloaf. I've never eaten ketchup at all, unless it's by accident, and I was deceived by McDonald's messing up my order. Okay.
The Father of Shadows sent ketchup to your burger.
I hate ketchup. I think ketchup is the most vile substance humanity has ever created.
I don't need it either.
It's not like even
very
mustard gas isn't as bad.
I mean, I prefer like hot sauces to ketchup. So
I don't
personally,
use
but-
any
Yeah, that's
condiments.
I think
really.
if
Oh my
if I
God.
was ever, neither do I,
Like
Brandon.
basil,
I mean,
okay.
I like cheese, but I don't like anything else.
Yeah, we like our burgers like the exact same way. I think
Plain.
that was one of the first thing I learned about. Yeah, exactly.
Plain. That's how I say with my hot dogs. I don't put nothing on them.
Yeah, nothing on it. Yeah,
Exactly.
I don't put nothing on my hot dogs.
Filtered.
We want
But
it.
no,
We want it plain and dry.
exactly.
I prefer like a bit of both.
If I
but,
was, if I was
go,
like had otherworldly powers, I would literally disintegrate all ketchup from existence.
There would be like
Send
no
it-
more tomato sauce then.
Send it into
No,
water.
no,
Rule
that's
number one.
fine. Pasta sauce,
No
that's
ketchup.
fine. Ketchup, die.
Waru can consume all the ketchup. It'll just float around in
Do
him.
you guys
and be
remember
gone.
how they had like colored ketchup, like purple ketchup or
Yes.
something?
Yeah,
Like that?
I saw that on
That was
Good
pretty
Mythical
gross.
Morning.
Filthy. So the matron says that Captain Rob, let me see his first name. I already forgot it. Captain Rob Locke. He said that his search for the Duinagwin, the star dragons, was in vain because none were known to reside there anyway. Though one or two have gotten lost passing through. Chiron and Jarell show him to his quarters. We're told that he decides to go look around and try and escape. He goes into a room. It says the room was circular and disappointingly small, with another on the far side. Only one adornment decorated the room, a pedestal in its center. Chained to it was a tome of clearly ancient manufacture. It was no wonder they kept it from the peering eyes of strangers. I shone my torch on the book, trying to ascertain its value. The book was open and inscribed in an alien tongue, but the illustrations, I am no priest, but the pictures that adorn the pages I cannot describe. They could only be derived from the most vile and repugnant of minds, grotesque visions of misshapen monsters flaying and satiating themselves on still living beings. Complex and complicated formulae accompanied these, evidently for magical purposes, several of which I could see were meant to summon hideous things from wherever such things lived.
Ooh. What do you think it
I
looks
have to say, can I tell you what I envisioned when I read that?
What?
The Paw Patrol. That's right. That's
Marcel,
what it took 20 streams, but you've
become the
corrupted
very
me.
thing you sought to destroy.
It took 20 streams, but you've corrupted me now. Here, Kyle says you need mustard and ketchup. They must be blended until it all turns orange. Oh God, you're not doing any favors for Maxine. She's gonna, yeah.
There, I lost her.
So, Rob Locke moves away from the book to search for less provocative baubles, and he finds a scene of madness, husks of several mummified beings of various races, including the cadaver of a once beautiful Zeltron, a Mandalian giant, and still others, all perfectly preserved. The body of a strange, small, monkey-like creature with a skull instead of a face.
Hey, do you know what that is?
No.
Is that like Salacious B. Crumb kind of thing?
No, that's the Nightmare Demon from the old Marvel comics. Let me pull this up for you.
That's from the British one, not the Devil World, but a British version.
Yes, here I can pull up an image. I love these guys so much. The first thing when I first emailed Joe Bongiorno, the first thing I asked him was, "Is this in Supernatural Encounters?
I'll try
Encounters," and he was like, "Yeah, it's in there," and I was so excited about it.
Once we go to once we're all together at Legends Con and I eat in front of you, you guys are gonna think my eating habits and my.
No, I won't. My daughter is the pickiest eater in the world.
Let's go, kindred spirits.
I will try.
Always wanted more giant
like
representation. Yeah, well, you could go into that room and find a desiccated one. Particularly want to see their conflict with the Mandos. Love seeing them. Yeah, for sure.
I'm so picky as well.
Oh, now that's foul. Frankie says he had a friend who used to eat Oreos with ketchup.
Nasty.
This
For
is what
shame.
that's been referred to, I believe.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nightmare demons. Okay.
Look,
I'd put ketchup on
here's
that.
Luke thinking I thought they'd all been eradicated before the Clone Wars.
Look at that claw in the middle of the picture. He's like, just like his jaw, his like square jaw. He's like, tell Scarlet I do give a damn.
Yeah.
That is, you could use that as a Giga Chad meme.
That's what I'm saying. He's mewing.
I love these nightmare demons though so much. The Imperials exterminated them, it said, because they were like manifestations of the dark side. So sorry, not the Imperials. The Republic kind of exterminated them, hunted them down. Luke thought they'd all been eradicated before the Clone Wars, but they persisted. Fascinating.
I think I read this comic. Now that you say it, because I remember seeing the image of the monkey with the skull head.
Wait, I have a question for Scott Johnson. Scott, so you say ketchup goes on French fries. That is all, nothing else. The only things that I use ketchup on are French fries, hot dogs, and hamburgers. Are you telling me, Scott, that they don't go on either hot dogs or hamburgers either? Because that is something that I need to know.
Hamburger.
I think ketchup should be destroyed.
The only thing I put on my
Oh,
fries is cheese.
I
like
have
to
put
melt
them on mac
lots
and
of cheese onto
Yeah,
my fries.
I have put them on mac and cheese and also grilled cheese sandwiches, but not often. Anyways,
What about ketchup chips, Marcel? I know Canadians. That's a
The
Canadian
only sauce
exclusive
I
thing.
use
I've never
I
seen
do
it
love
in
ketchup.
America.
I do love ketchup chips.
The only
But
sauce
they make
I
your
use
fingers red, so it's not worth it.
for any food, the only like condiment or sauce that I use at all is mayonnaise for fries, which sounds weird.
No, it's not
very
weird.
weird
I
for
do
me.
that too.
But
No, a lot
the
of people do
Europe-
mayonnaise for fries.
Europeans do it. So in Europe, in the streets of Germany, the vendors will give you a tub of mayonnaise and fries.
Yeah, if you go
I'll
to
tell you what.
Amsterdam, they have like fries and covered in mayonnaise.
My favorite thing, you don't put it on hamburgers or anything, but peanut butter. Peanut butter is
on hamburgers?
No, but peanut butter is the most sacred thing.
I agree. I love peanut butter. It's like one of my favorite things. If I was allergic to it, I'd be devastated.
Oh, me too. I would actually like die. But peanut butter is like my favorite thing ever. Like if you give me a jar of it and a spoon, I'll eat it. Like
You would die if you were allergic to peanut butter. You'd be like Choppa Chowa, and then you just
I'd
disappear into the
literally
forest. Yeah.
pull a Darth Ruin and die.
Yeah.
Like
So we have a debate going on here, but Scott says no, just mustard and relish on hot dogs and hamburgers. I mean, I like those too. So no ketchup. Okay. Ketchup lightly
Dino
mixed with
chicken
ranch.
nuggies. That's a classic.
Corey says he never understood all the rice hate. He has a monkey with a skull head that doesn't even crack the top 100 weirdest
Right.
moments.
Rice is the nightmare demon that Luke specifically encounters.
Death Mask
It
is an
reminds me
awesome
of-
wolf underrated comic.
It reminds me of
I
a
love it.
of
I
a
slut out
Jack Kirby
for
issue.
my
Of,
dogs.
I think it's the Demon, where there's a little monkey with a skull head. I don't even know if he has a skull head, but there's a little white monkey that projects like your worst nightmares into your dreams or whatever, and he feeds off your fear, something like that.
Kyle, you made me very sad.
Wow.
I eat all these. I eat all these things. I eat like
Yeah,
mayo,
that's right.
ketchup, relish, mustard. Anyways, it's
Mayo's
fine.
the only one I use, and only on fries, nothing else.
The only food that I do not
Sauce is
eat
weird.
is like if it's like a bug or insects or something like
could-
that. I can't touch those.
we could have
I
an
don't like
entire
mushrooms.
stream on all of the foods that I don't like.
That's the 21st stream coming up.
That could be a stream in and of itself because I hate a lot of food.
So after Locke is looking around, he turns around and he sees he turned to depart, and there the sister stood gazing upon him. Startled, he attempts to give a lame excuse for his presence, but the crone lifted up an amulet she wore, out of which an inky ray was emitted, enveloping him. With that, everything turned to black. Then he wakes up in his own bed again. His wife lays beside him, which she shouldn't be there. This is like way out of context.
Mhm.
And then he realizes that it's the old crone actually laying beside him, and it was an illusion. It was the first of, or maybe not actually the old crone, but it was like basically an illusion. It was like some ugly old.
It's like The
person.
Shining.
Yeah, like The Shining, exactly, like some old decrepit, like dead, half dead woman. It was but the first of many such awful phantasms to come. He was told he would not survive, that none ever did, and he didn't doubt it. He was never questioned nor informed of the reasons behind the horrific things that they did to him. Whoa, we have some more comments here. Not liking any food is all in your minds. Yeah, fair enough. Eat
For me,
everything.
it's texture based. I don't
Even
like
when
certain
inevitable,
textures.
it might just taste good. Yeah, I eat mostly everything. Like I said, there's only like anything.
I try to.
Don't
I
be
don't
sad,
even-
man. There's time in life to see the truth. Frankie, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming.
Good seeing you, Frankie.
Good seeing
Don't
you,
give
man.
up hope in me, Kyle. Maybe I will come around on that.
Fair enough.
So he says that he hears it outside the ship now. It's close. It starts to get like ominous. Like, what's he hear, right? The sisters are long gone. They'd been alive for centuries, or so they claim, secluded in their immoral den of horror, luring unsuspecting and unwary travelers like sirens, Brennan. But in that time, they'd grown arrogant and careless. So he pulls out an old vibro shiv and stabs them.
Oh God.
Conceived
that
by a
conclusion.
madness. His one mistake, though, was going back for the book. It's like that, like
nice
forbidden
game.
knowledge. You just can't let it go.
It's like the One Ring.
Yeah.
It's like the Last Crusade where she's reaching for the thing for the Grail.
Yeah.
Stupid habit, Sith. Oh shoot!
Back up.
The
Oh,
race.
was that you?
That was
No,
my
that
son.
was.
Oh, that was so good. I was looking around like, who did that? Is he here? Is Gollum here?
So he reads from the book, and in it was a tale of the ancient gods who usurped the indolent celestials and gave the first races power and weapons. In exchange, the gods demanded their help to rid the galaxy of the celestials, for which they would be made kings. The races battled one another, and the gods were pleased. But they were betrayed by a demon who cast them into the outer places. Soon they would return. I assume that's Telotny who obliterated the immortal gods. Was that your understanding of that? Yeah.
Well, hold on.
Vibro Shiv, how the hell did he manage to make a makeshift lightsaber resistant knife? I think he had it on his person. It says, wait.
That's what I thought too.
They just had it.
I thought he'd stashed it.
He pulled out an old Vibro Shiv he kept concealed on his person at all times.
Okay, so this was an old invention. He made this back in space prison 20 years
I
ago.
want a boot where if you click the heel a certain way, a knife comes out of the edge. And you just
like the Joker.
Yeah, the Joker has one of those.
Does he? Oh, very cool.
Uses it in the Dark Knight.
Doesn't what's his name from Dune have a similar thing, but it's on his chest?
Fade
What's the
Rotha?
guy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he does. That's right.
Lightsaber boot.
Lightsaber boot.
That's
I like what you're cooking right here.
What if you put your feet up in the wrong way?
I always think about Nyax. I always think about him. What if he I don't know. He's got him on his elbows. What if he put his elbow down and just
That's what I was.
And of course, for the purposes of this, we're talking about Nyax from the NJO, not the Nyax that we talked about last stream. But here, let me see if I can find a picture. This is so ridiculous, but here we go.
The lightsaber suit.
Yeah, the lightsaber.
I showed this to my cousin, and he was
There he
6
is.
years old, and he said, "That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Those are lightsabers." And I was like, "You mean awesomest?" And he's like, "No, that's stupid." He hated it.
They're on his knees. So what happens if he gets down on his knees? On
He doesn't.
Yeah, it'll
he doesn't.
just stab
He's
straight.
always standing.
But,
Granny says, "I like to imagine Nyax is actually covered in sabers. We just only canonically saw a small amount." Yeah,
He's got them everywhere.
Oh god.
It's just cool, that scene with him.
If he was gonna knee someone though, then that would be quite helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, without wanting to, he starts reciting the blasphemous incantations for summoning the avatar of the Hungry Ones.
Oh god.
Then it gets very Lovecraftian at the end here. He said, "Oh no, they're inside
Yeah.
now. They've come for me, the emissaries of El Shaddam. God calls to me from beyond. I can see in my waking eyes now, as in the nightmare vision, beckoning me to come forth and fulfill my role. There is no escape. It knows where I hide. It calls and I must obey. Immense, twisting coils pulsating in deepest space. The void horrors come. There is laughter in the dark portal. The soul worm. It comes scratching at the door. I beg you, all who listen to this, keep away. Beware the dark places of the galaxy. It has found me, and I must answer its call. It's coming through. The door is bursting up."
This is the most coherent breakdown I've ever read.
So that's the transmission ends. That was my, anyways. So at that point, he's obviously consumed, like Abdul al-Hazred, by whatever dark entities are at his door. But what's interesting to me is it almost reminded me of that that Lord of the Rings scene where it's the drums. I can hear the drums.
drums in the deep.
It reminded me of the Apocalypse Endor Tales comic where the stormtroopers are losing their mind when the Ewoks are just beating their drums over and over. And he's like, "I hear it inside my head. It's all around me." And then he runs out into the forest. He's dragged away by the Ewoks. If you guys haven't read Apocalypse Endor, it makes you second guess Ewoks.
Corey says that Nyax is the reason for no elbows on the table rule. You know what the other reason for that is? That you just blow through the elbows of your dress shirt. It just like
Oh,
rubs
yeah.
the fabric. Oh my God, how many of those have gone through?
Have you, any of you been to the restaurant in Disney World where it's like a very old-fashioned one where they tell you can't put your elbows on the table? They're
No
like,
elbows on the table, little
the
lady.
waiters will like yell at you. They're like, "Get your elbows off the table," or like, "You gotta eat
I
all
will
your
throw
food."
them through the window.
Yeah, I went there once, and they're mean.
No, I've never been to Disney
This is
World.
why I'm not invited back
neither.
to Disney World.
My wife keeps trying to get me to go, and I'm like, no, I can't support them after what they give me more legends, and I will go to Disney World with open arms.
I will go to Disney World the second they make new Legends material.
My mom loves Disney, so
Even if they throw us a comic, I will go. I'll go. Just give me a comic.
Give me
Crystal
one
Storm
more
2.
issue of the Marvel.
Not a
the Marvel
reprint.
series.
Give me 109. Yeah.
If he falls with all of them on, he'll just keep falling through the ground. Yeah, he just falls through the world map like it's like a glitch in the game. All you have to do is trip him.
Yeah, he just goes through all levels of a deck of a ship. Like he's near the top,
like
and he
the
just goes
acid
all the way
alien.
down through. Yeah.
So this part of Appendix A ends. It says these small fragments of evidence, such as the recording just presented, begin to form a tapestry that allows me to peel back the curtains of the mist-shrouded past. I have yet only begun to unearth the aggregation of fathomless intervals and piece together its resounding rubric cipher, but I feel as though I have already cracked the vault and peered within its murky depths. The time is not yet right to unfurl so prodigious and onerous an account, for I have one final journey to make, and there is much yet to sift through. So, of course, that leads into the journey that he makes into Illithurion to find the Osirians, right? And what happened to them, and that is the plot of Supernatural Encounters, ostensibly.
Yeah.
And then we get to Appendix B, excerpt from the Holocron of Lord Shadowspawn. There's reference. It's a one pager, but there's references like in the first paragraph to like Nal, Zakul, the Vagari, the Red Nebula, the occult god kings and mummified mages. Anyways, yes.
Phidias gets a name drop.
Alan
He'll
Moore
never
needs to
escape
write
the
it.
Vagari.
Yes, he does need to write.
Is he
Well,
still, is he still with us?
What is who
He
still
will
with
not
us?
work for. Well,
Yeah.
he's still alive. He will not work for a mainstream.
I just
publisher.
want Christy Golden to come back and write and put Sword of the Jedi out.
I
Who?
always think
I don't know
that
anyone
she-
by that name.
I always think that she would, but Matt Wilkins talks about a really negative con experience he had with her, where she just seemed very prickly and mean. And so then I'm like, would she? Because like Matt talks about it all the time, so it makes
Well,
me
it could've-
second guess like if she would or not.
I mean, it could have been just a random con experience, like somebody came up to her and said
Sure.
something nasty and put her on edge
Yeah.
for this thing. It could have been something like that.
We joke about Supernatural Encounters too, but there's like you could do
Yeah.
it. Anyways,
Can I read this? Like, I'll read this page.
you want to read the entire page?
Yeah.
Why don't
Is
you
this the
split it?
shortest section in all of Supernatural
It
Encounters?
is. Yeah. Why don't you split
Yeah.
it with Ken? Do you want the first half or the second half? The second half would be unlike our brethren in Known Space.
I'll take the second half.
Okay. Well, go
Yeah.
for it, Maxine. Start us off.
Surrounded by sentient stars and an exoplasmic moat of malevolence, the true Sith preserve the secret of our survival from any unlucky enough to penetrate the occluded depths of the unknown regions. Though few dare wander farther than the Terminus system or the wailing kingdoms of Nile Rahaftor beyond Krakul, and none brave the territory of Nal past Sakul. The pestilential realm of disease and madness patrolled by the oozing, rotting corpses of the Vagari. And behind the Red Nebula, beneath all the all-seeing eyes of occult god kings and mummified mages, armies numerous as the stars train for war or toil in torment to nourish the ravenous essurance of the Ancient Ones. This portion corrupted beyond repair. The myths suggest a heretofore unknown aspect of the seals in which certain mortal families were chosen as guardians over the doors, presenting an additional layer of protection. Seeing as the breaking of the mortar seal was indirectly caused by Palpatine himself, it is likely no coincidence that House Palpatine, which Darth Sidious himself slaughtered, is considered one of the 7 impassable doors holding back chaos in Naboo myth.
Whoa.
But as even a youngling knows, chaos cannot hold back Chaos cannot be held back for long.
So that corruption, interesting, because that's not what my screen says.
What?
Here, you skipped like 5 paragraphs and went right to the bottom.
Yeah, I didn't get any of that. I have the web version up as well.
Hold on.
You skipped like three paragraphs.
That's not in mine.
Whole middle.
Okay.
I'm using my OG copy. So
hold on. Let me see my.
Wait, the paragraphs are in different places.
I can read out of the OG one. Hold on. Oh wow.
Yeah.
No, yeah, the paragraphs are in separate places. They've been switched around.
Okay. Interesting. I wonder what the rationale behind that is.
The 5th paragraph is now 3rd instead of, or I guess the 8th is now 3rd instead of 8th. It's gone up 5 spots.
I want to read one little paragraph. Ken, we'll find something else for you to read, but
sure, no problem.
Soon all the seals that hold these back will shatter, and so shall our gathering forces go forth. Serpents, satraps, and shadows not seen since the earliest battles of the cosmic wars.
That's the last paragraph in the Amazon print.
Error copy. That's right. Does Max have the extended version? Here, wait. Let me pull my copy out.
I was using the Amazon copy.
Yeah.
I got the web version up here, and that's like.
I didn't want to. This one is very heavy, so.
Oh yeah, the paragraphs are kind of in different order. Well, I would say that the Amazon copy is the most definitive at this point, right? Because it's the updated version.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
What did you think of this? In any event.
Well, I love this because I'm all for this kind of ominous kind of vibe here. Like, oh yeah, the seals are gonna break, and everybody will die and stuff.
Right. You know what this would have been good on? This would have been good as like the last page of some kind of like guide, or like they would never do this, but like the bio or something of the Lord Shadowspawn action figure.
Right.
Just like take part of this, be like, oh, this is his quote or whatever. Like the soon.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
I love
super cool. I can see that.
I love this chaos cannot be held back for long. I actually wish it ended like in the original version. It ends in that with that paragraph, and I almost wish that they had preserved that. But
I love that like the Naboo myth is like kind of like connected here.
Yeah,
because they talk about that in the Darth Plagueis novel when Plagueis visits Kasinga Palpatine. He's like, oh yeah, like House Palpatine is said to guard one of the gates of chaos, and then like obviously we have the 7 seals and we have the 7 gates, so it's like it all kind of matches up through history, and I really like it.
It's true, all of it. Ken, actually, can you read us the paragraph that says unlike our brethren in known space, if you can find it? I don't even know where it would be in your copy.
Unlike our brethren in known space, the true Sith are not blind to the nihilism of the dark path. Yet knowing the doom at hand, we do not eschew it as madness or folly, but rather embrace it as the inevitable destiny of the universe that we must hasten to its end. So do we of the true Sith use the narcissism of the Stygian Sith to our ends in war after war, hastening events to the flagellation of the galaxy, and remaking into glorious shadow worlds.
So I guess my issue with this is I don't know how I personally feel about Shadowspawn, Chronal, etc., being basically like almost like in a sense manipulating Palpatine, right? Like he is actually more powerful than Palpatine, but that's really like the theme that these true Sith are out there, and that Palpatine, as much as he's like Emperor of the Galaxy and like the strongest Darksider as far as we know, etc.,
yeah,
he's just a pawn. Right? There's always a bigger fish, like they're the bigger fish, right? And even with them, like they're just servants of the dark, right? And of Nakash, the immortal gods. So it just I don't know. Part of it makes like the original trilogy seem so inconsequential in a sense. But I guess another way of looking at it is like it's the microcosm playing out. Instead of the macro, like on a micro scale, right? The macrocosm issue playing out on a micro scale.
Yeah.
It
Right.
could also be a different. It could also be two different levels of macrocosm, because you could look at it macrocosm of the political galaxy of like we're going from this repressive empire to a more free new republic, something
Yeah.
like that. Whereas like the spiritual stuff is there, but that's at the very end with just Luke, and it doesn't, Palpatine's he's just, again, yeah, like you said, a pawn.
The way I see it is like these like wars that we see as like now minor in a sense because of the true Sith is like, again, like Luke Skywalker in his lifetime and those wars that he fought were like, that generation's problems, and like, and these true Sith, they're out there, and yes, they're manipulating things, but again, like they're another generation's issue, and like, we focus on like our generation's issues, like, like we don't focus on the previous, like the next generation's issues, like we focus on like what we have in front of us that we can solve, and in a sense, like, still, even though the Stygian Sith and Palpatine are adjacent to the true Sith, they are servants of darkness. They're just lesser servants of darkness in a way, but they are still like insanely powerful and insanely evil, and they need to be stopped. So, and like Luke Skywalker and the Skywalker solos are like guardians of light and justice, and they need to fight back against the darkness in whatever form it may manifest, whether it be true Sith or Stygian Sith. So,
Yeah.
I like that.
I
like that. I like that. I like that. You've made it palatable for me.
I get the feeling that it feels like it invalidates it, but I really resonate with everything you said, Max. Absolutely. It's good to look at things in that perspective, because I had the same kind of feeling, because it seems like Shadow Spawn's like a pawn of the Empire, but then it's like, well, kind of the Empire's a pawn of like Shadow Spawn's branch, and like it's like I don't know how to feel about that, but I like the way that you frame it.
Yeah. And then it's like, I mean, we've kind of seen these things before. It's like Palpatine manipulated the entire Clone War. So it's like every villain and victory and defeat they had was fabricated. It's all part of one master plan to lead to, like the destruction of the Jedi. So it's like,
I just had a thought. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Corey says it's worth noting that Chronal is potentially unreliable narrator. He fixed it in the next comment. He considers himself and his way of the dark superior in Shadows of Mindor, but he fared no better up against Luke.
True.
Yeah.
I have a theory. What if Chronal learned about the true Sith and it drove him insane, and now he's like the Don Juan Quixote of the true Sith? He thinks he's a true Sith, but he's really just like a crazy old man.
I think he's.
Some tells me that Alex would be freaking out if he.
Chronal inflates the truth.
I feel like Chronal probably is a true Sith based on what we learned, but I really like that. Like,
yeah, I like
I love Don Juan Quixote. The fool is like so like noble in his heart. He thinks he's doing the right thing. He thinks he has valor. He's a Jedi in his mind.
So,
but like that's it. And so yeah, we could have a Sith equivalent of that. That's so cool.
Now, what if
he's like a poser, right? He's like he's like, oh yeah, I'm one of the true Sith. Meanwhile, he's just some guy.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that. That's fun.
It's like, what if Chronal knew about the true Sith, and maybe he even encountered like a real one.
Yeah.
And he was like, let me become one of you. And he said, no, you're weak. You don't have the guts for it. You don't have the specs for it.
Well, shields in.
Yeah, and so he said, oh, well, I'll show you. And he went and adopted these philosophies from what he could understand. But I don't know. I mean, I kind of like the idea that Chronal is like an actual like sorcerer of Rand and someone affiliated with them. And maybe he's just like the messenger. He's the
harbinger.
Yeah, if anything, he's probably the lesser of all of them. He's probably the lowest tier in the
definitely
that you could get.
If he's lower tier enough to be like a sub inquisitor with Vader and all them, then he's like Yeah,
he's
He's like
garbage
Jedi
can of
agriculture
True
corps.
Sith.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, absolutely.
in the grand scheme of things, Chronal and his abilities, I would say, are like the very least of the true Sith. So like he could be affiliated with them, but he's certainly not.
He is the scout.
He's
of
he's a nominor of the
essentially,
the
and
true
it's
Sith.
like
he's no blessed Lord Toxmalb.
yeah,
that's
no.
for sure.
Like if Palpatine like fought Chronal, I'm sure Palpatine would probably destroy him.
Oh yeah.
So it's like
I think so.
You will pay the price for your lack of vision.
So it's
but Mr. Palpatine,
Yeah.
I'm a true Sith.
he's like he's Melvin Fett to like Boba Fett.
So, and again, like Skywalkers have that Crystal Rider magic in them.
That's right.
So going up against the Skywalkers. not a
Alien
good-
Exodus.
Yeah.
Okay. Any last thoughts on Appendix B?
Good stuff.
It's there.
It's
Okay.
I like it. It's fun.
Very chapter
It would
80.
make a great toy bio.
I enjoyed it as well. Before we go on to the final part of the stream, which will probably take us at least an hour, if not longer, we have a word from our sponsors.
Cerveza Cristal. Cerveza Cristal.
All right, we're back.
And we're back.
Appendix C. From the adventures of R2D2 and C3PO, famously known as the
stands
Coda.
for Cerveza Crystal.
Survey, yeah, exactly. Appendix CC.
Did you guys notice that this mirrors the first expanded universe story is called Star Wars From the Adventures of Luke Skywalker? And then this, for now, is the last that we have for the expanded universe, last chronologically, and the last piece of the last bit of media. And it mirrors that by going from the adventures of. I thought that was intentional. Perhaps I'm reading into it a bit, but I thought that was an intentional move. That it's like the first and the last.
I had to take the cloak off for that. I am ready.
Okay. Before we start into it, I'm going to read this little epitaph at the beginning or chapter. Love is of the light itself, the strongest force of all. Passion is but the moonbeam to the light of the sun. And we are the shadow folk. Who will die when the full light strikes us? A lament for Budag, a merchantry composition. Harry says he also noticed some mirroring in the intent of the story, but we'll get to it. So, sorry, Budag, what was that? I remember reading in the end notes. Anyways, it's fine. We'll come back to it.
This is the last thing we're going to cover in this book.
Yeah. Let's talk about what people thought of this, and I will start.
Okay, you go.
Actually, no. Someone else start. Al, you start. I gotta compose my thoughts.
All right.
But wait.
Okay,
Should we
fair
set
enough.
the scene for what this is, or should we just give our thoughts?
No, you know what? Let's set the scene for what this is. Maxine, why don't you tell us what this is? Take as
So-
much time as you want.
To set the scene, the coda takes place during what is known as the Final War, and we've heard about this war that was coming for a long time, in some generation or other in the far future, that we would never experience. When all the seals were broken and the 9 thrones are taken, and the darkness finally comes forth. So this coda delves into that. It gives us a little snippet in time of the final war and where we're at and what's going on and who and some of the figures who are present for this. So, the seals are broken. Well, they're waiting for the last one. There's one left. The darkness is still spewing forth. It's like the door is almost open and they're clawing their ways out, but there's one seal left, and we see the breaking of the final seal. and we
Yeah.
see the darkness come forth. So
This is Ragnarok. This is the end
Yes,
times.
this
This is the Book of Revelation. This is
Yes,
literally any apocalypse myth you can think of come to life.
yeah. And going back to the interlude, the third one, when Arhul Hextrophon's mailman pauses for a second and says the gates are opening, like everyone's gonna die. Like this is that moment that mailman spoke of. When the gates are open,
Nice callback.
the stars are there. The stars will fall and all will die, as he says. So
Stars
we are
will
at
fall,
that point.
all will die.
I'm sure Scandit said that to me the other day.
Al, I had enough time now to think about what I'm gonna say, and so I'm gonna usurp your position.
So just to set the
Go ahead.
scene there, so you know what their thoughts are on this. Here you go.
Fair enough.
I did not like the coda, and I talked to all of you about it, and sat on it for a week and a half, and I talked to Corey about it, and I softened a bit, and then I went through my notes tonight and came out not liking it even more than I did the first time I read it. I think there was a comment that Harry made earlier that he knows someone on Twitter that likes cult encounters more than supernatural encounters because supernatural encounters went too far. I think that the coda went too far. I think that it took away from the brilliant ending that I thought supernatural encounters had. I think that it shouldn't have gone there in the first place. But if you're going to go there, I think it didn't do enough with what it did, right? It was just like a glimpse into what should have been like potentially the most epic story of all time set in the Star Wars universe. But it also felt very hokey and contrived for me. And this is the first time that I'm saying this for any part of the book. And so I just cannot stand behind the coda. I will promptly, after finishing this book, this is the first thing I'm saying this for, headcanon it right out. That's my thoughts in a nutshell.
Al, you go.
So I am very mixed. I keep saying this. I've said this to you guys. I think I said this to my friend Jack. Very mixed.
Please forgive me.
I like the idea. I can kind of see what they're going for, but it just doesn't. For me, I don't think it reaches the potential that I wanted. I see, and we'll get into this a little bit later, I see a lot of, not to go back to Superman and DC again, but this is what I do. I see a lot of Crisis on Infinite Earths here, except Crisis was 12 issues. It was a giant maxi series. All of the issues were oversized, I'm pretty sure. So it's this huge detailed work, whereas this is like 12 pages, not even.
15.
15 pages, excuse me. That I don't think there's enough time to do I don't think that's enough time to do. This would be Supernatural Encounters 2, for the record. This, you would need that length to pull off something like this. I think it's a little too much. At the same time, I like the idea. I'm on board with the idea. I'm on board with the pitch. I'm on board with a lot of the elements of the pitch. It's just that I don't know. Maybe you guys could sway me either way. I'm mixed. I don't like parts. That's sort of my thoughts. We're
gonna go a bit out of order here. We're gonna hear from Brennan first, then Ken, then we're gonna end on Maxine.
Oh man, where do I start with this? I've been mulling over this for a long while because curiosity got to me when I was reading through Supernatural Encounters. And I was like halfway through, I was like, wait, so how does it end? Because I was like, when are we going to get back to the Historical Council? So I like flipped through, I saw the coda, and my eyes flashed upon one thing that suggested that it was very far in the future. So I was instantly like very wowed and had a lot of questions. But I went back to Supernatural Encounters, continued reading, got to 84, The Verdict, and then went ahead and read the coda before I reread Cult Encounters because I just couldn't contain myself. And I instantly had so many questions for Joe. In his own words, it creates more questions than answers.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I love stuff after Legacy 2. Like that's something that I like really enjoy. I like Storyteller For me, Fourth Precept, the Heine Minis.
Heine Minis, yeah.
Lots of stuff after Legacy 2. Like, I just love the idea
Someone
because
give
it
me a link
feels...
to those, by the way. The higher minis. I need to know.
I don't know if they've been translated yet.
Not yet, but they're coming.
Well, I need to have those.
I can... I have some like Google translations that I can send you for some relevant material after this. But they're really fascinating. I just feel like Legacy 2 after that is like a forbidden area, right? Ooh, we can't... Do we really want to peek behind this curtain, right? Like, we've already peeked behind curtains into the past. Do we in the future? For me, it mostly worked. I liked it. Listening to Marcel and Al is like making me stumble a little bit in my faith in this section. But I wish there was more.
Yeah,
I wish there was more to this section. But at the same time, I think it might have been more controversial if there had been more. So I think it's just enough. And I like it overall. Now there's a couple things that don't gel with me as much, but overall I do like it. I like it, and I think I don't headcanon it out, but I view it as a separate entity from Supernatural Encounters. Supernatural Encounters ending made me cry, the epilogue.
Yeah.
Real men cried during Supernatural Encounters. No, but I cried during the transformation scene. It's beautiful. It's the perfect ending.
Yes.
Cult Encounters is before it. The Shadow Spawn thing is on the back of a toy box, as Al said. And this is like its own novella. Like, separately. And if you look at it as just being like further Supernatural Encounters, I can see how that doesn't work. But for me, looking at it as its own thing that just happens to be collected in a Supernatural Encounters book, it works. I like it. I like the ideas behind it, but I like the epilogue is the ending for Supernatural Encounters at the same time. But overall, positive thoughts. Sorry,
I'm gonna
went longer than I
devil's advocate all of you. But anyways, Harry, before we get to Ken, Harry says for me, he thinks it's better that it's so short, leaving room for others to add more to it, or to just discount it outright. Yes.
Fair enough.
He cried the first time when reading the coda. As you can see, it meant a lot to him. Yes, I apologize. Well, for my opinion, but I'm not going to mince words. If I, don't like it, I'm going to say so. Ken, your turn. What did you think of the coda?
Alrighty. Well, unlike my friends here, I didn't have any time to mull over this. I read it like today.
Yeah, I remember.
But I do not like this for a few reasons. First of all, the way it's written, it just feels very like hokey. You have characters that show up, like C-3PO and R2-D2, they show up. I'm like, okay, what are they doing here? Like, what is going on? It doesn't feel like Star Wars to me. The way it's written and like the whole final battle, and it didn't jive with me. And then the whole last line, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, it felt a bit too meta, like telling.
Ironically, that was the only part that I did.
I did not.
That's how it ended. I was like, oh, it's brilliant.
I liked it. I thought that was a fun way to end it.
Yeah, it was like great ending. I love it.
But like you guys said, the transformation is like that is the definitive ending to like this book. And well, the coda is technically it's the ending of the universe. Like I don't
of the saga.
Yeah, the whole saga, yeah. I just
the Skywalker saga.
Yeah, and I could see like there was ideas in the coda that have kind of been built into Star Wars for a long time. Like the idea that George Lucas was like told the story of Star Wars, and that's why he ended up making the films and stuff like that. That's not a new idea, right? Yeah. That's not something that like came with the coda. Yeah.
That's and I appreciate the scripts, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that aspect of it, like the Journal of the Wills or whatever. It's like, oh, they think it's fiction. But anyways, before we get to Maxine, one last comment. Kyle says, I feel the coda was wonderful. However, everyone is entitled to their opinion. Yes, indeed. Max, why don't you tell us what you think of the coda?
Okay. So I am the kind of odd one out here. I loved the coda. As Harry said, I cried when I read it as well. There was a certain moment in there that kicked me right in the ribs when I started crying. And we'll get to that part. But I loved it. So, and the way I see it is that obviously the transformation that is the true ending of Supernatural Encounters. But the coda for me, and I've stewed on this. As much as I would probably take it as my canon, because this is the kind of scenario that I would want to see.
Same.
Because it's the good people of the galaxy coming together and fighting the darkness in the final fight, where it's not one family, it's not one person taking out. It's everybody has to come together and join together and fight the darkness together. But the way I see this, even though that I would personally like to see this, is that this is but a window into what could be, into what this kind of struggle could look like. I don't think it concretely happened, but it's like a possibility of what the future could be. You know, the future is always in motion, as Yoda says. You know, I don't think it's like a. I think there are some parts of it that absolutely make sense to have happened, but again, I think this is like just a possible future and a possible scenario, a window into what could be. And that's the way I see it, is that, but again, even if it's not, and this actually isn't a factual event from the final war, I'm here for it, because I loved this so much. You know, because it's what I imagine it to be. And I am someone who, like, I want to know everything. You know, I need to know everything. It's just kind of it's within me to want to know as much as I can about something. And the thought of this final war that's been looming over this whole overarching story, where, you know, they all talk about, hey, the gates are going to break one day and the darkness is going to come forth, and the chosen ones are going to have to step up, and the galaxy is going to have to, the great restoration and everything. And I read those things, I'm like, I want to see that. I'm like, let me see it. So even just this small glimpse, like, made my heart rate go up. Like, I'm so excited to even just have a little peek through a keyhole at this area in time, and who the combatants are, and where they are, and what's going on,
Yeah.
And I love the idea that, like, it's short, but it's open to where other people can expand on it. Like, like where we start, there's one seal left. So what happened to make the rest of them go away? Like, when we meet our heroes, they're in a state of desperation. They're pushed back. They're on the back foot. How did they get there? And what was essentially the first shot fired over the bow? Like, I want to see all these things, and supernatural encounters too. So yeah, I absolutely love the coda. I thought it was so much fun to read. And the whole Galaxy Far, Far Away thing, I like that. I mean, that's, to me, like, I think that's kind of poetic. Like, I feel like that's just how, like, storytelling goes. It's just like, when you tell a story, you're just like, like fairy tales, the common motif is like in a faraway land, and in a princess was, it's like a fairy tale motif, and fairy tale is such an integral part of Star Wars' creation. It's fairy tale and myth and legend and stuff like that. And we talk about this all the time in my literature class. It's like, we talk about motifs and themes in these things. So it's like, that's a common motif in Star Wars. So a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, like, that was second nature to me, because Star Wars is in part fairy tale. It's got the elements to it. So, like,
I know I use the word hokey, but that last part, how it ended, I thought was really good, and how I would have ended it too if I were writing it. Like, I thought
you got to do it.
Yeah, you kind of had to do it.
I hate to bring up this show, but in the Ahsoka show, that line was used. Ahsoka asks Hu Yang to tell her one of these stories that they used to tell younglings at the temple, and he's like, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, in his cool David Tennant voice, because how can he not like David Tennant?
I know, it's the best.
So
I will say this. I thought I was someone who wanted to know everything about Star Wars, or like George Lucas says, everything about everything.
Yeah.
In the beginning of our stream.
Yeah.
Until I read the coda. And then I was like, oh no, there are some things that I actually don't want to know about. And this is one of them. The other thing that I was thinking of when you were talking, Max, is that I think that like that's the reason why I got into the expanded universe in the first place, is because I wanted to know more about the Star Wars universe, right? But I guess this just went too far. It was too much eldritch knowledge for me to, internalize.
And I think that's an entirely valid like statement, like that you don't want to know everything, because it holds the mystery, and that there's one thing I don't want to know, and that's Yoda's species. I don't want to know where he's from. I don't want to know what his species name is. I thought I did before.
Me too.
And now I don't.
I am a ketchupian.
Ketchupian. So Corey says, as he discussed with Marcel, who's that loser, I'm very sympathetic to the less is more argument, and if there was still an ongoing EU to pick up the ball where SE throws out there, I'd be rather it be left mysterious.
Yeah.
Harry says, for him, he can never discount it from his headcanon, since it's just being an ending for the Star Wars universe is why he loves it. Okay, so for me, the story of supernatural encounters, and I can't just consider this its own thing, like Brennan said, because it's packaged with supernatural encounters, is primarily a story about Arhul Hextrophon and the journey that he goes through. And I know that like so much of the book is not about Arhul Hextrophon, but the parts that were about him, the interludes and the beginning and the ending, were some of the most meaningful parts of that book for me.
They were.
There's this character that you just like really don't really know much about, and yet you just absolutely fall in love with him and his plight and his humanity. And and spoilers, Hex does show up in the coda, but I just thought that this is not a story about Arhul Hextrophon. It seemed out of place to me, which is weird because the Supernatural Encounters deals with the beginning of the Star Wars galaxy, so why wouldn't it deal with the end of the Star Wars galaxy? But this isn't just the end of the Star Wars galaxy. This is the end of all things. This is like the Great Restoration is going to happen after all of this is done. And so I don't know. I struggle with it. Maybe one day I'll come around to it, but it's not a story of Arhul Hextrophon for me. It's just
I think that I think is the key here. Is I am someone who wants to learn more, who wants to learn everything. However, for me, the key is I want to learn everything about the characters. I think all the way back in the first stream I was on, in the second stream, Marcel, you asked, what would you be satisfied with the ending of Star Wars? My ending for Star Wars is I want to see Luke fade into the Force, and then I'm good. Then it's over for me.
I got the movie for you.
The legacy comics and all that stuff's great, but like it ends with Luke. It starts.
That's confirmation that he did end, though, right? Is that almost?
But
enough?
No. You got to see him fade. No, that's not the same.
I completely agree with you.
We have some more comments, but sorry, keep going.
Well, and for me, this as the ending to the Star Wars, I think that's the thing that I'm missing, and that is why I keep bringing up Crisis on Infinite Earths. The ending of Crisis is you see Superman get his happy ending. You see Superman go with Lois into the paradise realm and be happy. Like there are no characters here other than Hex, who we already saw his happy. We already saw him, get his paradise.
And it was
come
beautiful.
back, and you see it. I love the ending to Supernatural Encounters. It's just here it feels less personal. Does that?
Yeah, I will say that I liked Coda more than Indiana Jones 4. I didn't feel that Coda was exploitative. So
I think a comparison
I liked it
that
more
I
than
had,
The Last Jedi.
Well, I liked picking up my dog's excrement outside more than, but Sorry,
Poor last
I don't
name.
like to
Always
be
getting-
negative.
always
man.
getting-
I don't like to be negative. One thing that I thought while reading the Coda, I am a big fan of the Chronicles of Narnia, and
Yes.
it was very reminiscent to me of The Last Battle.
Yes.
Which is a reason why I really liked parts of the Coda. When Ken mentioned like how it might have been a little hokey for him, like, oh, certain character is here now, certain character is here now.
Yeah.
The Last Battle by C.S. Lewis is written in like the same way. It's like all of a sudden, oh no, his name, the Fawn from the
Mr. Tumnus.
How
You
stupid
monster!
brain.
How do you remember?
Yeah,
How
I
do you not
know.
remember Mr.
Matt
Tumnus? I'm
Wilkins'
just kidding.
brain here.
Oh man.
Wilkins brain.
Mr. Tumnus. He's just. It's like, oh, he's here now, and then you see other faces from throughout the Chronicles of Narnia. There's no like rhyme or reason to why they're back at first. They just are. They're there. They're fighting with them. It's like that in the Coda, and I really actually like that style of writing. It makes it more mysterious, more ethereal, more like ending. And the Last Battle depicts.
I like that in theory.
Yeah, I like it in theory too, but it's just like, oh look, it's like Mother Aughra in the same room as Lord Botanicus, in the same room as Corey Banifin. It's just
it's
feels very hokey,
it's in there's that one issue where it's all the Western characters together, but it's set up that this event is happening through time and space, so it makes sense. Oh, let's pull in these Old West characters. That I think is like I keep going back to. We need more. We didn't need a thing that was like this long. We needed this for.
We needed even more. A 19-book series on the Final War.
Well, that's true.
20 books. High Republic, move out of the way. I want to read about the Final War.
Yeah,
move out of the way anyway.
I want to see more in this timeline, but again, I was happy to get a glimpse at what it would look like, and even just to know, like, even if they had just gave me a list of the damn characters who were involved in it, I'm good with that. Like I want to know about these things, and like I'll take any like scrap of knowledge that I can get that shows me this era. And I like that, like you might consider like, oh, like these characters are like oh, this person's here and that person's here. I like that because
me too.
At the beginning of everything in Supernatural Encounters, it was that way. Everyone was here. The elder races were here. All of the species were all here. The galaxy was unified. People were here before they, the dark powers took hold and Tolotny and the architects mischief when, and things got spread out, but it's the reunification of everything. It's going back to the start because everything's coming back now.
It's full circle.
It's full circle again.
Let's read some comments because we have a ton of them.
I think that's where I'm coming out on this as well, Max. Like,
I think that's a fair argument.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
so it's
I think
it needs more.
I don't know.
For
The
instance,
execution, but more to it.
you don't see any of the Valdalar throughout the entirety of Star Wars history, except for the ones. You don't see them, but they're back now. They're fighting alongside you because they have to, or else or else everything dies.
It's a beautiful poetic feeling. Like it's like truly like the Jedi talk about dark side versus light side, but it like truly is that.
Yeah.
And you have to pick a side. There's no like gray. It's like
there's
you're
nothing
either light or you're dark,
either
and you're
evil
fighting.
or dark, or evil or good. And
yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
And like the elder races, like are coming back. Like everyone's here. Everyone's in it. They have to be because of the very like fate of the universe and multiple universes is at stake here. So it's like when these things were unified, when there was only just Sky River, and when there was only one, like, and when there was only these species created by the Celestials, and now we're getting back to that. We have to get back to that.
It's like a glimpse into just a magnificent manifestation of like the core value of Star Wars.
The restoration. We are going back. We are restoring the galaxy back to the peacetime that we knew it to be before the darkness took over.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to read some comments, and then Max and Brennan are going to take us through the coda so people actually know what we're talking about. So Corey says, as it stands, SE establishes a lot of things with massive implications going forward, only to end there. Given that context, he's happy that Joe got the chance to finish the story. I felt he finished the story with the epilogue of Supernatural Encounters, but yeah, no, in a way, with room for more fleshing out and storytelling. Harry says, given the recency of Star Wars and nerd culture and all that, it feels kind of magical to have a place to end at. Again, I felt that Supernatural Encounters did that brilliantly, and I feel like this takes away from that. After reading, he felt like he wanted to head outside and do new things. That's how I felt after reading the epilogue. Honestly, all the parts considered hokey never bothered you. Fair enough. I mean, they don't bother me that much. I mean, still love Supernatural Encounters. It just, this part didn't hit with me, didn't resonate. Harry says, I think what helps is that it's an end that can work no matter how far the timeline goes, since it's left undated and all the characters are either descendants, immortal, or semi-immortal. Well, I have a comment about that. I think that there's a contradiction here. And so you can add as many stories as you want from Legacy instead of declaring that it's happening 200, 500, 1000 ABY. So I'll just actually, I'll get the contradiction out of the way first, if you don't mind. It mentions that it's Kukruk's grandson, and according to the Whippids live to be 250 years old. We assume that maybe they live a little longer because they're Jedi Whippids. So Kukruk maybe 350 years old. So if we kind of extrapolate that, like, this might contradict with the Hyena Minis, which takes place 1,000 years after the original trilogy, and so
like 981.
981, yeah, it's like the 1,000-year anniversary of Princess Leia's birth or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so I just feel like instead of the Kukruk's grandson, it needs to be like his descendant or something like that. It needs to be more vague in order to kind of not anchor it so much in time.
We did the math, and it would have been like 700 some years in the future, assuming Kukruk didn't have his son on his deathbed.
Yeah, and so anyways, that's why I think it can't be like, it should be vaguer. But that didn't bother me at all because that's easily fixed, right? I think
I liked seeing Kukruk's grandson. It's just that
more specific genealogies like that in the earlier coda, but make those vaguer. I think that's the way to go, and I think that actually, you can sort of have it anywhere in time. I think that really that kind of makes it a bit more palatable for me. But I just don't, I guess, like that it was there in the first place. But that being said, now that we've gone through the comments, Max, Brennan, why don't you just kind of take us through it?
Take it away, Max.
Okay. So we start, essentially, they are very much on the back foot, our heroes. And it says, Catamaran ships have broken the Black Ring. It was one of the dozens of announcements that have been made by Mistress Nemos and the others in the past few hours. The united races of the great Grimalkin, symbolized in the Cathar Act of Deference, have come to the aid of the embittered Catamin against the pyramid ships of Cordal. They are a force that will not be easily stopped. And then, obviously, Cordal is one of the immortal gods.
Also, may I point out, the Cathar are a species that were almost bombed into extinction. Yeah. So it's so cool that they exist into the end times, despite almost being dead, 4,000 years before the movies. I just think it's cool that they made it all the way. Plus, mentioned there are the Catamins as well. A really underutilized race in the expanding universe. They appeared in one Marvel comic issue and in Abel G. Pena's Lone Wolf short story. They're basically Cathar, except they're like a slave race. But I thought there was a lot that could have been done with them. They're very interesting. So it was nice to see them show up with their feline brothers here as well.
And then it says, others had followed a similar trajectory. The snow, jungle, and forest peoples of Zakshik were integrated for the first time since the primeval age. Wookiees fought alongside Toma, Akurin, and Bendone. These had been some of the successes of this final war. The tragedies were too horrific to bear. A galaxy betrayed by the ruling elite in concert with the megacorporations and intergalactic banking clans. So, again, this is the galaxy going back to the beginning where everyone was unified. Mm-hmm. So different species are fighting alongside ones that they had previously been mortal enemies with.
Yep.
Because they're putting aside their differences to wage war against this greater enemy that if they
Because
don't,
they have to.
yeah, if they don't band together to stop it, they all die.
Yeah.
You know? So you can imagine like Trandoshans and Wookiees, they hate each other. So they're fighting together because they have to. And it reminds me very much of the Game of Thrones with the Night's Watch and the Wildlings, because Jon Snow's like, hey, like the White Walkers are coming. I know we've been enemies for centuries, but if we don't band together, the Night King's going to kill all of us. So that's what that kind of reminded me of. And obviously, the ruling elite of the galaxy, of course, they want power. The intergalactic banking clan wants to basically preserve their money and preserve themselves. So they're going to obviously betray the rest of the galaxy because they want to keep themselves alive. So that sucks. Rip to the moons on the IGBC. And they were one of the elder races too.
Yeah.
What the hell?
That's so wild. And it's so funny to think that even in the end times, they're still like, money would be nice.
Yeah.
You know?
They just
Could
want
you-
power and status.
Could you say that they stopped being moons of their word?
They did. They stopped being moons of their word, and I'm very disappointed as a very
As
big
the
moon lover.
world's biggest moon fan.
I know.
Can I just say,
I'm very disappointed.
John Jackson Miller, when he wrote Labor Pains, it's like this moon was moonier than most.
Yes,
I love that
moonier
line
than
so
most.
much. Griff says that, right? Yeah. I love that so much.
We need to replace all characters in Star Wars with Griff. That's what I want.
Arhul.
What would Griff say finding out that Leia was his sister and he'd already kissed her in
what the
blazing blasters? What are you doing here, sister?
What if he found out Leia was his sister, but also himself? That's the real question. That everyone around him was also him. That, to me, these are the questions that keep me up at night.
What would Griff think if he went swimming in Waru?
He would try and
that's a
sell
story.
Waru.
Someone please write
That'd
this
be awesome.
story. A short story of Griff encountering Waru. Somebody please write this.
Mercantile encounters.
What?
Yeah.
What would Griff say though if he was piloting a ship from Tatooine to Coruscant?
And he
like if he was Rick
Is this
O'Lee.
like a joke? Or are you gonna like
If he was
Jason
Rick
Solo
O'Lee,
me? Oh, if he was Rick.
the entire city is one big planet.
The entire city is
Entire
one
city-
big mark. I can rip off this whole planet.
Right for the
Okay.
pickings.
So this next part is really interesting here. For the end of all things, one would assume their holdout would have been grand and ornate within a temple of great significance, perhaps, or upon a world that held symbolic meaning. It may be that other headquarters across the galaxy could boast that, but not here. Here, the war room housed few warriors, its luminous representation of constellations, beasts, and geometric shapes etched in glowing patterns across the otherwise starry ceiling, and walls marked its unconventional nature, while its lambent window frames that projected images of the vast and terrible forces bearing down on the galaxy made it altogether surreal. The floors were at least rendered opaque to avoid disorientation. Of course, this timeless dimension as a conduit to others held no small significance, even if not many knew of it. So, if you didn't catch this, they're in the world between worlds.
Mhm.
You know, the constellations, obviously, in the sky that they see the big, the stars, the beasts circling the door is like loath wolves and everything, and different creatures made
Timeless
out
dimension was a pretty big clue as well.
yes, and geometric shapes. So like there's some doors that are shaped as triangles and stuff. So they're in the world between worlds. This is their hideout. This is their war room.
Makes sense. Makes sense,
yeah.
right?
And it's a damn good war room. And it's also this next part. They had recently jumped to this location with the door to their domain now hidden within the Lyrasan Nebula and protected by a fleet of fierce Lasat and a host of Nibre that joined them. So the Lyrasan Nebula you can actually see in Star Wars Rebels. They enter it because like Lyrasan is behind this nebula and they go into it. And it's protected by a fleet of Lasat, which are kind of like the progenitors of Wookiees, like in the out of universe sense, because like they were the concept.
They were the concept art
Ralph
for
McQuarrie,
Chewie,
or
and then, Then West
And
End Games pulled them in.
Yeah.
This might be the hottest take I've ever put. I hate that design. I wildly hate
They
that
look a little
design so
funky.
much.
I kind of like it.
I don't. Every time I see it, I'm like, "Ew, get out of here!" When I
don't-
saw the art for Rebels, I was like, "This
Ew.
show must be banished."
I
Jump
don't
scare.
like the bright green eyes. I
Yeah.
liked it more as black
I
and
don't like
white
anything
sketches. Like
This
I
is
like that
the
design.
only Macquarie design that I instantly reject. I'm like, no.
Hello, Alex. But also the Nibre are like these kind of like spacefaring, like manta ray kind of creatures, and you can see them throughout like the Clone Wars and Star Wars Rebels. And then would that they could exist that they could exit time and space entirely, they might, but that was not how their realm functioned. Apart from time space did not mean disconnected from it, but rather transconnected. Hence, there was always a hidden lintel to every realm in the in between touched upon. So, of course, this is the world between worlds. So, in this hub, we learn
How
that
cool is this?
that Mistress Nemos is chilling there, and
So
so is
she had to
Archon
be
Ood.
moved,
I
right?
thought Archon Ood was destroyed. Maybe it was just Ariana was destroyed.
Ariana was destroyed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember that, and she pulled a sword out of her neck.
So Mistress Memnos is there. The giant computers there. She's just like
Yeah.
chilling in the corner,
I love the idea of how they
like
got
like a pinball machine. She's just.
What do you think the process was like for moving a computer? Doesn't
I think it
feel
says she was
pain.
transported there or something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it does, but it's just so fascinating to me. I just love that. So
I
where
actually have a
Mistress
picture of
Menemos was, now there's just like a gaping hole. Where...
and there's a BRT supercomputer, which is Mistress Nemos.
She's in the original newspaper strip. C-3PO like walks up to her, and that's where she comes from.
She uses
great
words like side reel.
Yeah. So Mistress Nemos is there chilling. She says Mistress Nemos took up one corner. Well, actually, if their hub was odd, the persons who currently inhabited it were far odder. Mistress Nemos took up one corner. Archon Ood sat on the other side across from her. Between the radiant outlines of the windows and the dancing lights and colors each of the supercomputers produced, often accompanied by a variety of chimes, whistles, and bells designed for sapient beings who found silence unnerving. It might be forgiven if one thought the chamber seemed more like an underground dance club than a place where the final war was being fought.
That's a nice detail.
If you guys remember, Archon Ood was the supercomputer that Arhul and Q9 stumbled upon in other space on Osaria.
Or Eartha.
Eartha, sorry.
Yeah.
And she was supercomputer, of course, and she was known as the Watcher. And they kind of get all their info from her about things.
That I thought my mind the first time I read that section, I was like, "Whoa, my mind is blown. Nothing's going to be crazier or more dense in this book than what than what Archon Ood just like spewed." But it did get crazier.
It did. And as Marcel said that they were transported, it says the two giant supercomputers had been transported there along with with all the other residents by rather unusual means. But they were not the only colorful and important occupants the Mind Matrix had invited. And we meet the Mind Matrix as well when the architects go there right after they're born. They kind of just chill there for a second and then they leave. And Splendid App famously has like a conversation with it.
Yeah.
So it says Queen Sherlindria had brought 4 of the Valadar with her, or the Valdalar with her, 2 of which were engaged in a hearty debate. One appeared to be a dragon, though of a smallish size, who went by the name Keltion. The other, named Silu, appeared as a great lion. A tall elderly man with a long white beard stood amongst them as well. He was known as Anados. Beaming as they were with imperial power, they paled to she who stood in their midst. Spectral as an ice sculptor, she was the striking and stately Queen Larazil. As if descended from the boreal moon, she was a creature of Norland light, formerly of the ancient Sephi before the Diatham took her. It was said that she'd known misery in ways that most could not. So, Queen Shalindria, I believe she has some basis in dark crystal, or was that Willow?
A Willow.
Okay,
Queen
Willow.
Shalindria, yeah.
So she's chilling here with them.
So fascinating.
So wait a second. I have a question, Max, because we
What?
had talked about this last time.
Yeah. I was about to mention this. Yeah.
Are these the Valdalar over here on the side?
Yeah. So, that one's the daughter.
Yeah, but this one over here, this little dude.
That's Keltion. That's the dragon, and then the lion one.
Silu is the lion,
and Silu's the lion. So down there, and then Queen Larazzle is like the crystal entity up top. It's that one, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Okay.
And then Anados, I'm not sure if he's on there, but he's like a bearded man.
Yeah.
He's like Gandalf, basically.
Anados the White.
Bilbo Baggins.
So Queen Shalindria has brought all of these Valdalar with them. So the Valdalar, of course, are essentially on the level of the ones. They are just kind of the other ones. They're the other ones.
They are the other ones.
They're the other ones. Yes.
Can I just say, in the next paragraph, it says several Asogians milled about, and I'm just like, they would just mill about.
They would be milling. They're milling.
They
right?
mill about. I think it's just the greatest way of describing. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Asogians are here. They're vibing.
And the next line is amazing.
So, Brendan, if you want to read this part, I know you were very excited about this particular character. I just want to point out, I'll do the first one, and then you can get to the
go for it.
Character. So after this, the Asogians mill about. They also mention a Princess Tibara and another protector of Endor, and we'll learn who Tibara is. Well, actually, we do know who Tibara is, and she is the descendant of Wicket and Nisa. So we'll get more into that. But this next part,
I think the name's a clue for like the namesake seems obvious. Tebow, Latara,
and Latara. So.
Yeah, exactly.
But this next part, Brendan's very excited about.
Yeah, the chief rabbit of the Lepi is here. Just think about how cool that designation is. Who wouldn't want to be the chief rabbit of the Lepi? That is so cool. And his name is Saxon. His name is Saxon.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think he's a descendant of? Of course, it's our boy
The
Jackson.
one and only.
George Lucas's boy Jackson. He only asked for him to be written out of Star Wars. But he persists.
I love Jackson. He's dope.
Jackson's the coolest. I love him. I love Jackson. He is amazing. Jackson action figure. I'm sure all of us have.
Wait.
I do, in fact, have a Jackson action figure. As of like 3 weeks ago, I got it for $10 in a bargain.
Jackson,
I need to buy one.
Right up here.
I missed out. I forgot about.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
There he is.
Look at that rabbit.
Look at him.
I
I
almost just swore again, but I love this figure. He's awesome.
He's so cool.
I'm trying to tell my boyfriend to buy him, and he won't. I'm like, buy the damn figure, and he's like, I don't want it. He's stupid.
No, Jackson's the best.
I was way buying the cover of him and Han and all them, the Aruba 8 or whatever.
He's gonna chill right here.
I have that cover right here. Let me grab it.
Let's give him things.
So yeah, while he's doing that, we learned that obviously Saxon, there he is.
Yeah.
Look at him. So yeah, Saxon's here, Chief Rabbit of the Lepi. He'd been invited. And then, as had the ancient guardian of Thra, several Hujibs. So they're milling about with the Asogians. So an assortment of Lurians, Thorians, Yuzon Vong, Chiss, Verpine, and 3 Force users. A Tuchkai adept of the White Current.
There.
Yeah, and the White Current is the Falinasi, who famously trained with, or Jason Solo famously trained with them.
The Chukkai, of course, is Master Thon's species.
Yes, Master Thon, Tales of the Jedi. A Whipped Jedi nicknamed Tuggle, who was the grandson of Kukruk. And Melik Sa, one of the strong adult saplings of the Neti.
A descendant of
Trasa,
Trasa,
of the Neti Trasa who belonged to the Potentia. So this is super cool. And most of these species, like Ithorians, are obviously very pacifist, but even they're fighting. They're here.
Yeah,
they're here for it.
That's very important to note.
And then this is the part that made me die inside.
Well, we'll get to that, but
no,
I love that the Yuzon Vong are here because even some of the Vong were redeemed in the end.
Yes.
You know, because they killed Aramis.
I mean, we did see that in Legacy, though. We saw some redeemed Vong, right?
Yeah,
and
I mean,
Mercy Kill.
And
Yeah,
Scott,
Mercy Kill as well. Yeah.
He's a G. I like Scott.
I love Scott. He's great.
Funnily
also-
enough, my first introduction to Scott was from the Sword of the Jedi trilogy from Handley 125. That was
That's
my
fun.
first intro to him, and I loved him in it.
I love everything about that Kukruk has a descendant, but Tuggle.
That's just his nickname, though.
Yeah, I was a little iffy that that's his nickname, like Tuggle. It's a little
Well, maybe
weird.
it's like his real name is so hard to say that they just give him this nickname.
It's like
It's Tugruk.
Tugruk. Yes,
it's Tugruk.
Yeah, and then Melik Sa, who's basically a child of Trasa, and Trasa is very old. So, and I mean, I guess she's like, the saplings might take a while to grow, so it's like Groot in a way, or it's like just.
Well, I mean, Ood Banar lived like thousands of years, right?
Yeah, so it's not out of the realm of possibility for a Neti to just be vibing for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
These were but some of the races represented here. There were also a host of droids scurrying about like mice in a field, including an old R5 unit and an even more beat-up ground mech salvage assist unit. About the chamber trotted a pack of great wolves, and this.
Filoni put that line in there.
That's the part that like twisted me was the Grey Wolves, not the R5 units. Obviously, references Skippy the Jedi droid.
Hey, there's a audio reading of Skippy the Jedi droid on a channel that I know. It's on Marcel's channel.
That was my April Fool's reading last year.
Right.
Wait until you see my April Fool's reading this year.
I can't wait.
Hold on a sec. All right, yeah. Is there a lag spike going? Hold on.
A little bit. But yeah, the Great Wolves, I was like, be gone.
Sorry.
You have no place at the final war.
Filoni put that in there.
Yeah, all right.
He stole the manuscript.
We talked to the Lothwolves were in this book previously, though.
I know. I'm
here for it because they were always very ethereal creatures.
I like wolves as much as the next guy.
I don't know. They seem kind of like
I love real wolves.
They're barely in the narrative in Supernatural Encounters. They show up at the beginning, and that's it. I don't know. It's just.
Listen. Anything from either of those two shows, I'm against. I'm against Rebels. I'm against TCW. I have been since 2008. They don't vibe with me. They ain't rock wizards. They're Scandits. They attack me. I don't like it.
On the next page, we see that Vufi Ra is there, which is so legendary.
Yeah, as well as the Guardian of Forever, who's now been healed, fighting alongside Vufi Ra.
Yep.
Before we get there, we're told that the Jedi have gone nearly extinct due to Jedi hunters and acolytes of the Sith.
Which is, I think, a reference to the High Minis. Because the High Minis establish that Jedi are almost like they're not really around, according to the High Minis. There's not many Jedi left, so I don't know if that's a nod to that.
I also want to point this out. When we were talking about like our thoughts before we got into this, it says in this final war, as they now knew it to be, there were no longer heroes on both sides. There were champions of light and legions of dark. So there was no gray areas in between here. It was like you were either evil or you were on the side of good.
Yeah. You know what's funny is that like it's like there were heroes on both sides. It's like in the opening scrawl of episode 3. There were no heroes on both sides. It was really just the Republic.
Yeah.
We get more Jackson stuff on the next page, which is amazing. It mentions he's heir to the O'Hare dynasty. That's a reference to the character that Jackson was based on, which is like Buck, right? Buck O'Hare.
Bucky O'Hare?
Bucky O'Hare,
and then did you get the reference after that, Brennan?
Along with Lop of Tau,
Okay. Lop.
Remind me.
It's from Star Wars Visions from
Oh yeah,
the
Lop,
short
Lop and Ocho. Lop
Well,
and
I
Ocho.
would-
that was I loved that short. That was such a good one. It's
Marcel,
so good.
how surprised would you be if I looked at that and I was like, oh yeah, I know what that is, and I was like, yeah, Star Wars Visions.
Well, I don't know. I feel like Star Wars Visions is not tethered to any timelines, so there's no real reason
anything
not
that's
to
in the
boycott it.
Arthurian universe. So,
It's not, but yeah,
that's okay.
We get 'em.
And then we get
I like
another
that it
reference
says.
to,
I like
but
that it says well loved Jackson though as well.
That's
He's
fair.
well
and
loved.
it also says to go back to Vufi Ra, who conversely had grown quite gargantuan in order to strike down those arcane vessels that had penetrated the outer defenses in the rarefied space outside
I
their
love it.
dimensional capsule. So just this giant Vufi Ra just beating the crap out of these ships. But essentially the galaxy is like it's in turmoil. The galaxy's burning right now. Everything's going to crap.
We also got a named Asogian. Botanicus is the elder Asogian, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, so so Chalundria starts to have like a vision. It says it is the past, and
Why don't you read the part now? The Lich Kings. That part.
it says now the Lich Kings of the true Sith Empire lead the carnage in vast ships fashioned from the bones of the murdered. Alongside them fly the star weirds from the void. Melibi erupt from the shattered portcullis of our underworld prison. Malavoy breathe through the old gate of Anduin. Ramoki seep out from the space between spaces. If the last seal should be breached, they will break like a storm upon the galaxy, absorbing power from everything around them, leaving planet upon planet, moon upon moon, sun upon sun, little more than blackened rocks. So like everything's like we're foretelling doom here. And then there's this really cool part here.
There's some crazy stuff coming up.
I'm afraid that eventuality is upon us, acknowledged Mistress Nemos. Gone is the notion of order, replied Chalundria. The wicked external dreams of Darth Nihil, Talon, Warlock, and Havoc. Now the two heads of Dominion and Chaos are united as one under the immortal gods of the Sith. So we kind of get what happens to
the surviving
one Sith. So obviously
Yeah.
it is after Legacy 2. So yeah, the Sith are basically nothing. So they're basically wishing for the times of the one Sith compared to what's going on now in a sense. Yeah. It says as she grew silent, she was attended for such horrific visions took their toll. And then
we get Lumia as well.
It says they did not deceive or distract themselves, for they had known of what was to come from history, had seen all the pieces fall into place, just as the historian and numerous others had warned. So Arhul Hextrophon being the historian, all they had to do was keep an eye on the Sith, and if only their elected leaders hadn't been in league with them.
Can't trust the politicians or the banking clan. What is this?
No, don't trust you can't trust the Munes, unfortunately.
I love that in the next paragraph we get a nod to Vongarella.
Yeah. Can I paragraph?
Yeah.
Darth Vader's apprentice, Dark Lady Lumaya, had fractured the galaxy with civil war, causing the rise of the Madden Belot, or Abeloth as they knew her, all so that she might perpetuate the rule of two. With the Yuuzhan Vong priestess, Svelte Aller, nicknamed Vongarella, serving as her familiar, Lumaya emerged as Reeve of the Sith, training pupils such as Flint Baldir, Sovereign Protector Karnor Jax, Bosch Jedi Knight Vergier,
Oh yeah.
Darth Homies, and
You know
most
who that
tragically
is?
of all, Jason Solo. What? Who's
You
Darth
know who
Homies?
Darth Homies is? He is.
I've seen a picture of him. He's like this lump in shape kind of dude.
Yeah, he's a huge guy who was cut from Jedi Yoda. And way back in 2019, when I first bought into Supernatural Encounters, when I was first getting into it, I emailed Joe and I was like, I was trying to stump him. So I thought I knew Star Wars. So I would like message him Wikipedia links to like super obscure things, the most obscure stuff I knew about, and I'd be like, "Is this in there? Is this in there?" And every time he'd be like, "You'll see," which just meant yes. So I was so excited to see Darth on this because he was one of the first characters that I was like, Joe, did you account for him? Like, he's a cut character. Did we real? And he was like, good sleuthing. Yes, I accounted for him. And I was just like, wow, who is this all-knowing oracle?
Not to reopen the Vergier debate, but I don't like that her name's in here. I know that, of course, Legacy and like what, I don't know, I guess in Legacy of the Force, she also claimed that she's trained Vergier, but I just think that it should have been more open-ended. I don't think Vergier is a Sith. This doesn't necessarily say that she's a Sith.
She's a Jedi Knight.
Yeah, it does say
Doesn't
that
say
just
she's a
Lumaya
Sith.
trained her. I know, but this is the least of my issues with the coda, so it's not even worth talking about. We could just move on.
I'm so sad about Jason's name being there. I still love him as the animal-loving kid.
Here,
Jokes
this
he once was.
Harry says what Brennan did is exactly what he did when he asked Joe about stuff in SC, and that's how he became an editor.
cute.
And that's how I met your mother.
Wow.
But it's like the Supernatural Encounters edition. That's how I became an editor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sick.
So we get a little background on like how the one Sith came to be.
We do.
In a way, you know, usually it's just Darth Crate happened upon a bunch of Sith and said, "Hey, let's take over the galaxy." But essentially, it says, meanwhile, from the carcass of the Dark Empire and rule of one descended the ashen silhouette of the Sidious legacy, orchestrated by Lord Shadowspawn and carried out first by Lord Heathrear and then by Palpatine's secret apprentice, Alka Narret. While awaiting her master's return as a prophesized one who would restore the Sith to galactic sovereignty, Narret was tasked to gather Inquisitors, Empire Reborn, Imperial Sith Acolytes, and Night Sister Witches to establish a new order of Sith devotees on Korriban. So, obviously, Crate had a headquarters on Korriban where he met all these Siths. So they were there before Crate got there, and they were kind of just like a contingency in a way. Like, you know, Alka Narret kind of gathered these people, and she brought them to Korriban.
I really like the next line.
Yeah, it says, amongst these were Massa Maida, who became the first Darth Warlock, which
Makes so much sense.
It does. Because, I mean, I guess they do have, I mean, Chagrians, I'm not sure on their life expectancy and their lifespan, but it would make sense that they would definitely be a more long-lived one.
Yeah.
So Massa Maida was the first Darth Warlock, so that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, but continue.
I liked it.
I liked it too.
1 second. Okay. And it also, Slimemore was there, and so was Daenerys Grijatis, and her former rival, Lady Alinka Alu, Tamith Kai, Lomi Plo, Darth Vindica, the dark clone of Asajj Ventress, fashioned in secret on Calicar 6.
I like
Does anybody know what that
Multiple Ventresses? It's almost like that's in response to Ventress dying like 5,000 times in the EU because of TCW. You know?
And I don't know, it just because at the time when I was reading this, the Bad Batch season 3 trailer came out, and somehow Ventress returned right after dying in Dark Disciple and having a very good death, mind you. So I was just like, oh wow, there she is.
Well, exactly, Massa Meta. I mean, potentially.
I
will say Calicar 6 is the planet in Star Wars Tales where Vader fights the Maul clone.
In Resurrection, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's neat.
But also it makes sense because how many times, like Ventress, she was already kind of complicated in the EU before TCW came in.
Yeah.
And so it's just like so confusing, like what happens to Ventress in the EU, right? So it makes sense that there could be a resurrection of her.
I just caught something here. So after it says on Calicar 6, Masago. So there's, oh wow, I'm so stupid. I didn't catch this before. But okay, so in the first season of Star Wars Visions, the very last episode called Akakiri, and it is one of my favorites because
it's a dark episode.
Yeah, I love the animation style. I love the music, and it's just so, it just feels so like Star Wars because, like, you know, Japanese samurai films were such an inspiration for George, and this just felt like that mixed with Star Wars. It's like give samurai lightsabers. And Masago was the dark side, like Sith, that essentially promises the main character Tsubaki like that he's gonna like he won't have to worry about his love dying, and he goes with her at the end and joins the dark side. So Masago was one of these one Sith. So
That's
is
cool.
awesome. For one, and I didn't catch this on the first one. I don't know if that's who it is, but it's certainly that's the same name and everything. And I love that because
I will say the second thing I appreciated about the Kodo was the Visions references, because I do love Star Wars Visions.
I love Star Wars Visions. Star Wars Visions, like, and I love that it's not confined to a canon. It's not Disney canon. It's not EU. It's just kind of its own
stories.
thing.
Yeah, just stories.
It's very much Infinities. It's very much Tales.
I thought season 2 was a bit more repetitive than season 1. I thought season 1 was kind of like
was.
Yeah.
Season 1 was the better season, if you ask me. But there was still some gems in season 2.
Well, I look forward to seeing a season 3 if they do one.
Oh yeah, me too. But yeah, so and I'm here for the Akakiri reference because I think that episode slept on. Okay, I love that episode. But anyway. That's cool. Tavion Axmis is there, and Tavion is famously from Jedi Academy, and she's very, very annoying.
Yeah, she is.
And she gets possessed by Marka Ragnos at the end.
I know you love that game too, Max. It's my favorite EU game. Is it yours? Is it number one?
It is.
Oh, nice.
It is. Usually everyone says, "Oh, like KOTOR's my." I'm like, yeah.
Jedi Academy's better. I love
Jedi Academy's better. I'm all on board with that.
KOTOR 2 slaps on all of these. I'm just going to throw that out.
I love.
Well, like, you got a bias. You love Visas Mar.
I do. She's on top of the entire Star Wars universe outside of like Billy.
Reminds me.
No one's on top of Billy.
I love Billy. Let's go.
After the stream is over, Al, I gotta tell you something cool about Visa Smart. So just remember about that.
Sounds good.
And then they say Aura Singh, whose ancestor was Zozan, and I can see that because she's ugly and mean.
Wow.
I wasn't sure about that one. I feel mixed
see it
on that.
Like
one.
if it wasn't true, I can. It's
more sensitive, right? Like she was trained under the dark.
She is.
Yeah. And I'm sorry.
I guess if Jan Dodonna can have an ancestor be an admiral in KOTOR, I don't see why not.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
That would be my.
I love the next
I'm
one.
not doing this right. I'm kind of leading it with Brendan here. I'm so sorry. I'm not as good as Marcel. I'm not a war coordinator. I don't have battle meditation, so I can't. I'm not a Yamask people. Okay, I'm doing my best.
You're doing great. May I talk about Antonis Tremaine real quick?
Yeah. Because I don't know who that is.
Antonis Tremaine's an Inquisitor from West End Games. He also showed up in the Evasive Action webcomic strips. He's one of the Inquisitors because, like, not a lot of people know that Inquisitors. Well, not a lot. EU people know. And Inquisitors, like, were way further back than, like, when Rebels introduced them. And Antonis Tremaine was, like, maybe the most prominent West End Games one. He's really cool. He's got, like, a cyborg implant eye because his eye got sliced off. And that's featured in the Galaxy magazine where he fights he's tracking down Jedi for Vader in a short story. And he fights and kills the Master, who I think is a Celestin in that short story. And then the Padawan slices his eye. So now he's got the cybernetic implant. And now he's tracking down that Jedi through the galaxy in the West End Games scenarios. I think he's really cool. Very underrated villain. Sick. I love Tremaine.
That is very
cool name too. Really cool name.
And
he was a former Jedi of the Clone Wars.
Based. So obviously the new Sith Order would be unified under Ashra Het, as it says. Raised by the Sand People of Tatooine, Het proclaimed himself Darth Krayt in the actual One Sith Narret had been waiting for. So Narret basically puts together the One Sith for him, and then he just kind of takes the throne, and rightfully so. They were kind of waiting for this, this guy to take.
They were waiting for Krayt to be like the catalyst for it.
Yes. And he was the one that was going to lead them. So the war room is, pretty bustling with activity, and Nemos just randomly blurts out, "Silence!" Albert has informed me that the link between the BRTs and the engines of defense is working again. The enemy will not so easily penetrate the outer rim. And then cheers rose from all over prison. It was a rare bit of good news, as many BRTs as possible had been reassembled and brought back online.
This reminded me of like Johnny Lawrence when he's like, "Quiet,
quiet,
quiet."
Next, we also see Mistress Benemo scoring a negative point for me for once. She's kind of racist to Saxon. She's just like, "Leppy, this is the third time you've asked." And I was like, "Come on, chill out. At least you didn't call him a rabbit."
He's like, "I'm a person and my name is Saxon."
I'm a Leppy and my name is...
I'm a Wascoey Wabbit and my name is Saxon.
So yeah, Saxon is
Are you an angel?
Are you a hunter?
I guess they're in the room with angels, so it's like they just go up to him, "Are you an angel?"
I think they're from the moons of Diego.
Yeah. So there, Saxon is asking about the special task force that they had sent out earlier, and Leppy, that is the third time you've asked. We were not designated to monitor time and space beyond our own galaxy. And then let's see.
It's ironic that they're out of time and space, and she's like, "Time is not on our side."
Yeah, time is not on our side. Not even in the timeless dimension we now occupy, for even the pocket dimensions that follow their own time are tied to the larger galaxy that is governed by the cosmic clock. The Dacian clockwork had been the first to sound the alarm and warn them that the hour was at hand. So I think that I love that line because it's just so ominous, and it's like can you imagine like these certain beings just get this like alarm in their head, like the hour's at hand, like now it's all happening now, like it's very apocalyptic and very, like doom and like holy shit, it's here now. Like I love that. I love that kind of motif and that theme of like oh wow, like the end times are upon us now. So it's like now like the galaxy is in a way it's holding its breath, that no longer are different realms like under their own time, like they're all under one
the doomsday clock.
Yeah, so like the galaxy's holding its breath right now, and it's like waiting to basically see how this whole thing's gonna go,
see if they're gonna keep living or if darkness prevails, right?
Yeah. And it says this task force has been traveling in some ancient realm. Says and R4 has picked up R5 has picked up the tracing, so that's no longer any broken motivators.
Good point.
Yeah.
On the next page, we get a very, very familiar character mention from another franchise. You're muted, Marcel.
Mother Agra from the Dark Crystal.
Yeah.
As well as Dark Crystal Age of Resistance.
And we have more Willow stuff here as well.
And if you recall, Mother Agra is one of the Crystal Riders made manifest. She's Genoshin.
But also, whether the other Wolf Guardians who yet stood watch for... it appears C-3PO's lost his head again, and R2 hasn't quite gotten the hang of things. So, C-3PO lost his head again, so he loses his head in the Storyteller. He gets his head blasted off.
Exactly.
It says, in the space-time continuum, asked Mother Agra testily, tens of thousands of years old and quicker of mind than most younglings, she was not the only ancient presence that had been invited. Corey Banifin, a warrior who had been killed and brought back to life through the infusion of Wootsek's essence, and the enchantment of Thorn Drumheller was another. She kept those facts to herself, however. The great wolves had fetched her from her place as sentinel to the sacred queen of Anduin. And it says, cannot be altered in the prime, the watcher reminded her. As far as we know, piped the dog-like Lumage. North America, early 20th century, they've picked up a straggler, some dashing archaeologist from the looks of it. And then...
So that's supposed to be Indiana Jones?
Yeah.
I believe so.
So,
I was a little iffy to see North America in a Star Wars book.
Yeah.
Not gonna
That
lie,
took me out of it.
That's a little weird. If they'd have been early, like if they'd have said something like on one of the Earth worlds, there's quite a dashing archaeologist or something like that. I would have liked that a bit more, but like specifically North America is a little like almost near the line for me.
Yeah. So like
that's so cool overall.
That's where R2 and 3PO are. They are kind of they're in the Prime universe.
They're in like our world, like going to like Sesame Street and doing commercials and shit.
Yeah, that's where
three POs comes from that.
Alex is we forgot to mention Alex's view of Dakota. I think he was kind of like lukewarm on it as well. Didn't really care for it, but he might have warmed up to it a bit since then. But I think in his initial review, he didn't care for it. He said it's over the line.
I'm actually
also
kind
George
of okay with this in a way, because in Raiders of the Lost Ark, there's R2 and 3PO on the Ark stuff.
Right.
So I like that because it's like maybe like they were going through history trying to look for somebody who we know who will be, but they're going through history and like the people who inscribed the Ark probably like, what the hell is that? And they like inscribed R2 and C3PO into the Ark and everything. So I like this idea of like a shared universe from George Lucas, and that like in this final war,
we get Princess Tibara piping up in there as well.
It says
Harry says the North American thing didn't bother him. It wouldn't be against wording it more, but he wouldn't be against wording it more ambiguously.
I'm with you on that one, Harry. And then someone, Botanicus says, "Are you sure you're not getting your wires crossed?" To the Watcher. "Anything's possible," Ralph acknowledged, flicking switches. "It can't be helped," replied the Watcher. "Alternate events from Hyperion and Hyperion keep cutting in." So, like, the universes are like kind of, they're monitoring all of them essentially. Everything's kind of crossing. So they're seeing
all the wires are getting crossed up.
Yeah. So the Infinities universe and the Disney universe, they're kind of catching glimpses of those. Tibara kind of pipes in, "What are those again?" "The Infinity Worlds and the Echo Dimension," Ralph replied. And it says, "Mistress Nemos, those droids have a history of impulsivity," she reported. "Why are we getting interference from those realms now?" "Something to do with the archaeologist that R2-D2 saved. That's it. Of course, he's their ancestor. That must be creating a paradox." "Whose ancestor?" Saxon had made it his business to ensure that everyone present was apprised of everything going on, particularly as these supercomputers tended to forget that not everyone was privy to everything they knew. And it says, "Han Solo, of course," Nemos chided, "and the Skywalkers," Arkan Ud added. So this again goes back to Alien Exodus, where Cosmo Hender came from kind of the THX 1138, where they came from the people in American Graffiti, and they came from like Indiana Jones, so it kind of goes all the way down, and then Cosmo Hender ends up in the Star Wars realm, and becomes the progenitor of the Skywalkers. So I kind of like that.
Alex says he didn't need to hear that India is Han Solo's ancestors. He didn't like that at all. I mean, that was implied in Supernatural Encounters, though. I think it had the same thing.
Yeah, it did. Definitely.
And essentially they're afraid that they're linking, and that this would kind of lead to like the collapse of Sky River's dimensions. And then the Mind Matrix is like, "I've always ensured realm distinction. If that is breaking down and Sky River, Hyperion, and Aperion are colliding, it would mean," and it says, "there was a brief hush. Chaos," Saxon said what they were all afraid to say. And it says, Botanicus says, "Maybe it is not chaos at all. Maybe it is reunification." And I kind of see that in a way, like, since they're, the Disney world and the Disney canon and like the EU, and it's like a reunification of everything, but I don't know.
That's how I interpret it as well. And I know it's kind of petty of me, but as someone who is an EU fan, and it's felt like the EU has been kind of disrespected by the current management, pushed to the side. It's petty of me, but I felt vindicated to know that the EU was there first. And as we talked about in past streams, the Disney canon's an echo dimension. It exists, but
Yeah.
it's an echo of the EU. I know it's
It is a
petty,
reboot universe.
but I kind of took solace in that. As someone who's felt kind of disrespected for years now, it felt kind of like a win, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, and now they're
since
merging
we-
back together. That's how I interpreted it too.
Harry says,
trying- Huh?
he says, that part I had a lot of involvement with, but I get not wanting to know all that. It's Alex says not a contradiction. It's just not what he would do. Harry says, SE got me to look at the whole Wold Newton family thing, which I've been obsessed with since. Alex says, implied versus outright state. I can no longer dismiss it. Sorry, Harry. I don't like it, but I don't necessarily think it's bad. It's written well, and I think it makes sense. And then Harry says, I don't take it personally. LOL, no worries. You're cool.
Fair enough.
Harry's plotting Alex's demise at this very moment. I'm just kidding.
Listen, sometimes you cross the wrong guy, Alex. No, I'm just kidding.
So in this next paragraph, we get
not sure what,
sorry, what's up?
because obviously I'm not as good at this than you guys are.
No, you're.
It's all good.
No,
Great job.
'cause I'm content to read the whole thing because I feel like there's just so much here that needs to be unpacked, but I don't want to do that because it's not my stream. So
Go for it. Continue.
no, I don't want to. I don't want to take it 5 hours. You go. You do it. I'm not as good at this as you are. This is not where my talent lies.
The next paragraph, we get a reference to Hidden Pitham. He had remained in the galaxy, some of which had been recovered and restored, or tiny parts of him had remained in the galaxy. The orb of passage and the codex were reunited and plugged back in, bringing the essence of the mind matrix back for the final task. As to the dark codex and the stolen crown jewels, they belong to the enemy. So those are those jewels that Typhagem was wielding on the cover of Supernatural Encounters.
Yep.
And Augur is like, we can't bother with any of that now. We need to retrieve those droids. And then Meliksa says, their events must play out organically, as do ours. We can assist, but we cannot force matters.
Alex, I'm trying. Riley, I'm trying. Everyone's yelling at me in the private chat. So sorry.
Alex says, you're doing great, Maxine. Stop. Yes, please. You are doing great. Continue where I left off.
Yeah.
I will ring girl across the screen. That's one of the funniest comments that I've ever read on a YouTube. I will ring girl.
The one time that can be used in a nice way instead of like a I want to kill you way.
He's gonna come through your screen and.
Maxine, didn't you have Alex on the TV the other day? Don't do that again. He will come through.
Oh yeah. But what's funniest to think is Alex has like the least hair out of anyone here, and doesn't the ring girl have hair all the way down her face? So
yes.
picture Alex just like
just
in
Alex
the same
crawling
posture,
through
but
your
just with
TV.
no hair. The ring girl with no hair.
That'd be sweet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just I'm
I get
under
a crack.
pressure now because everyone's yelling at me.
No one's yelling.
You're doing
Go for it.
fine.
You're good.
It's all right. It's good.
I'm
No
sorry.
worries.
Because like there's just so much here, and
There's
I want to
so
do it
much
justice.
here.
I want to do it justice, and I don't want to miss things because I know when I was reading this, I wanted to talk about it and I wanted to understand it, but like I didn't. So like
it's hard.
It's coming out now. This is weeks of me battling this up.
You see
So,
the paragraph
I'm sorry.
that has a lot of the Ewok stuff midway through the next page. That's great to see.
Wait, before we get to the next page, though, Saxon audibly gasped, "Lady, you are no fun at potties."
Sorry, I'm like hot now. I'm like under pressure.
Saxon's already for me up there with Jackson. He's got these quips in here. He's great.
Mother Augur.
Dog.
In the next
What
page,
page are we on? Just real quick. I kind of lost track.
in my version, we're on page 972. Mother Augur says, if these readings are correct, the droids have been on numerous adventures since we sent them out. She consults her digital orrery and says she could not stop the heartbreaking reality of planets and suns being eradicated, nor slow the all-encompassing darkness that was snuffing out entire sectors when Mungul, and the outer gods passed through them. But she could shift stars and planets back into their proper orbits or into new orbits. She could hide them behind celestial phenomena or put them in temporary pocket dimensions. The only problem was that not even an army could do this fast enough to save them all. Whoever gave that droid this key must have left out the instructions. And then this is the paragraph that Brennan was talking about. Princess Tibara says, I wish there was more we could do. And we find out that she's the descendant of Chief Warwick and Queen Anissa and had been named after the legendary heroes Tibo and Latara. Her bond
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, yes.
She's bonded to a Dulok. I love it. They were legendary rivals and enemies for so long, for all these years, for all this history. And now at the end, like Max was saying, now there's no petty rivalry between races. Like she said earlier, like Wookiees versus Trandoshans, no more. Cast those differences aside. Now you're on the same team fighting against the bad guys. And same for Duloks and Ewoks. I love it.
And we saw them kind of make peace at the end of the Ewoks.
Exactly. It continues off of that.
3, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
No, 83. Sorry, 81 or 80, I think.
One of those numbers.
Her bondmate, Drongo Ivav, was a Dulok. So they're going to have like the ugliest babies. But anyways.
hey, Duloks are cool.
Oh, sure.
I want Dulok.
They all have like eye patches and like bone teeth necklaces.
Yeah, they're cute in their own way.
May I?
Yes, go for it.
So essentially we learn about Tibara, of course. So essentially things start going a lot worse. Now and everybody, they're out there eating things. As it stood, Tibara, Drongo, Tuggle, Malik Saw, Saxon, Corey, the Lurians, and the Great Wolves had already fought off and killed a horde of weird robots that had broken into their chamber at the previous location, and a host of foul Razum prior to that. So those weird robots, you think those were like the Abominor? Like they came back?
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
Because remember, they said at the end, like after their encounter with the Vong, that there was some kind of still out there vibing.
Yep.
So I'm sure
with the Rock Wizard.
Yeah, with the
Rock Wizard.
The insane, grotesque, nameless things had been sent to kill, crush, and destroy everyone there. Thus far, they'd utterly failed. The 9 heads of Nemesis sit on the 9 thrones, Chilindria announced loudly to the horror of all present. Bogan has seen the last of the seals broken. Everyone knew what that meant, but she carried on, unable to stop herself. Her eyes widened as her feet lifted off the ground and she began a slow spin. The gates to the unknown regions are flung open. The unspeakable multitudes that dwelt within spill out in endless waves. The dark crusade is underway. The old ones rise. Abominor and Dredge fly to war. Isha's innumerable armies march to revenge. Kako demons and wraiths hunt and kill with the Draconian Empire, who now lead the Sith worlds of the Caldera. From the Gap come Krakul mages, sorcerers of Rand, and lords of Azrael. The Canted Circle. So these guys were here.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Canted Circle from Darth Plagueis?
Yes.
Yep.
Polytroxel and other heralds of the void. In the void are all that was feared in our darkest dreams, for the gods of the dark tapestry have convened, and the baleful stars are now aligned. And then, so the gates are open. The seals are all broken. Why are you shouting? I'm sorry.
I love.
Oh, I think they're talking in the comments. Why are they shouting at each other?
But yeah. So the gates are open. The darkness is coming forth. Everyone's here now. And Tuggle suggests, like, hopefully they'll turn on each other. Isn't that how the old pattern was? And they're like, no, they will not. Now at the end, there is no dissent. There are none who question, none who concern themselves with petty power struggles or mythologies. For the Black Suns have empowered black angels and crimson moons aligned before shadow kings. I see it. They soar forth with the eaters to exterminate all life in the galaxy, bent on a single goal of casting this dimension into oblivion and remaking the galaxy so that all worlds are shadow worlds. So even as the light side comes together, the dark side as well comes together.
Max, were you thinking as you were reading this bit, like, the end game battle is how I
Yeah.
saw it. You know
In a
how
way.
all the light guys like all come together, and then all the dark guys come together.
But like on multiple
like
worlds.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Across
but
the
like
universe.
a billion times bigger in multiple universes, in multiple pocket dimensions, in multiple planets, in multiple areas of space, in the stars themselves. It's glorious. It's glorious. Sorry, carry on.
So I want to talk about this is that there's yet another Star Wars Visions reference here. So it talks about R5 as a force-sensitive droid. He had laid low for a time. The combined ability to do what both organics and machines could not was something that was not appreciated either. How he became that way was a source of great speculation, and those who knew would only smile. Thankfully, times had changed, and he was no longer alone. T0B1 and the Iron Knights were also force-sensitive droids, the latter made by the shards that inhabited them, and there were thousands now spread across the galaxy.
I love the Iron Knights so much.
The Iron Knights are dope. So TOB1 is from Star Wars Visions, who was this little droid. He was a little kid, or what seemed that way, and he was a force-sensitive droid created by his maker. And he wielded
Really? There was a force-sensitive droid in Visions?
Yeah, his name was Toby,
Interesting.
or obviously T0B1, and he fought this like Sith kind of guy that
Yeah.
came to the world.
I got Mega Man vibes
So that's
from Toby.
cool.
Actually, that was my
So-
least. That was my
Yeah.
least favorite episode, but I still got Mega Man vibes from him. I don't know. It was. I liked them all, but that was like that was the weakest one for me. I think Toby.
Can Toby be used as defense for Skippy when like EU haters write their articles where they criticize force-sensitive
Yeah, I think
droids?
so. Because
still talk
Can
about
we,
Skippy?
can we defend that now? Like
Except
Emperor
Toby's not
returning,
part of. It's not.
Jackson-
No, it's not part of the Disney timeline, so it's a false equivalency.
Sure,
But-
sure.
But Skippy's not a part of Legends, theoretically.
Skippy's not a part of the EU either.
At least it shouldn't be. It wasn't
Yeah.
considered
It
canon
wasn't
forever.
considered to be
So
exactly.
essentially, the dark powers come forth, and things are going really bad, and like things are just getting destroyed, and like everything's coming out, like, but the dark powers get quite the surprise, and it says, oh, hold on. Apparently, all of the garbage worlds have come to life. The Arcadia system just took out over 500 enemy ships. You're saying the planets are going to war? The Chiss Mythem Toi, known to his friends then as Themta, said incredulously. And then
The entire planet is one big pile of garbage.
yeah.
Wow.
So like essentially,
I know one planet like that.
if you guys remember, the Celestials had implanted like the elementals in each of these planets and stars and everything. So the planets themselves are fighting back against the darkness. So literally the entire galaxy is coming together, like including the planets and stars. And they mentioned Sonoma Sakat is here, and Devoron, the planet from, I believe, was that Galaxy of Fear?
Yep, that's in Eaten Alive, the first book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Very cool
You
planet.
could say it devoured them, like
Yeah,
I'm
you
devouring
could
these
say it
goldfish.
Imagine if on Cern Pidal, a moon ascended into the sky that had crashed onto the planet and joined the war, and there was just like a flattened Wookiee on the top of it with its fist in the air, just going like
no,
yeah, like this.
So essentially, the tide kind of starts to change. The darkness is getting a very rude awakening because they thought that things would be easy pickings for them, and they didn't expect the entire galaxy to fight back.
They didn't expect the literal planet some of
Yeah.
them were on to start fighting.
So it says, Trilindria is kind of narrating this whole thing. There is more, Trilindria proclaimed. The worms of El Shudem have risen up to fight for their mistress. Millions have left their tunnels to destroy the armies of night. So
Wait, is Shirlandrea the Rick O'Lee of the Coda?
Yes.
Apparently.
Yes. But only because like she can see things that they can't, so she has to narrate it. So everything's coming full circle. It's like the worms of El Shadem are even fighting the darkness, and we had previously that they were of the darkness.
Yeah.
Which I guess makes sense because like I'm sure the Exogorth worm in Empire Strikes Back didn't mean any bad intentions. He was just sleeping there,
He was just vibing, as you would say.
Exactly, he was vibing. I'm so sorry, I'm disappointing you, Marcel.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so entertained.
No
just
one's
telling you
disappointing
stories.
anyone. Marcel got his gold. She's vibing.
I'm eating goldfish. I'm vibing right now. Keep going.
Goldfish, let's go.
In the words of Kylo Ren, more.
Okay. Yeah. And then everyone's kind of rising up. And the Fellworms have no mistress.
Did you see the Hoojib's name is Cliff? Like Pliff, the Hoojib from the Marvel comics. Now this one's name is Cliff, and it's projecting telepathically into everyone's mind, so it's italicized.
See, like that's the thing. It's like Cliff, Saxon, Jackson. I just again. Anyways, I'm gonna go back on.
Lucas would say it rhymes.
I'm gonna go back on mute
that's
now.
That's a little literal, Brett.
But, before I do, in the next part, Shalandrea shouts out, "Abeloth has risen again." Take it from there.
So Abeloth has risen again, Shalandrea cried out, scrying
She's
from
back from the apology tour.
Unfolding events. There was an audible intake of breath from several, but she was heedless of it and continued. Typhogem, reborn in the sunken city by the dark magic of his daughter, will rise no more. She has slain him. So Typhogem didn't want to fight against the dark because he's a jerk. So they killed him. And Abeloth has risen again. She's here.
Now it doesn't say that like this is the second time she's risen. So like it's implied at the end of Legacy of the Force or at the end of Fate of the Jedi that she's still out there, right? So that she can still come back. So that I think there's still room that we can imagine that Abeloth came again in between Crucible and Legacy, and then this is her awakening again.
However, Alex, I'm about to counterpoint this. I'm about to counterpoint what Alex is saying right now. So, Abeloth probably died. She was probably killed by the dagger, right? But remember, she is a celestial. She is the daughter of Telotni. All of these people who we thought dead, Telotni and all of them, they come back.
They do.
Abeloth comes back because in the end, remember, Abeloth wasn't evil at first. So I'm going to tell you right now, I think Abeloth was killed. She was stabbed by the dagger by whoever. She definitely came back and
Lobaka. He's the Dark Horse.
Let's go.
The Dark Horse hero.
But in the grand scheme of the universe, she came back because again, she is a celestial, and all of the other celestials are back now too.
Yeah.
But there's they do return. They come back, I'm pretty sure, in this, but we're not there yet.
This is starting to seem like quite an interesting character arc for Abeloth. You're a big fan of Abeloth, so you mentioned that some of this coda made you a bit emotional. Would this be what you were referring to?
No.
Here? No, there's something else.
There's something else that is even better.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, so and it says Saxon's like, does anyone understand it? And then they say it's good news. And it says, that is not all, Anados added. The great spider queens and their daughters have allied with the royals of Neverwhere and to cleanse Illithurion and are slaughtering all the enemy. So Gorog and her spiders are here. They are on the side of light. They have decided to fight for the universe. That we have
This is
lived.
why you shouldn't smash spiders with your foot, but take them outside because they'll fight for you at the end of days.
Yes, that we have lived to see such days. One of the Ithorians marveled. Even where they caught between light and shadow, they have chosen the former. Prophecies come to pass. Star dragons hunt the darkness. The imperishable flame is at work at the universe. So, even the dark powers have chosen the light. Some of them, at least. Typhogem certainly didn't. But he died anyway. He basically got spawn killed. He came back and then got killed.
He reappeared. Yeah, exactly. That's how I was taking it too.
Can I
spawn killed?
Good to see you, Jade. Can I read this next part?
Sure.
It says the kindred have merged with the Lord of Corruption. That means that Mungal, assimilated with
Whoa, hold on.
Uru and
I don't think the Lord of Corruption is that. Hold on.
I thought Mungo was
so Cordil is the Lord of Corruption, one of the immortal gods.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So
what makes me
but
depressed?
Waru's
Waru
no
has
longer.
betrayed us.
What I don't like about this is for kind of a sentimental reason. The corporate sector is like consumed here, and that's what Brian Daly.
Dude, who cares? There's nothing after this. Who cares what's consumed?
I feel okay. I love Brian Daly's books, and I love the impact that he left on things. So I didn't like that got taken out. I'm sorry. That was one of the first things that was.
They say
that was one of the first things that was
swallowed it.
expanded to the universe, and then this jerk just comes and swallows up Brian Daly and
He
his
just
work.
ate it.
You know what that reminded me of, Brenna? It's like I used to live here. You're gonna die here. Convenient. It's one of the first things to go. It's one of the last things to go now. So
that's one of the weirdest interactions in all of Star Wars. I used to live here. Yeah, you're gonna die here.
You're gonna die
here.
here.
We're for you this Starlight.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
man.
Well, who cares? Who cares? I guess I cared.
Yeah, and then we're
Thank
also
you,
told,
Mr. Daly.
in addition to the corporate sector, companions Esk and Forn are gone.
Yeah.
So those are the dwarf galaxies.
Yeah. So other galaxies are getting destroyed. We need to find those droids, and they do bring the droids back. And then
they just materialized before them. It says,
C-3PO, "You're all here!" exclaimed 3PO. "It's been so many years." R2-D2 chirped a sad sound. "It's been 2 hours," Saxon remarked. 2 hours. C-3PO's eyes blinked in surprise. "Even with all my memories restored, I don't think I'll ever understand time travel."
And he says this because there's precedent for him time traveling, as in those original Droids Marvel comics, he time traveled to Endor. So this is just more of that here, which is great. And 3PO's like, how can this have only been 2 hours? I shot over 5 hours worth of commercials on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So also this little interesting here. Mr. Snemo says, "At one point we heard you were destroyed by primitives and feared the worst. It was only in Aperion that he was destroyed," reassured Nemos. R2-D2 chirped mournfully.
I was going to ask about that. Does that mean that the storyteller takes place in the Disney canon?
No, it's in the
Infinities.
Oh, Infinities.
Yeah, it's in Tales.
Oh, Hyperion. Okay, it says Hyperion that he was destroyed. Hyperion is the Disney canon.
That's Disney.
No, in the corrected version it says Aperion. That was an error. That was errata on the website, and it got changed. I feel I like Storyteller. I like to think it happened after Legacy 2.
Yeah.
Like there's no reason why all these galaxies are merging anyways. So I like to think it could still happen in the Prime universe,
Holy crap, it does say Aperion here.
Yeah. Yes. Well, not really, but we can assume that it does. That's why they're on the Muppets.
Hello, Rob Godek. Does this wrap in the droids' appearances on the Muppet Show? I would say definitively yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it accounts for why we have C-3PO's cereal as well.
Interesting.
It says, so their mission, 3PO explains, is we had a dual mission. The primary directive was to find and retrieve the Ark of Ryloth, for which reason we were cast through time, following the trail from Nebo to Axum, Omge, Senna, Leteran, and Tanis. We were thwarted by the gray shadows of Akator and their human agents along the way until finally we arrived in the Groom Lake where Xantar met us and took care of our adversaries and the Ark. Does anyone understand any of that?
This is me trying to get directions in Pennsylvania to
I understand the Ark part because in the back of PCW you can see the Ark of the Covenant being carried on a separatist ship.
As
so there's the Ark of Ryloth, so that makes sense.
Groom Lake, I think, is Area 51, I believe.
So I don't know what 3PO's on about.
Sorry,
here,
what was
but
that, Ken?
Groom Lake's Area 51. But in COD Zombies, they call it's Groom Lake.
We arrived at a hangar in Groom Lake. A hangar sounds like Area 51. Yeah.
Okay. You know the implications, but I can't say what that means. Ugh, Harry. But essentially, they went on this big giant adventure, where it was given the name of okay, so taken it was from Al-Moab 3 and brought to Ryloth, where it was given the name the Ryloth Alchemist's name was added. Twi'leks did not know what it was that they truly possessed, save only that it was powerful and priceless artifact from antiquity. So they fashioned a replica that they could display at Scardia Station. Arkanood continued.
So wait, is the whole point of them trying to bring back the Ark of the Covenant to the final war?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. They want the Ark.
They open it up and like T-Bara's face just like melts off. Drongo.
Sorry.
No.
And its head just explodes.
And it mentions that as well that everyone wanted it. Empire, Black Sun, Hutts, treasure hunters, gamblers, and pirates.
Yeah.
Top men.
Love it.
Top men.
Top men.
Essentially, the other part of their journey says R2 transmitted parts of the journal to those who might pass along our story. Before long, with the aid of the wills, many adventurers were commuted for the world to read and even see. So
we're a part of this story because we're reading it.
Never-ending story.
So essentially, R2 and 3PO, they pass along their story. I guess for me, like it seemed like they passed along their story in the event that they all died, that they all failed, that at least their story would live on somewhere else to give hope to those in dark times. And that's essentially what Star Wars does as well.
I love this next bit where 3PO's like, I'm afraid the humans in the primary universe are rather short-lived and quite stressed. Yes, we are.
Yeah.
We're very short-lived and very stressed.
They can only handle so much.
Yeah.
I feel that in my soul.
Yeah, same.
It says, as you surmise, the galaxy's history is rather expensive for even several humans to convey. So on my suggestion, no, I am not bragging R2-D2, merely telling the facts. The wills made it so that anyone who sought to tell tales of our struggles would have them transmitted directly into their minds. As we explained to one of those we chose, this story is only one of the thousands that could be told about the characters who inhabit the galaxy. But they are not stories you are destined to tell. Before we departed, stories were being told of many early adventures, such as that of Thra and Andowine. C-3PO addressed Agra and Corey, and of one of your rather truant companions. He looked over at Botanicus. Where there's a will, there's a way, added Archon Ood, who received merciless groans and a raspberry from R2-D2 for that remark. Yeah, I think when I was like writing my notes and I read that line, I wanted to like break my computer in half. I was like,
what it says here, the story is only one of thousands that can be told about the characters. You guys probably know this, but that's straight from here.
The Splinter of the Mind's Eye
introduction by George Lucas.
Yeah.
It's right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they essentially
Love it.
told the right people with the help of the wills. So like they told the right people, George, to convey the story like through a big way, like media, of course.
So he says, so Algra asks, have any come with you to aid us? And he says, yes, I was just getting to that. The protocol droid's tone turns somber. Apparently, they believe it is all fiction.
Then this whole endeavor has been for nothing, complained Saxon, his ears bending at crooked angles. Aww.
I love Saxon. He's my boy.
His little ears probably went...
Yeah, and I love that he complained earlier, where he was like complaining that the story the droids told to the primary universe humans was all focused on them. He's like sad that he's not like mentioned in it in his mind, but yeah, I love that. Saxon's great.
I also like how Zrek is the name of ET. Yeah, so he's mentioned here.
The droids get applause for their work from all those around them.
Yeah, and essentially, I'm trying to sum this up because I don't want us to be on here for 6 hours because we absolutely could.
We definitely could.
Yes. But essentially, the darkness is closing in. They're essentially breaking in to the place. It says another wave is coming, much larger than the first. It is being led by one of the Leviathans, but no ordinary one. It has 7 heads and is even larger than the Baliag. It carries upon its back the statue of Corman Lau. So, welcome back, Corman Lau. Essentially, they're breaking in. They're coming after them. They know where they are.
There's a lot to talk about, man. It's a lot.
Yeah.
We should have just done a stream on the coda. Yeah. I love that there's the statue of Corman Lau on its back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
So this whole thing, another wave is coming. It has the 7 heads and even larger than the Baliag. Do we think that Leviathan, that's not the father of shadows, like manifest, is it? It's just okay.
I think it's just a monster.
We have work to do.
Yeah.
We're going to finish this, and we're going to finish it properly.
Yes.
I think it's obviously like staying on the course of like being Revelations-esque and like apocalyptic with 7, 9, all of these numbers that we see a lot in biblical work. It just adds to the like mythological feel, I guess, of it. Norse mythology has that as well, and end times have these numbers.
Well, we talk about
very much in an apocalyptic story, because
exactly.
And the way I see it, it's again like the beginning was very much a creation myth where we saw the creation, and now we're seeing the destruction of it, because every creation myth has an apocalypse.
Has an apocalypse,
right?
Yeah,
very good point. 2 sides of a coin.
Yes.
So we're seeing how like we said earlier, the planets are even fighting back, but it's not just the planets, it's stars and the moons too, right?
Yeah.
It says even as their stars align, our stars and moons are awoken. Starbirds and sun dragons have gathered the elementals. Together they are lighting anew in the cold expanse, and they will take the enemy by surprise. And powerful have the defenders become. And then we get to the part about the statue of Corman Lau on the back of this giant Leviathan.
Yeah.
And then Amon Lith, the Guardian of Forever, says, "We will face them together," he says to Vufi Ra, "and triumph. You will not go alone," says Anodos, who again became the Great Wolf. "I will accompany you." God.
This is like Fellowship of the Rings.
Yeah, so they're all.
You have my bow and my axe.
Yeah. Corey Banifin says,
"And my teeth,"
that she's going to go too. As Will I says, the Chiss, Mithim Ta, and I, Keltian. "I have a ship too," says Saxon. Fastest in the galaxy.
That's when Al comes in and says 200,000 Scandits with 1 billion more well on the way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Harry says, "I noticed a more direct Book of Revelation reference in the text, though I won't say it outright." Well, I mean, it's the 7 heads, right? Is the like the 7 heads is the Book of Revelation reference for me, at least, that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, me as well.
It's the 7 heads of the beast, right? Book of Revelation is a supernatural encounter within itself, indeed. So, and Princess Tibara is like, "Count me in as well, Bloods."
No, she does not say that.
She says
she should say that.
"Count me in," growled Princess Tibara, ready for battle.
Oh man!
Immediately eaten by the infinite Scandits.
Yeah, the 7 heads. That's why I noticed as well. Yeah.
As for us, the Leonine Salute said, "We shall protect with our lives all who remain in this domain." The Jedi and his companions took out and ignited their lightsabers.
So few Jedi left. I've always been a Jedi fan. That's so sad to me.
And the flame of hope arose in everyone's heart. "Let us depart then," said the Guardian of Forever, "aid against the universe." And I love, like, again, me, like Brennan, as you said, I'm a huge Jedi fan. I love the Jedi more than anything. They're my favorite part of Star Wars.
They're there till mine too. Always been the Jedi for me.
Yeah,
and they're there till the end, keeping the peace.
Till the end.
That's poetic.
And I love that. Like the sight of a lightsaber can either instill hope or instill fear. And I love that even like in these dark times, the Jedi igniting their lightsabers can instill hope. And
these Jedi are pale in comparison to some of these deities that are around them. The power of some of these deities for the light. And it's what I'm saying though is like the Jedi seems like small in comparison to some of the light side beings that are here. And it even inspires hope to them. There's something that's really cool about that. Like even someone small can make a big difference.
Yeah.
And also, it's very reminiscent, once again, to take it back to C.S. Lewis real quick, of the last battle. In the last battle, it's like, yeah, there's all these people here. And then there's like the thing that like struck my heart, because I'm a dog lover, as I know Max is and some others here. It's like there was like 7 dogs stood on the hill ready to meet death with like the good guys. And they're fighting till the end. The Jedi for me are like the dogs here. They're like my favorite. They're like not the most powerful, but they're there fighting the good fight. And it's just like, ah.
Is that eight against the universe? Is that like eight against like Aduba 3 or whatever? It's like
8 for Aduba 3. Yeah.
8 for Aduba 3. Yeah.
Lance, I will fight you.
7 scrolls, 7 heads, 7 churches. Yep. The Jedi are better.
I will fight you.
This is bait.
I'm going to take the bait because I'm going to fight you.
I think she just wants to fight you, Lance. I think that's I think that's
I'm energized.
There was a ninth Jedi reference in the coda, and I highlighted it, and now I can't find it anymore. But I'm absolutely
Father of Shadows removed your highlight.
I absolutely know that there's a 9th Jedi reference somewhere in the coda, and that's my favorite episode of all of Star Wars Visions, and I loved it.
Mine was the Village Bride.
Yeah, Village Bride's up there too for me.
Good visuals, good music. The story was.
All right, so I gotta okay, hold on.
Nice Jedi.
I need to read this part. Before them gathered an armada of malevolent craft. So they go out, everybody that we just listed. They go out and they're trying to fight. Before them gathered an armada of malevolent craft brimming with firepower capable of burning through suns, and behind them glided a gargantuan leviathan with wings so fast they blotted out the stars. Raw fear and loathing came up upon those watching the 8 warriors, who feared then that they would die. If the 8 felt fear as well, they flew forward, with hope burned in their hearts. Then, as if out of fantasy, from the east, a mammoth Djinn from the kingdom of dreams appeared, and from the west emerged the Empress Oswaft, who was larger than any Oswaft ever known. Riding her was a giant spectral woman, her white hair flying wild around her as she laughed.
Okay, who is this?
I think that's Abeloth.
Yeah, okay.
It's gotta be.
Because on the artwork, she's portrayed as a woman with white hair. So Abeloth is riding this giant Oswaft and laughing maniacally.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you go, girl. Like, hell yeah. Behind them came 2 star dragons ridden by the king and queen of Ilithurian, each wielding flaming swords, and all of their armies with them a force immense and beyond reckoning. So who are the kings and queens of Ilithurian?
Me.
Yeah.
You.
Who is that?
I wasn't sure there. I kind of like, as a meme answer for the woman with white hair, Winter, the only white-haired woman in the entire Star Wars mythos.
This is true.
Winter.
Okay.
That's funny.
Winter's like, I'm gonna babysit the dark demons of the Star Wars universe. It's time for bedtime.
Can I read what I believe to be the 9th Jedi reference? And it's way back. It's like on the 2nd page of the coda. But it says, due to the Jedi hunters and acolytes of the Sith, the Jedi had nearly gone extinct. We covered that already.
Yeah.
Thanks to the efforts of Margrave Juro, with the aid of La Zima and La Cara, those sensitive to the Force who walked in the light were found and gathered, trained and given the now extremely rare Kyber crystals mined on the world of High Islan in the Outer Rim.
That was 9th Jedi. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. Strong, proud, and fearless in the face of encroaching extinction, they did not value their lives above their duty to life and the living. And I just love 9th Jedi. Such a great...
9th Jedi rocks.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That is,
wow.
You got Visions short.
That's so cool.
I'm gonna ride into work tomorrow with a statue of Corman Lau on my back.
Yes,
sweet.
And essentially, they clash. And it says when they blink, essentially, all the monitors like blinked out and everything kind of just goes dark for a second. It says all that could be seen were moments, luminous points of light, a giant maw clamped down on a ship, a colossal hand crushing another, gargantuan tentacles whipping across space. Something roared, a clamor too terrible to bear. Unfortunately, the screen flickered again just as the exterior walls began booming louder. Light from the wall, ceiling, and circular panes dimmed and went out altogether. So, it seems like everything's dying, and that even with the help of these ethereal beings, that they've all lost.
Right.
And they're kind of saying their piece to each other. Like Arkanood says, "I'm afraid it is time to say farewell, friends." And then Mistress Nemo says, "We can be proud that we've done our part." So they think they're done for.
Was that a holiday special reference, or was that to something else, Al?
That was a holiday special reference.
I thought it was.
What's
That
her
was
name?
beautiful.
B. Arthur's
Brought a tear
character.
to my
B.
eye.
Arthur.
Akmena.
Say farewell, friends. That's the only part of the
friends.
yeah. That's the only song that I remember.
If you see a light in the place.
This part's really sad. Despite the hope the Celestials had repeatedly given them of what was to come, they could not but feel a sense of doom. Several closed their eyes or embraced their in final farewell. C-3PO placed a hand on R2's dome and bravely stated, Having been your companion has been more than any droid can ask for." R2 crooned back a similar sentiment and meant it. That was one of the parts.
It's like the first time R2's like, yeah, you're all right. I thought he was gonna raspberry him or something like that.
Right now.
Yeah, that got me a little bit.
I don't care about these droids. I'm just kidding. Although my favorite droid in the Star Wars expanded universe is definitely guess actually.
Skippy.
No.
It's gotta be.
HK-47?
No.
C-3PX.
See?
No.
I-5.
H2.
No.
I don't know. I
Not I-5?
Yeah, who said I-5?
I did.
Max did
Oh,
first,
okay.
yeah.
Sorry, I thought you said H2. I was like I5.
No,
I5. I5 is my favorite droid. He transcends. He's hidden
I5,
pixels.
H2.
I love him.
C3. Yeah, those are all. Wait, MTD's good too.
I love MTD.
000. Yeah, he's pretty funny.
Most underrated droid is the random droid from that episode of Droids that was Boba Fett's, where he has a sweet paint job and has an awesome action figure. I want that action figure. Anybody?
Yeah.
If anybody wants to give me a Christmas present.
So after this, says, without warning, two lights appeared in the center of the chamber. The lights resolved to the spectral forms of Arhul, Hextrophon, and Q9. The occupants, already in shock, just stood and stared. With the pair was a golden oblong box that sat in the center of the room. A sculpture of two diathems stretching out their wings towards one another rested prominently on the lid. Your friends will be fine, Hextrophon reassured them. There is yet much work for them to do, but the Force is with them.
So Hex brings the Ark of the Covenant to them?
Yes, and Hex
and they just open it up and melt off Ibarra's face.
And Q9.
Sweet.
Q9 is with him. How sweet is that?
Can we play like
is one of the
we gotta
best
play like
droids in Star Wars.
the music where it's like da, da, da. You know what I'm talking about.
And Q9 said, "This is just on loan. We just wanted to show it to you since you went so much trouble to retrieve it." So they just borrowed the Ark. They said, "All right, we're gonna just loan this out."
Diathem.
So
indeed,
yeah, those are diathem there. I need to read this part.
You read it then.
Okay. This is Arhul Hextrophon speaking. As we speak, it is with the Celestials who have returned with the chains stronger than Beskar and sabers greater than light. A host of Valdalar follow with the Saratu spheres. So that's one of the seals as well.
I love this bit.
This is the part that got me, Brendan.
Yeah, I can understand why.
The potent spirit of Anakin Skywalker champions the Fathers of Light. The Father of Lights. His son and daughter fight alongside him, and their children beside them. They lead the spirits of all the Jedi, defenders and chosen ones against the hostile, worthless, and wicked forces. It will soon be over. So, in the end, Anakin Skywalker was the champion of the chosen ones.
So I'm gonna do it. This was my least favorite part of the coda.
Me too.
No, I love this.
Now, I will say it's almost 100% because I hate Anakin so much. I was like, oh
no, but the rest of them are there. The entire family is.
No, we don't need Anakin though.
This is what I was referring to when I said hokey.
I read that. and I was
Maxine's
like,
gonna strangle me. She's gonna,
I'm
like,
sorry.
come-
This is everything I dream for. Is the Skywalkers together at the end of it all?
This is why there will never be world
charge.
peace.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need Anakin around. You know what? If it was Shmi,
Anakin's part of the
leading the
family.
charge,
If it was Shmi leading it,
Shmi leading the charge,
sweet. The fact that it's Anakin,
I would not like that.
Goofball I've had to deal with for my entire life. I
I'm
can see him come
sorry.
back. Oh no, you're back.
Anakin's part of the family. He belongs there.
Anakin killed so many children.
Is it?
And he was
Anakin
the
is-
chosen one in the end.
Max,
But
I
he is
love
the
the
worst
Skywalkers coming back there. Is it weird that I almost felt more impacted by Arhul and Q9 returning though? I think
I mean,
that
that's-
almost
that's
got
your
me a bit
prerogative. This
more.
one was
Yeah.
for me.
They felt
and
like
I
They
love-
felt kind of tacked on to me in this like Deus Ex Machina of just bringing the Ark of the Covenant to them.
I love the
Okay.
Skywalkers and Solos. They're like
They are my bread and butter. Okay.
Listen, I'm not
I
arguing
think
with any of
6
that.
of
I'm
10.
arguing with one.
I think 6
specific
of my
character.
top 10 are Skywalker Solos. 6 or 7
are
of my
mine.
top 10. Yeah, yeah.
Pretty much all
You
of
want to know
them.
who my number one worst is?
Anakin Skywalker.
It's that one
Okay,
kid
right.
from
Past
Droids.
the past Anakin Skywalker. Everybody else is there. They're all there. Luke, Leia, Jaina, Jason, Anakin, Ben.
Kylo.
I mean, Cade is there. Too?
No.
Hey,
Why? Yeah, why wouldn't he be? All the universes are melding together.
wait,
Kylo's there.
Kylo Ren's there too.
Marcel, when you said Kylo earlier, you said as Kylo Ren once said more. I was thinking the EU version of that is Kybo Ren eating food more.
Kylo Ren.
But
it's like poetry. It rhymes.
But they're all there. Alana's there. Like the Skywalkers are here at the end. They are leading the charge for the Father of Lights.
Anya
They are
and
his
Cade
champion.
and- yeah.
You know, Anya's there. Cade's there. They're all here.
I like to think Cade and Delia's half Zeltron children are there too.
Hell yeah!
So
Matt
when they-
Skywalker's there. Cole Skywalker is there.
When they see,
we've never had alien Skywalkers, so I think that Zeltron, like some Zeltron kids in a Jedi Academy, like after Legacy, would have been so cool. Like half Zeltron, half human. Like make them a little alien looking. I would have loved to see Cade and Delia's children. Like maybe Anya trains them. Who knows? You know, it could be really cool.
Could be fun.
Why do you guys say Delia?
I say Delia Blue.
There's no L.
I think it's Delia.
I prefer
Oh, really?
Delilah, but you
At
know.
least we don't say Delilah. Like I've heard some people call her
Yeah.
Delilah. Blue.
But yeah, so the Anakin Skywalker and the Skywalker solo family lead the charge against, and we saw this again with Arhul's transformation. All of the Jedi were there at the end. Yoda was there. They were chilling in the afterlife, right? In the nether realm of the Force, because they on their grand tour of the afterlife, they were there and they saw. They're like, hey, everybody, you know, like Yoda's chilling there. So all the Jedi are there. The Skywalker solos are there. So I'm sorry, I have to bring this up specifically. Jaina Solo is there fighting at the end of time, and I'm
indeed
for it. Like, let's go. The
sword of the Jedi.
She's there.
She was fighting there without Anakin Skywalker.
No, there
He was left in
Anakin
the
has
dump.
to be there. He's
Do you wish Anakin like was fighting with the dark? Would that be
No, I just
something
don't. I
you would
just
like to see?
I. This is literally just a petty thing. It's just that I don't like that character. I never have. It. That's literally the bottom line. Is like,
But,
ever since I was a kid, I was like, no.
I just wonder about. I don't think Jason was there.
I think Jason was there.
I love Jason, and I want for him to be there so much. But what he said in Fate of the Jedi,
Yeah, I can.
He was
see
never
that.
redeemed.
I had this same quarrel,
yeah,
but I was thinking.
Jason said he would have done it again the same.
But you know who was redeemed? Curl from Young Jedi Knights.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because you said you had the same quarrel, and I was like, oh, look, that was a character that was redeemed. So he's probably there fighting at the end, but
Yes,
not
yeah.
Jason.
But the thing is,
Sweet.
what I'm
I
saying-
like to think Jason was there because Jason's my favorite. Jason's my favorite.
They don't.
character.
Jason doesn't need to be there because Ben Skywalker could be there for him because he actually was redeemed at the end as opposed to Jason. So
Yeah,
you
Ben's
have Jaina
very-
fighting alongside Adam Driver, fighting alongside. I'm stressing
Yeah,
Maxine out.
No, wait. No. The thing I'm saying is,
The Sword of Jedi would
Abeloth
have to
was
be at the end of time.
redeemed.
Agreed.
Yes, she has to be. Of course she's going to be. She's one of the prophesized ones.
Yep.
So the thing is, if someone like Abeloth can be redeemed, it's not out of the question that Jason Solo can be there at the end with his family.
Yeah.
Darth Titus was
like
people beyond all measure.
But he like doubled down in Fate of the Jedi. It's
that's,
like I would have done the same thing
that's
again.
the hang up.
Again,
That's the hang up for me. I love the happy ending, and Jason, like I said, Jason's my favorite character.
Wait,
but the
what?
first step to
I'm so sorry.
The first step to like redemption is remorse.
Yeah,
and seeking
Jason didn't have
forgiveness.
that.
And Jason, I
So
wish he did.
who knows? Maybe Jason wasn't there, and I hate to think that he wasn't.
But do you know who was there? Alana was, and
Alana
arguably
was there,
him
but-
sacrificing himself to the dark allowed Alana to stay in the light.
Yeah.
So Alana's carrying the torch for him.
Yeah.
Hey, Mara Jade was probably there too.
Mara was certainly there.
Mara was there with like a blade in her
1000%
stomach.
there.
Like she was going to fight Jason on the other side.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Harry. I know
What
what
is
you're
that?
talking about.
What bearing does that have
Yep,
on?
That's fan fiction.
I don't think
part
it
of
has any
my
bearing
anyway.
on supernatural encounters. Personally,
Moving past this, so we can kind of get into the wrap up here, because I desperately need to go to the bathroom.
Valid.
Arhul Hextrophon asks, he wants to know C-3PO and R2's adventures, and he's like, I'm afraid, Master Hextrophon, that is a rather lengthy tale. I can think of no better way to pass the time, Hextrophon stated, sitting down. The light in the room grew brighter and warmer. Whatever was going on outside would remain a mystery for a time, and they were glad to hear no further explosions. I've heard that you and R2 have become quite the storytellers, Q9 said, dialing down the sarcasm so that it was barely perceptible. Why, that might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Where should I begin? At the beginning, of course, Mistress Nemos chided. Everything grew quiet for the next few seconds, as if the entire galaxy were listening, and perhaps they were. For at this moment, though the occupants of the chamber could not see it, the children of Wutsek lit up the dead, black voids with the flickering pastel luminescence that grew brighter as they advanced, floating in their awful and wonderful glory as they followed in the trail of lights. Of those things that should not be, the malignant and malevolent shrieked as they dried up into ash, along with the armies of night and their pathetic, purulent gods who were swallowed up into nothing. Very well, C-3PO acknowledged. Atu, perhaps you can start us off. Beep, boop, beep, chimed R2-D2. A long time ago in a galaxy.
In a galaxy far, far away.
So, I just want to say, so the children of Wutsek, the architects, come back, and instead of plunging the galaxy into darkness, they lighten the galaxy, and they dance through the galaxy as they once did, but instead of spreading mischief,
they spread order.
They spread light, and the galaxy is as it once was, and the dark beings dry up into ash and become no more.
This part got Harry the most. It comes full circle. Lucas intended Star Wars to be told from the perspective of the droids, and now they're here at the end telling a new story.
Exactly.
I concur. Despite my
I think that's my favorite part of the coda is the very, very end. I like that. I like that.
By the way, audience, we are done now. We have that was the last part. Yeah,
to the
to
very
read.
end of Supernatural Encounters in its entirety.
He
We're done.
survives.
That was
He
in
survived.
this book, relegated to
Hey, I'd like to officially,
infinities.
since I have some official say, I'd officially like to say I'd like to pull that back and keep it because I like it. Storyteller's a beautiful ending too. But this is great too.
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
So it's done.
It's done.
Thank you all
We
for
are
letting me lead this and do my best and
You
extend
did great.
us beyond the time frame
Did
that
good.
we
No
had
complaints. Great
initially
job.
set out.
Very
I'm
strong
so
full circle
excited.
ending. I agree. All of this has happened before, and all this will happen again.
It
We're all
ends
part
the
of
way
the Great Wheel.
it began.
I'm so sorry that I wanted to get into everything, and I wanted to make sure I did it its due because
good.
again,
Nothing to apologize
Oh,
for.
I think we did it its due.
I know. I love the coda, and I really wanted to go through it. You know.
Well, Well, we have probably one more episode, my friend, just to go over our favorite parts of the book and the book as a whole. Yeah, I mean, we already kind of said our goodbyes and such last time, so I won't reiterate that, but I will say that this has been quite the journey. And despite the fact that the coda didn't really click with me, I think that Supernatural Encounters is fantastic and should be read by everyone who is an expanded universe fan.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it's going to be liked by everyone who's an expanded universe fan, but I think everybody should give it a try. See you next time, Harry, and thanks for joining us. I'm glad that you were able to make it. I want to thank everybody in the audience and people who have contributed to the comments. We had a very lively comment section this time. I want to thank, from the bottom of my heart, Alex, who left us a little early but was in the comments, Brennan, Ken, Al, and of course Maxine for that very, very strong review of thorough review of the coda. And we needed to give it its due because it is potentially one of the most important parts of the entire thing. And so with that said, I think maybe for potentially our final time, although we'll be back again, but it won't have the same effect, we are going to bid you all good night. Yes, it is over, Titus.
It is over, Titus.
It is over. We'll probably do like a wrap-up stream, but it is over. We've covered all the material. Corey, thank you. Another amazing stream. Yeah, congrats on completing Supernatural Encounters. Thank you for your amazing discussion. So with all that said, we are going to get our Chubies out of here.